I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. I'm.
Hi guys, my name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, and I am happy to be here. Beef Supreme, good to see you. Christian Blair's good to see you. Sultan Al Fahim, good to see you. I don't know if y'all caught the Prime Kai Reverie Roundtable last night, but effectively what ended up happening, I'm not kidding, is that the libertarians started arguing for increasing the age of consent. And all of the flack that I thought I was going to take for being associated with Steven, actually, they started attacking me for being associated with PV, which was like a wild twist of events. Sultan Al Fahim says, who is Prime Kai? So Primecayes. He's a, no problem, Gen X. I didn't stream it because we did it on StreamYard. And so I couldn't have duplicate StreamYard profiles on his stream and my stream. So Prime Kai is a classic Twitch, YouTube politics debate host. He's kind of hard stuck at, 100, but he's been hard stuck at 100 for years. But realistically, between him and Dylan Burns, they have been the two most consistent people who hold Twitch and YouTube politics panels. And then since Dylan Burns stepped down, it's realistically been Prime Kai and Wick TV. So, no problem, Gen X. No problem, Gen X. I didn't stream. Beef Supreme says, Fabian was sucking up all the energy like Colin from What He Do in the Shadows. He's a damn energy vampire. Well, Beef, also not just that, but okay, so effectively like the topic was, are liberals as bad as leftists when it comes to being politically inefficacious? That was like the second half of the prompt. And then the first half of the prompt is whether or not Steven committed a crime by retaining these alleged videos and pictures, which effectively we just landed on the fact that like the correct course of action now that this girl is alleged to be 17 years old is to take all the pictures and videos, put it on a hard drive, turn it into your lawyer and have your lawyer turn it into law enforcement, or you turn it into law enforcement with a signed written affidavit. I agree with that. Doobie agrees with that. I think everybody pretty much with some relative common sense agrees with that that's the play. And so there wasn't much disagreement there, but then I expected it to devolve into you're still friends with Steven, you're still friends with Steven, you're still friends with Steven, you're still friends with Steven. That's what I was expecting. And that, to be fair, that did happen a few times. But then realistically, because Fabian Liberty has a bone, a scratch to itch, a bone to pick, if you will, in reference to people who worked with PV last year in order to work against Trump. He's like, you claim to have all these conservative values, but you keep hanging out with liberal degenerates and you keep working with Democrats in order to undermine conservative pieces of shit. And I was like, yeah, but I feel like if you look at the Trump presidency so far, I was completely justified in my, not only was I completely justified in my actions, I feel like I'm completely vindicated at this point. Christian Blair says at any one point in time, ANCAPs are either fascist enablers or tankly enablers. Given their ideal society, all forms of anarchism in which the state is replaced by private entities result in eventually warring factions and thus a fascist or socialist state. Yeah. So that's kind of where like I was being super mean, but to be honest, like Fabian kind of deserves it, where I was like, you can have all the principles and moral ideology that you want, but the truth is that your movement is largely irrelevant. And not just that, your principles are constantly untested because you don't even have enough relevance or clout in order to have your principles tested. Patriarch says, hello, chat. Hello. Gen X says it wasn't a crime. Not sure in reference to what. Beef Supreme says, yeah, that's pretty much what most normal people believe. Drazar Wesker says, shut up, bitch, Purple Heart. Well, good to see you too. Sultan Al Fahim says, I heard too many lawyers said that even lawyers can't even touch it. I don't know if that's true. I think you can turn it in. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah. Christian Lawyer says, Prime Kai is a socialist Twitch streamer that does debate panels similar to Dylan Burns. He goes way back to the Twitch political blood sports. God, I miss the good old days, brother. God, I miss them. RC says, hello there. How are we doing? We're doing pretty good. B Supreme says, he kept telling you have no morals. How moronic. Well, and this is the other thing. I made this point. I know I'm in my little hug box right now, but he made this point yesterday, and I made this counterpoint, and I don't think I've heard any really good arguments for it. why can't I retain my moral? This is actually like the foundations of the liberal system. Why can't I contain and embody and act out my morals while criticizing and pushing other people to live up to my moral standard, but not use the force of the state to compel people to live to my moral standard? Isn't that kind of like, I don't know, the entirety of the liberal political project of the United States, capital L liberal? Like, I can tell you, you know, like what is it? Serial monogamy and monogamy is the ideal. I can tell you that having children is the ideal. I can tell you that resisting some of your most degenerate impulses is the ideal. And I can try to live that as much as possible within my own life, but then I can understand that other people live differently around me. I don't think there's a hypocrisy there, but people actually think that if you talk to, work around, are friends with people who have opposing moral systems, that somehow that makes you some kind of hypocrite. And I don't think in our current standard of government it does at all. Gen X says legal mindset and potentially criminal are fucking absolute arslers. He's a big baby. I mean, I'm not debating that. Beef Supreme says it's like he's mad that a political group wants to earn power. Like, that's the whole goal of politics. Yeah. And then he actually just described politics. He was like, yeah. And then there's a bunch of interest groups and they get together with money and then they get a political representative and then they pay that political representative in order to represent their agenda. And then the political representative oftentimes will be co-opted into representing that agenda instead of representing their own original ideology. And I'm like, bro, you just described politics. That's all you did. You just described politics since time immemorial. So unless you want to ban the concept of politics and influence, I think you might have a problem there. Beef Supreme says, also, how about Baby Jackson? I don't know who that is. Beef Supreme says, pretty lame, huh? What a small man. Well, that might be mean. Gen X says, it's not true. The MAGA arsler lawyer said a lot of dumb stuff. Lawyers use CSAM as evidence in cases every effing day. Yeah, but I think the whole point is that you get the evidence, you put it on a hard drive, you make sure that the hard drive works, you turn it into law enforcement as evidence, and then once law enforcement confirms that they have a valid copy of the evidence that might be necessary for the trial, then you might be able to delete your original copy. So Beef Supreme says Fabian is really only out there, no one will cut him a check. Well, right, but that's like one of the ironies of libertarianism is when you're like an island and you're all by yourself. Why would anybody have any incentive to work with you? And I brought up like the Koch brothers, the Koch brothers, the Koch, I don't know how to pronounce it, but I guess one of them's dead, so there's only one left. But I brought up the Koch brothers, who are fiscal conservatives. I brought up Peter Thiel, who's like a techno-feudalist fiscal conservative. And he was like, oh yeah, no one who has money will work with me because I'm an actual libertarian. Then I'm like, oh, okay. So your political project is completely dead in the water. Awesome. Ethereal Fox says, why does anyone give bread tubers any attention? They're all pseudo-intellectual morons with no proven life experience to substantiate their so-called convictions. Worst of them is Chenk's nephew. Probably because they justify being a bed blob. TS Phantom says, how did they prove she's underage? I don't know if any of this is proven. Somebody could just like hypothetically create these records from Photoshop and I wouldn't be able to tell the difference. However, allegedly, they identified a gal using effectively the pictures and videos with the photos and identifying features. They identified her real name, where she lives, and then they identified her publicly available parking ticket that has her date of birth on it. So that's the alleged proof. Conservatism says third stream, like reporting in 07. True. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage in chat, super chats, and memberships are appreciated. Beef Supreme says, lol, it was hilarious. Fabian is an energy vampire. I'm telling you. Yeah, it was kind of rough. Conservatism says that's describing how money corrupts. Sure, but all of politics is based off of money. Conservatism says if you want a representative republic to work properly and for the people, you should be against money perverting the process. Well, conservative liberalism, I unironically would endorse doubling or tripling congressional and presidential salaries and then banning trading. The only way that you should be able to trade on the stock market, like you should effectively put all your assets. Do you remember how a lot of presidents used to put all their assets into like a blind trust, and then the blind trust was like traded on the open market with like a correlated stock thing? I'm pretty sure that was a standard before Trump became president. There's no law that compels a president to do that. I would unironically, if I could snap my fingers, I would make that the law of the land, is that you can't do insider, like we'll double or triple your salary so you're very comfortable, but then we will also ban insider trading so you can't be a greedy gremlin piece of shit. Conservatism says, if you want a representative republic, oh, that's the one I just read. Beef Supreme says, Aiko Stew is or was in critical condition, waiting for Jackson to be arrested at this point. Oh, Rampage Jackson's kid who beat the fuck out of somebody while he was knocked out. I gotcha. Gen X says, in a criminal case, the defense lawyers still have electronic copies in civil trials. Both sides do. Interesting. Okay. Kay says, hi all. Sultan Al Fahim says, librarians don't live in reality. True. Christian Blair says, counterpoints politics. Coach is in as in Coke. Interesting. Okay. Leader waves hello. I wave hello back. Christian Blair says, as in love me some booger sugar. Gotcha. But yeah, is like, heard your opinion, Rampage Jackson's son, Raja. Okay, I gotcha. Christian Blair says, and love me some good, pure Colombian booger sugar. I understand. Coke is pronounced Coke. Got it. Randy, I volunteer as a resource if you need someone to tell you if something is photoshopped. Sure. Working Bob became a new member. Thank you kindly, King. RC Armorsalt says, you excited for Resident Evil 9 and Dawn of War 4? No, but, you know, listen, bro, it's just because I don't have time for video games. That's all. Working Bob says, I cannot wait for my ears to bleed listening to the Tom Bilyeu Hasan conversation. Yeah, it's going to be brutal. Beef Supreme says, yeah, it's wild. Prayers for Stu. He's a veteran too. He was wrestling to cope with PTSD. So many of them care. Gotcha. Most politicians won't become politicians if you ban it. Based. It's supposed to be a public service. It's not supposed to be a way for you to get rich. Hasan was willing to talk to Tom Bilyeu. Yeah, apparently. All right, so thank you, Working Bob. I think you became a member on Valor and you became a member on Counterpoint, so I just want to thank you real quick. Real quick shill before we get the content started. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage in chat. Lots of funny, cool, interesting people in there. Super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. A pair of social love you. Thank you for being here. And with TikTok, I have no idea how or what to do with TikTok. I actually don't know how to set up a live. I don't know how to invite people in or kick people out. So when we're done with Tom Bilyeu, ooh, I think that's an AI video. Oh yeah, that's hella AI. AI is getting good, but it still looks randomly silly. Like they had a Wang Chung master take a slap from the mountain, and then the Tai Chi master or whatever jumps up and does like 7 body kicks. That's cringe. I hate AI. I think it could be used for cool purposes, but I don't know. I think it's quite cringe sometimes. Nice. All right. I know you can't see what I'm looking at, but I'm caffeinating, so I'm getting ready. What? I'm so confused. All right. Anyways, TikTok is not for me. We'll figure that out later. Let's get Tom Bilyeu on the screen. I'm going to exit that before my fucking brain rots out of my skull. Fransworth says, wouldn't that incentivize future politicians to only be interested in becoming a politician for the monetary gain it provides them if they had a large increase to their income? They have substantively more income now when they're allowed to profit from insider trading. Sprinkle says, I'm not sure. I think you have to have 1,000 followers to go live. Oh, okay. I don't know if I have 1,000 followers yet. Christian Lair says, who you 1v1? I forget. Sen Patty says, Connor is 1v1 me on Rust. True. Sprinkle says, I have 14,000 followers on TikTok. Still waiting for Soda's final episode. Sad. True. If you need help, let me know. Thank you, Sprinkles. I appreciate you. Might be not till later, but we'll do the Tom Bilyeu content, and then we'll figure out TikTok in a minute. RC says, Connor, what do you think everyone that's starting to use the clanker word? I think it's based. Ethereal Fox says, I still laugh when you told Two Rabbits that his brain was running on 1995. It's from 3 years ago, but it was hilarious. I imagine he believes priests are still burning down their own churches. True. TikTok is not on my devices. It's trash. I get it. Hey, McDevin, how are you? I saw you super chatting last night. Good to see you. Silver says they get plenty of money outside insider trading. Yes. Drazar Wesker does, I think, an emote with my face on it. TikTok kills attention spans. Well, it just killed mine literally for 30 seconds. I just shut up and stared at TikTok instead of paying attention to my stream. So yeah, that's pretty bad. Anyways, Tom Bilyeu. Let's rewind. Let's see what a centrist. I don't even know who Tom Bilyeu or what he's about, so I'm going to totally mislabel him. So let me do an intro that actually is probably incorrect. Hi, guys. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, never Trump Republican, and I like breaking down alternative media and online politics. I got Tom Bilyeu, I think is a centrist Trump voter, something. Who knows? But he's debating Hasan Piker, one of the dumbest people in online politics. I'm going to be ecstatic to break it down for you today. Let's go ahead and bring these folks up, and let's break them down. I probably should have shared my screen first, but I'm a professional streamer, so you know that I waited till the last second before I did it. Let me know if you guys can hear this okay.
Since 2008, the U.S. has recklessly quadrupled the money supply, and the result is not just inflation. It's an entire generation getting battered by the financial system. Today's guest, Hasan Piker, is one of the biggest voices on the American left. He believes capitalism has failed young people, that greedy corporations and corrupt politicians are
Holy shit, I hate him so much.
strangling their opportunities, and that government intervention is the only way to fix it. I see the root cause, and thus the solution set, very differently. And that's exactly why I wanted this conversation. In this episode, we go head-to-head on the real mechanics behind wealth inequality, why housing has become the make-or-break asset for the middle class, and whether socialism can actually deliver positive change in the messy reality of modern economics. Without further ado, I bring you Hasan Piker.
Sam says, how'd the debate go? Total train wreck, but you know, they focused on fighting each other as much as fighting me. So realistically, I have to count my blessings.
Why do you think so many young people are turning towards socialism?
That's the first question you got
Out
for
of the
me?
gate, man.
Christ, I hate him.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious. It's because capitalism is failing them. It's failing everybody, not you and me. It's not failing either of us. We've done quite well for ourselves, but it has been a spectacular failure for the average person, and therefore people are understandably looking for alternatives. Young people in particular, especially those who are just coming out of college or they're just going into college, they look at the opportunities that they have, or rather they don't have, and they realize that the future is grim. So they look for an alternative that at the very least chooses to identify the problem and also solve it. Material inequalities, cost of living crisis, not being able to ever own a home. These are very real problems facing younger generations. And of course, they look to an alternative organization of the economy as one that is probably the best way to go forward.
This is the most sanitized presentation of socialism I've ever heard. And by the way, like we've gone over this, so I indulge me a brief rant that you've probably heard before. So I watch a 2-hour documentary on the history of socialism, pre-Marxian and post-Marxian socialism, and all socialisms that I understand, like every single one of the like 200 varied levels of socialism, they understand that within a capitalist society, the working class suffers natural and economic oppression. And so they're trying to emancipate the working class from the oppressions of capitalism and nature. Now, specifically, and so arguably, the Scandinavian model or the social democrat model, depending on whatever nuanced take you want to have, that is trying to emancipate the working class from the oppressions of capitalism and nature. And so it's arguable that that is a form of socialism. However, the socialism that most people refer to when they use that word is Marxism, which is the decommodification of basic human need and workers owning the means of production. And then communism, which is the end state, which is a moneyless, classless, stateless society. And so realistically, I don't trust Hasan Piker when he says like, oh, well, you know, capitalism has all these contradictions and people are being oppressed by the materialism. So they're just looking for an alternative philosophy. I want to know what the alternative philosophy is, because if it's a Scandinavian model, that's a technocratic argument about how high taxes should be and what level of social welfare we should have. That's a technocratic conversation within the frame of capitalism and a free market. However, if you're saying let's decommodify basic human needs, which means food, water, and shelter are free to everyone in the state, and then also workers own the means of production, then you're effectively talking about like Marxist revolution. So Starhawk says, Connor, stop using that definition of socialism. It's so incredibly broad as to be completely useless. By that definition, anarchy or fascism could be considered socialism. Yeah, sure, Starhawks, but I always point that out. You're here often enough. You know that I always point that out. I always point that out. Kay asked if this was a new episode. It was posted within the past 7 days. Starhawk says the rich have been getting richer. The poor have also been getting richer. Yeah, I mean, like capitalism overall, like even when I'm broke, I'm still doing okay. Uriel says Hasan, the selfless socialist who hoards money and doesn't spend it on his own editors and employees. Well, allegedly, that's no longer true. But no, Denmark's not bad, okay? Not in my opinion. Starhawk says, okay, but it isn't feudalism, so that is a non sequitur. Capitalism isn't feudalism? Sure. I don't know if I said that. I don't even know if Hasan said that.
So I'm always trying to map things in terms of where do I want to end up? And then what are the mechanistic steps that can lead you there? So if you
Drew, get him, Tom Bilyeu.
You were to say, what is the way from the mechanisms that capitalism has failed people? What are the features of the machine that makes it a sort of by nature flawed system?
At its base, at its core, it is this inherent contradiction, right? If you are someone who's working, someone who's a wage laborer, and I'm sure you've worked a regular job in your past as well. Most people want to work the least amount of time for the most amount of pay, right?
Fuck you, buddy. Sorry for coming at it so hostile and aggressive. I didn't want to work the least amount of time for the most amount of pay. That is definitely something that occurs very often in the private market, but I wanted to work a job with the most amount of purpose, and I didn't care about the hours necessarily. If I could make a living wage being a dog volunteer, if I could make $30 an hour or $50 an hour working 50 to 60 hours a week, taking care of rescue dogs, I wouldn't even stream. I would just do that. So no. People are not all motivated by maximal personal profit for minimum effort. That actually seems endemic in the bed blob leptosphere.
And that doesn't mean like they're greedy or anything. It's just human nature. You want to work as little as you possibly can and get paid as much as you can for that job.
Bullshit.
On the other side, you have your people that own the businesses that want to obviously pay you the least amount that they can possibly pay you for the most amount of time to get you to work.
That's relatively true, especially in like the modern cutthroat American economy. However, that's not always true, right?
So these two things, when broken down, Karl Marx says, is the inherent contradiction of class. You have the wage laborers on the one side and you have the bosses on the other side, or those who work for your capital owners on the other side. And that is the reason why there is so much tremendous wealth inequality, at least according to Karl Marx. I happen to agree with this assessment as well.
That I would get why. So you set that up as one side wants to work as little as possible, get paid as much as possible. The other side wants to pay as little as possible and get as much work as possible. But that doesn't, to me, explain the inequality. Because I think you and I are going to agree that wealth inequality is at a level that is literally tragic. And I'll use the word dangerous. Do you see an insufficiency in explaining why we have inequality and we need to push deeper? Or do you really think that mere human tendency for those positions to be the way they are explains wealth inequality?
Uh-oh, Tom might have autism. And I say this as respectfully as possible. I think this is an interesting point, and I think it's a good observation. And if I was taking Hasan in good faith, this is actually like a perfectly viable question of, Do you think that this economic relationship is sufficient to explain wealth inequality? I don't think it is. I feel like that's a really charitable read of Hasan's position, but that's okay. If Tom Bilyeu wants to be charitable so he can get to the strongest arguments possible, that's definitely a rhetorical approach that I can appreciate and have engaged in the past.
The very fact that because the one side that wants to make sure that you work the most amount of hours for the least amount of pay is the side that gets to basically take home what we know as profits, which is what Marx describes as the
wage theft,
surplus labor, your additional output, like what you do and how much money you generate for the company versus how much money the company pays you back in return. That creates a system of wealth inequality that is normalized. It's understandable. It's like we call it profit. We're like, this is my business. I started it. I got lucky, or I worked really hard and I get to reap the rewards of it. You don't. You're the worker. It makes sense. A lot of people buy into it. A lot of people like this system. But I think over time, that system fundamentally creates this inefficiency, as a matter of fact, where every industry wants to inevitably monopolize. Every industry wants horizontal and vertical expansion so they can be the domineering force in the market, set prices, and just like we see with Amazon, for example, start engaging in the process of increasing the prices that they initially had said so low, and that is how they justified basically eating up so many different competitors in the same sector. And I think we're at that point. This corporate consolidation that has taken place has created a system where there's only a couple companies that get to dictate prices through not price fixing, which is illegal, but through price leadership, right, which is very legal. Someone does this and then everybody else follows suit. That becomes much easier with the corporate consolidation that we're seeing.
He's used a lot of economic buzzwords, but I don't even know if these are necessarily true. I don't even know if Amazon is a good example of what he's describing. So just as an example, can I paint? Will you guys indulge me a paint? Chuck E. Cheese says, Tom is absurdly charitable, as though I've never been... And though I've never been a frequent viewer, he's obsessed with trying to find out what the other side is thinking, even if they're insane people. Well, thank you. Gen X says $10, just trying to beat grassroots. Thank you. We'll never be able to beat grassroots' generosity. But Doobie, Gen X, Dr. Zayas, Christian Valeris, Starhawks, whole bunch of people have been super supportive of the channel, so I really do appreciate it. I need Microsoft Paint. Paint. Okay, so I'm gonna draw this for you, and I'm gonna draw it poorly because I'm insufficiently caffeinated. However, just bear in mind that I'm really tired, so I might just like totally fuck up a concept. But I'm gonna do my best, and I'm relatively speaking a smart guy, so I'm gonna do my best. Okay, let's say that this is a pencil, and let's say that we want to put graphite. I guess I'll use this. Let's say that we want to put graphite inside the pencil in order to increase the value of the pencil, okay? Because right now it's just a wood shard. And we have somebody who puts graphite inside pencils all day long, and he's increasing the value of the pencil, okay? So let's say that due to international supply chains, we can get the wood for like 10 cents. And let's say that we can get the graphite for 5 cents. Well, what ends up happening is through the combination of combining graphite with a pencil, you have the cost of these materials, which let's just put it at like 15 cents overall. But through the combination of these two materials, you actually end up with something that's worth, I don't know, like 50 cents, right? And if somebody is doing let's say like I don't know, 30 of these an hour or something like that, right? And let's do 35 cents, maybe 100 an hour. Okay, let's try to keep it even. So there's a 35 cents increase in value over the course of an hour of 100 pencils. Then we end up with like $35 worth of value. Okay, and then throughout a day, We have 8 hours of filling up pencils with graphite. We have $280 worth of value generated as a result of this dude who assembles pencils all day. Okay. Well, what ends up happening, at least in the current capital system, is that we pay the laborer a, close to minimum wage labor, which I think is like criminally low. But we pay him, let's say, $10 an hour for 8 hours. That's $80 a day. And so we generate $200 worth of profit for that individual laborer's efforts. And so I think what Hasan is saying is, when you generate that surplus value, technically you should be entitled to that value. But the economic picture gets infinitely more complicated once you start involving other factors, right? Like, let's say that you build the factory. Let's say that you take out loans from the banks. Let's say that you need to secure the wood shipments in order to get the wood that you're allowed to get for 10 cents. Let's say that you need to secure graphite, which you're able to get in for 5 cents, right? These are all incredibly complex mechanisms. So while very stupid communists will be like, okay, well, they can generate $280 worth of profit off of my 8 hours worth of labor. Therefore, I should be entitled to a large, if not entirety of that stock. Once you start adding in all the business operating costs, not only does it get infinitely more complex, but effectively you likely have, or 2/3 or 80% reduce the profit. And so that's actually the difference between like revenue and profit and all that bullshit. So let's say that we reduce this by 280 minus 80. We've already paid our labor. Let's say we reduce it by another $100. Okay. Just for like costs and all the shit related to generating the pencil. So we have $100 per day that's generated in addition, times 5 days a week, times 52 weeks a year. So that means that the capital owner, the person who owns the business, is generating $26,000 worth of profit off of this one laborer. In the current system, rather than giving that back to the worker, what the capital owner is allowed to invest this as he sees fit. So if he wants to open up a tire shop or another pencil factory, or he wants to hire an accountant, or he wants to do this, or he wants to do that, he wants to expand the business, he has the right and ability under the capitalist system to reinvest this as he sees fit. Oftentimes, people who want to eliminate this exploitation, this $26,000 worth of exploitation, in my personal experience, they are so economically illiterate that they would destroy anything they touch. And so while I don't necessarily like that people are living less than subsistence lives right now, I feel like there's not very much dignity in the working class of the United States of America. I don't want to give the people who say like, oh, this $26,000 is theft, I don't want to give them the reins of control because they're so fucking stupid they would tank the economy. So checking in with chat real quick. I meant in time, not money. Lol. Well, thank you, JetX. I appreciate that. Conservative Liberalism says, tech note, you, Tom, and Hasan vid is having occasional and minor audio freezes. It's so minimal, it's hardly worth mentioning, but it's a wrinkle to iron out. Maybe speed test off stream or play with router settings. Okay, well, thanks for the heads up. But123 says, is the U.S. 10% stake in Intel socialism? Intel as a company has U.S.-based semiconductor factory capable of producing wafers for CPUs, GPUs. We are reliant on TSMC for the most advanced CPUs, GPUs. I don't think it is, but I think it is worrying. You're kind of touching on a different topic, but that's totally okay. So the reason why it's not socialism, because it's not the decommodification of basic human needs or workers owning the means of production, unless you take a Marxist-Leninist lens where the state is the representative of the people, and therefore through that way, that's the workers owning the means of production, the 10%. So arguable, I don't think it is. Now, my beef with it, though, is that, yeah, conservative liberalism says 10% is a small stake. It's ubu socialism. I agree. Now, my beef with it is, though, is that this is what Nazi Germany did, is that they constantly involved themselves in the economy. They weren't a pure command economy, but if you were a friend of the Nazi party, you would get low interest, no interest loans, you would get subsidies, you would get generous business contracts. And if you were an opponent to the Nazi party, then you would be economically and socially ostracized. So I don't want to see the government continue in this behavior, because I think that it's the way that the government will ultimately try to leverage its power into a command economy, which has been disastrous. Still checking in with chat because I parasocially love you and I have the smartest chat in Twitch and YouTube. Paul. Chucky G says, Mark's labor theory of value, the debunk that should become obvious to anyone who's been in the labor force and considered it outside of just themselves. I don't know if it's totally debunkable that labor is what makes America and corporations and capitalism function. I don't think that's debunkable, but I do think what's debunkable is saying that the surplus value generated through labor is labor's entitlement. Conservative liberalism says, what if the pencil manufacturer is running a monopoly and the markup is 1,000%? Then I would say that we need to go back to trust busting, which we did back in the early 20th century, where it was the federal government's job when somebody was engaged in price gouging and exploitation, they actually broke up those firms. Conservative liberalism says profit sharing creates buy-in and fosters economic understanding. True. I mean, I agree there. Sapien Green says that's why you have unions. Shitty solution, but I don't know a better one. Agreed. Chart says, but have you considered the vibes are off? The vibes are definitely off, brother. I agree with you there. Bud123 says, if China invades Taiwan, they can cut the U.S. off from the world's most advanced chips with need 3mm node wafers. Intel is working on a 1.8mm node wafers in American companies. They're American semiconductor factories. Yeah, I don't have a problem with subsidizing domestic semiconductor manufacturing. That's not the beef. The beef is whether or not people like Trump are going to use it to manipulate the economy to the ends of the Republican/MAGA party. Fast and Bulbous says, do you think Trump sprays himself with orange and is hiding his right hand because he's actually very brown and he's hiding his MS-13 tattoo? No, I'm just praying that he's dying. All right. The good thing about theory is that nobody reads it. True. Paul says, like the stream. Agreed. Chucky Cheese says the labor theory of value is that every profit made above the wage being paid to the employees is exploitation. Yeah, that's very, 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 very dumb. Very dumb. I agree with that part of your assessment. I want to thank Working Bob and Gen X for your donations already. However, quick shill time before we get back into it. Like the stream, share it with your friends. I parasocially love you. Thank you for being here. Memberships if you got them. Super chats if you got them. Let's go.
And that is precisely, I think, the reason why the system is like collapsing right now in a way that even someone like yourself, who in other circumstances I feel would be very defensive of these structures, is recognizing it. I have a couple friends who used to work for a libertarian think tank called Reason Magazine, and
I know people at Reason.
And, I remember having conversations with them where they would do these fundraisers, and apparently the rich people that funded the Reason libertarian think tank would call welfare riot tax. So they even understood that there was a
true, but that's a good tax to pay. Interesting.
There was a
this
level
is what we pay to avoid riots.
There's a level of like giving back that people need.
Damn, bro, I like that. I like that a lot. It's so true. This is why I hate ANCAPs. I can hear my child laughing super hard in the other room, and it's very magical. Welfare is a riot tax. I fucking love that. And a lot of people would impugn that with some level of like moral indignance. They would be like, oh, well, this is the money that we pay poor people to F off. And it's like, no, unironically, you make sure that people have access to food, water, and shelter. Because if they don't have access to food, water, and shelter, if your system is not working for the vast majority of people, the vast majority of people will burn your system to the ground. That's 100% true. Just Carpet 563 gifted Counterpoints membership. Thank you kindly, King. Much appreciated.
To do in order to make sure that people aren't so hungry that they recognize that they're being starved.
Okay,
that's falling apart, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's interesting. So I have a very different take on the fundamental flaw in the system that's creating the problem, but it's not capitalism per se; it's banking. And so when you start looking at, so you mentioned earlier,
I agree.
Yeah, the thing is, like, it'll be interesting to see it play out in this conversation, but I really feel like anybody.
By the way, can I say maybe Bilyeu and I are going to be fucking boys, okay? He's got this like Weezer, Gen X, alt media, like alt rock thing going on. But he's got like the black rim glasses. He's got the gel and coiffed hair. He's kind of pale, so you know he doesn't get out super a lot, but he still looks athletic, dude. Look at these biceps, bro. He obviously lifts, right? And then look at his necklace. His necklace, I think these are black and brown wood balls with anthracite, like a mineral or stone in the middle. And by the way, like anthracite is supposed to, because you know, my wife, she has crystal girl moments. I think anthracite is supposed to be like a strength and calming thing. So Tom Bilyeu is an alt rock stoner crystal bro nerd who talks about economics and lifts. That's a really weird mix of like vibes. It's kind of based. Starhawk says it's so evil to satisfy their constituents. Okay, bro. I don't think anybody said that. Not yet, anyways. Wowman542 says, would you support their busting the giant tech corporations like Google, Amazon, and Facebook to encourage smaller tech startups to enter the market? Truth be told, I don't know if tech is not competitive right now. Like, so for instance, if I had a tech startup and I started up a company, what is Google or Amazon or Facebook doing that's anti-competitive? I could be ignorant on the topic. So like, I'm happy to hear what anti-competitive actions they're taking. However, I can't think of like a barrier. Like, let's say that I had $10 million to develop an app. I can't really think of something that is prohibiting me from developing and putting my app on the marketplace. I actually think that it's almost easier than ever to create a digital entrepreneurial venture. Chuck E. Cheese says, I do like that welfare is a riot tax. The problem is that before welfare, we just had old people who couldn't work, like die in the streets because those are the people who really need welfare, and they can't very easily pose and effectuate a riot. Yeah, I agree. I agree. He does exude Gen X energy. I just want to be left alone. Chuck E. Cheese says, well, you know Tom's story, right? I don't. He started some company, I think. It was like a health food protein bar thing, and it ended up selling it for like $500 million or $1 billion. Damn, bro. I need to be Tom Bilyeu's friend. How do I get Tom Bilyeu's? How do I get Tom Bilyeu's contact, bro? We need to be best bros. If he made a crunchy entrepreneurial venture and became a half billionaire, and now he's a capitalist who's worried about capitalism, this is the kind of like center-right guy that I need to be friends with. Chuck E. Cheese, so basically Tom's trying to run the show as a business, but it's more that he's just retired and has fuck you money. Damn, I need to be Tom Bilyeu's friend. Are you kidding me? Death Lily says you'd have to look at their business acquisitions over the last 10 years. Pretty much they buy up small businesses with good products. Well, yeah, but if the people are voluntarily, if people develop a good product, they voluntarily sell it, and then that product is still available to the market. That's not the kind of anti-competitive shit that like monopolies are generally speaking involved in. Tom Bilyeu. What? What is this? Where's his wiki, bro? Quest Nutrition. Quest Nutrition is an American food company that specializes in protein bars, protein shakes, protein powder, and various other high-protein foods. It was founded by Tom Bilyeu, Mike Orsman, and Ron Penna in 2010. In 2019, it was acquired by the Simply Good Foods Company, the parent company of Atkins Nutrition. Bro. I need to be Tom Bilyeu's friend. What the fuck? Tom Bilyeu net worth. 400 million. Christ on a cracker. We just have this chill stoner protein bar bro who became $500 million off of making protein shakes. What a fucking king, bro. All right, my opinion of Tom Bilyeu has totally fucking inverted. If he has $400 million and he's this fucking chill, that's crazy. That's actually crazy. Good for him, man. Good for him. I'm actually excited for him. That's cool. This is happening, says make Tom pay the riot tax to us. True. Just Carpet says the biggest thing I can think of is buying out competition, best AI engineers for a ridiculous amount of cash. Well, right, but that again is not anti-competitive. So you guys need to understand that like a business operating within the market to make the best product available is not anti-competitive. What's anti-competitive, or at least what trust busting was designed to do, is let's say that Meta bought AI companies, but then instead of hiring the engineers and continuing the work, they just shut down the like AI development. That would be anti-competitive. Soul says the only example I can think of is that no one is really making new operating systems other than Microsoft and Apple and Linux if you want to homebrew a little bit more. Sure, but is that anti-competitive, or is that just because Android and Apple are so fleshed out that when you come out with a new OS, you're effectively starting from like a decade behind? Sam, a lot of people build companies just to sell them, so he's a philanthropist as well. I guess so. Turigiano says that's just supply and demand of engineers. Sure. So what happens is the practice of vertical integration needs to be monitored better. Pretty much small companies are incentives to sell as soon as they get good, which stops competition. I guess, but I still feel like we have a really vibrant market right now. Wowman says Google and Apple are in trouble in the EU for gatekeeping who can publish applications on their platform, so Apple can take up to 30% of profits of any developer who publishes apps on their store. Okay. But I think that can be like regulated or reduced, right? That doesn't need like an entire recreation of the capitalist market. Anyways, we're getting distracted from the content, but I do I'm unironically falling in love with Tom Bilyeu. If he's like a centrist, giga charitable, pro-capitalist who became a billionaire through the fluke of having a good product at the exact right time, and then he's still this like chill guy who's willing to talk to millennials about politics and saving capitalism, that's like the most fucking base thing I've ever heard. It might be boring, but it's super based.
But he was looking at the mechanistic reasons why we are where we are. We'll just have a hard time saying, oh yeah, we agree on all of that. And so it just then becomes, as we build out, I think people break into camp one of, I'm going to speak to the way that people feel, and I'm going to give them policy prescriptions that are going to feel right. And then
that's Hasan. Other
people, or maybe I'll just put myself in it just to not speak for other people. For myself, I'm just like, what are the physics of the economy and how do we make sure that we get out of this? You say it's called a riot tax. I'll say, I don't want my head separated from my body, French Revolution style. And that is absolutely.
Sorry, I keep interrupting. Wowman542 says you should see his cultural takes. He's constantly finding new ways to tell people to go outside and be normal. Bro, how do I get in contact with this guy?
Absolutely what ends up happening, and moderate elites die first. And as a moderate elite, I'm not super excited about that. Also, as somebody who's spent more time without money than I have with money, it's still all very familiar to me exactly what that feels like. So I look at the setup and I trigger off of something that you said earlier, which is people can afford houses. And so my whole philosophy is very simple. In 1913, the Federal Reserve System created a situation where bailing out banks became the goal. And so now you have a financial system where they're trying to socialize losses and privatize gains. So basically bankers.
Ooh, that is interesting.
From the act in 1913 got put in a position where heads they win and tails we all lose. Mm-hmm. And the way that they pull that off is money printing. And so because they can print money, and money printing is a tax, it's the easiest way to think about it, although I will often refer to it as theft. But
no. Hold on.
Way that they pull that off is money printing. And so because they can print money, and money printing is a tax, it's the easiest way to think about it, although I will often refer to it as theft. But
come on, man. Come on, man. That's what lets you make $400 billion, bro, is that there was so much fucking cash in the economy. But that's okay. That's okay. We can talk about this real quick. So anyways, so the main thing here, Christian Blair says Tom has talked favorably about Peter Thiel, so be careful. Well, I've talked about favorably about Peter Thiel because Peter Thiel, as much as he seems like fucking Darth Sidious trying to create the Death Star and take over society, which he still could still be true, by the way, is the fact that, like, if you actually talk to Peter Thiel, that Ross Douthat conversation was actually wildly interesting, where Ross Douthat was like, hey, bro, aren't you kind of creating the necessary preconditions for the Antichrist? And you saw Peter Thiel, like, you saw his brain break. He was like, oh shit, I'm creating the machine that the Antichrist will use to control the world. And now he's having like a political existential crisis where now he's giving like TED Talks on the Antichrist because he's so freaked out that he's creating the mechanisms through which the Antichrist will seize the planet. It's really funny. Working Bob says Tom appears to be really great, but a lot of his conceptions of different policies leave me wanting. Yeah, I'm with you there. Wow Man says, I'll still give Tom credit. Whenever Destiny confronts him on defending Trump, Tom will acknowledge where he lacks knowledge or is intellectually honest. Okay, cool. West Coast Girl says, aw, gets a new man friend crush, but is immediately disappointed. Dude, that's the nature of man friend crushes, right? That's the nature of it. You're like, base, cringe. So true, bro. So true. Welfare is a riot tax. And then real quick, okay? So the reason why I hate this line of thinking of what is it? That what is it? Wealth is or printing money is stealing from the middle class or stealing from the economy. Is that we used to have the gold standard. Okay? Gold standard. And what that meant is, I think it was up until Nixon, every dollar had to have a correlated amount of gold in the American economy. Like, I don't know how they set the rates. Gold standard, a monetary system in which the value of a country's currency is directly linked to a fixed quantity of gold, right? So that's the way that we used to operate the economy. And truth be told, it does keep people honest, right? And the reason why it keeps people honest is because when you drift away, when you issue tons of debt, there is the need to balance that with this commodity. But the truth is that value is relative. So in let's say like a Mad Max scenario, let's say that you're in Mad Max. Okay, take a look at this. Let's say that this is society. There's no water. There's very limited water. There's very limited food. There's roving bandits all over the place. What's worth more in this scenario? A bar of gold or a sandwich? And of course, in this society, a sandwich becomes infinitely more valuable than a bar of inedible metal. And so what the argument was in the 60s or 70s, whenever we went off the gold standard, is that value is subjective. And not only is value subjective, but America, military industrial complex, not only produces insane amounts of wealth, but we also have insane technologies that just like nobody can mimic. And so as a result, I'm looking for something like stealth, fighters, and bombers. Like a B-2 bomber is worth more than a brick of gold. A SR-71 reconnaissance plane is worth more than a brick of gold. A B-21 Raider, these stealth UAVs, the whatever they called this one, I forget what it's called, but like all of these things are worth more than a brick of gold. So why aren't we correlating the amount of money that we have in our system based off of the size of the economy and how much money we can print without overheating the economy, rather than just a brick of yellow metal? And to me, this instinctively makes a lot of sense. So I would be curious to see counter arguments in chat. Now, I've been yapping a lot, so I do want to get back into the content, but I do feel like we're talking about pretty interesting and cool shit. So I'm actually okay with yapping a little bit. Gronman says, Tom always comes off as that I'm an entrepreneur, so I'm great and know so many things. You should listen to me type of grifter. He claims a lot while being wrong and not having anything to back it. I haven't heard that yet. He's actually been quite humbled to be talking to a socialist streamer. Christian Blair says, yeah, Connor, I would call that fucking badly r-slurred. Purposely devaluing my dollar is more theft than libertarians stamping their feet about taxes. I think we might just disagree on the nature of fiat currency. Death Lily says, I think all these banks tax combos really come down to if we as a country want to reduce the value of the US dollar. Okay. Working Bob says, for example, Tom is terrified of AI, but is okay with cutting research budgets into AI. I personally cannot understand the fear on one hand, but supporting the falling behind on AI on the other. Sure. Yeah. It might be just be center right, fiscal conservative laziness. Christian Lair says, which comes first, Mad Max or Twisted Metal? I don't know. I'll have to take a look, to be honest. I need to watch the Twisted Metal TV series. So Paul says, I don't know. I've never talked to Peter Thiel. I think he was the guy behind Trump and pushing Musk all the way to the right-wing grifters. Yeah, for sure. He is. He's like a techno-feudalist, for sure. Conservatism says, now money value is based off of power and mortgages owned to banks who privatize gains and collectivize losses. That seems sane. Well, that is the heart of the criticism. I'm going to go ahead and play the content, but that actually collectivizing losses, but privatizing gains, that obviously seems like a toxic dynamic.
But they can money print and create a tax that hits everybody. And so that way they can fund all the deficit spending, all the wars that they want. They can just fund. But
you got like a reverse MMT opinion on this, where you're like, money is fake. It's
true.
Printed. That's how you control. That's how the American government controls the money supply, which is understandable. And then taxing is just like taking the existing money supply out of the circulation at the end of the year, right?
Well, I would say this is modern monetary theory. Like this is the goal. So, so if you're saying it's anti in terms of I'm just staunchly against it, it would get you close, but not quite. So I think every system has a trade-off. Modern monetary theory allows for really high velocity of money. Once you get into high velocity of money, hey, like when I say you need to look at the world that you have and the system that you have. So the modern monetary theory gives us this world. It's a pretty great world. It has problems and it's going increasingly in the wrong direction, but it has created some incredible stuff. And so we have to figure out where exactly it breaks. And I think it breaks where you said, which is housing. Once housing becomes unaffordable, the reason you have a problem is housing is the only asset that the average person understands intuitively. The vast majority of humans are never going to map how the economy actually works. So
true.
They just know, I want to live in a house. I want to buy a house. And when they can buy
this almost sounds like Georgism.
A house, then this all works out fine, because even though we're in a high inflation environment where the government can print as much money as they want, the price of your house goes up with inflation. And the second that you can't afford that house, now the only asset that you understand intuitively goes out of reach. And then all that's left is the stock market. And the vast majority of humans don't understand the stock market.
True, bro. Let's do jazz hands for Tom Bilyeu, okay? Listen, so what I know this is so cringe, especially with like the Destiny crowd who like they all have like stocks and investments and they invest in all this bullshit. But no offense, guys, the DGGers who invest, you all have autism. So what happened was my parents have a real estate philosophy, which is they buy the ugliest house in the best part of town. And so they bought the house that I'm currently living in 1992 for like $130,000, right? It's actually like, it was very reasonable. But what's happened is the neighborhood that I've lived in has not only gotten really, really, really good, it's gotten like unimaginably better. Like the public schools are good, the downtown's good, the fancy people live here, the multimillionaires live here. More and more millionaires escaping California and New York have come to my city. And so as a result, the values of the properties just have shot up. And so as a result, my parents did this in like 2 or arguably 3 different cities where they bought a super reasonable house in a city that was up and coming. And so for an initial, obviously like money has changed in value. But for an initial investment of around $500,000, they probably have around $2 million in real estate. And they're like super diligent with their finances, always pay everything off, don't keep a high credit card balance. They're very individually fiscally conservative individuals. So as a result of the intelligence of real estate long-term investments combined with traditional 401k retirement investments, they're probably sitting on $3 or $4 million as professionals. Now, majority of that is not liquid, right? A majority of that is not liquid. It's tied up in houses, and they have a very modest lifestyle. They're not driving a Lamborghini or a Maserati. They didn't like liquidate any of their assets in order to. My dad didn't have a midlife crisis and divorce my mom and start dating like a 25-year-old girl while driving a Bugatti. That never happened, right? Instead, what they did is they just were normal, right? They just kept being normal. And so as a result, they allowed me to purchase this property, which was still a healthy chunk of cash, but probably for, I don't know, 30%, 40% less than market value at the time, which is the only reason why I'm in such a good neighborhood. If I was not able to purchase the property from my parents at a reduced rate, then I would live probably 45 minutes away in a different community. That community is still great, but it's not as good as the community that I live in. And so, anyways, all of that to say is I understand real estate. Real estate's actually fairly reasonable. Like there's the asset, which is the land and the building. You evaluate the value of the asset. You sign a loan in order to pay off the asset over 30 or 40 years. You work a job and you pay off the asset. And then eventually you have that asset as something that you can either maintain or liquidate. That makes sense. Me doing research into, well, Lockheed Martin has this new contract that they're going to build this new stealth fighter and Boeing is in competition, but Lockheed is the current people who are favored to win. And Raytheon has invested in Texas Instruments in order to build new microchips. That's too complex for me. That's way too complex for me. I don't give a shit. I'm not going to go out of my way. I'm already a busy guy. I'm not going to go out of my way to research what individual corporations are doing. I don't give a fuck. And so as a result, I will probably be substantively poorer as a result of not caring about stocks. But these guys are just correct. They're just fundamentally correct that most people intuitively understand real estate. Excuse me. John Azil says, I actually like him better in Twisted Metal than in MCU. Oh, good. That actor, Anthony Mackie? Yeah, I agree. Chart says, yeah, an autistic ass bank account. True. C-Dub says, is Grassroots spreading his Georgist ideas? I don't know, but this is based. Like, effectively, I do think I disagree with Steven viciously. Him saying like, oh, you shouldn't buy property because realistically, you should just invest in the stock market because that has infinitely more velocity than a real estate asset. And so as a result, everybody should just get, like, everybody should rent and everybody should invest in the stock market. It's like, no, it shouldn't. No, they shouldn't. FaZe Alec Baldwin says, Counterpoints Politics, first time catching you live. Thank you for your service, domestic and abroad. Respect the shit out of you for standing up against Trump. On top of it all, wish you and yours health. Thank you, FaZe. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Granddad's Lounge says, no one's right on everything. Destiny's biggest weaknesses is housing takes and Epstein takes and vices. I'm tired, boss. Me too, brother. Me too. Gronman says he is right. Most people don't get the economy, but they have an okay idea of housing. Yep. McDevin for $5. Thank you for the super chat, by the way. If you want to see how would be measured in a Mad Max scenario, just look at the Dark Ages in Ireland where wealth was tied to cattle. That's based. This is happening, but only possible because I had the skills and friends and family to do it. This is happening, bought property. West Coast Girl says we need the Just Be Normal property political party. Dude, West Coast Girl. I'm going to do, sorry, the Tom Bilyeu chat is inspiring a series of ideas that we should be Destiny dick watching right now. We really should. I could probably double my viewership right now by Destiny dick watching. I realistically should be watching H3 talk shit about Destiny. I guarantee you I would double my viewership instantaneously. However, I do want to talk about some complex topics some of the time. So I want to show you something real quick. Let's do the circle. I've talked about this before, but I'm going to talk about it again because I think it's smart. Let's get the eraser and boom. So boom, 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 boom. Stop there. I think that's about right. Let's get the vertical lines. So this is the political map, in my estimation. Let's do 20%. That's too big. So maybe 20% of the left is socialist or and even smaller group is like actually Marxist, then I would say a substantive amount are more progressive. And then let's just put the split down the middle. And then those are liberals. Then let's say that there's never Trumpers and neocons and all them. Then let's do the contrarian right. Then let's do MAGA, because MAGA is actually unironically a massive chunk. And then that's the dissident right. This is kind of like our political... shit, I don't know why that happened. This is like our political dynamic right now. And I'll label it momentarily. This is who I want to target for a coalition. Okay? I actually like this symbol so far. So let's do some text. So let's call this the far left. Let's move them here. Let's move them here. Let's move them here. Then let's do a new one. What would I call this? Sock Dems, I guess. Sock Dems. Progressives. Liberals. Never Trump. Neocons. Then let's do contrarian right. Let's do MAGA. Let's do far right. Or dis right. I think dissident right is actually more accurate. So anyways, the point is that right here you're saying let's create the Just Be Normal party, coalition, Republicans. Well, you guys would probably want Democrats first, right? Coalition, Republicans, or Democrats and Republicans, aka the Just Be Normal party, the Grill Hottists. This is what I would want to do. This is actually my political project. I'm not saying that I'm going to be successful, not with 100 viewers, but this is my political project. I do genuinely want to appeal to sane progressives. I genuinely want to appeal to sane liberals. I genuinely am a neoconservative or a never Trump Republican. I do think there are parts of the contrarian right that we could break our way. I do think there's part of MAGA, especially after Trump fucks up so bad, that we could break away from MAGA. Then the dissident right, the far left, the Sock Dems, the progressives, all these guys are lost. But all these guys are dominating our political conversations because they're so extreme, it's hard not to talk about them. So this is kind of where, like, how do we get this? Because right now, the best way that I can think of getting this is talking about real politics half of the time and then Destiny dick watching half of the time in order to get a streaming audience that subsidizes me to advocate and appeal to this group. And then eventually we gain enough political clout and relevance that we can compete with far left pundits and dissident right-wing pundits and all that kind of shit. That's all I got. If you guys have a better plan, like if we could convince Tom Bilyeu to be a part of our thing where we're like, hey, bro, we think like the pro-capitalism but technocratically critical of capitalism is based. Let's be friends. Give me a few $1 million so I can create a small media empire. I would love that. However, I don't know Tom Bilyeu, right? Anyways, or if we could get Bill Kristol to stop wanting to commit suicide. Anyways, let me check in with chat before we get back into it, because this, while maybe obvious, this is my political project. This is the Grill Hottest project. So, chat, I just woke up and I need to be at work in 40 minutes. Also, fuck Lockheed, says Cacode. Sorry, brother. West Coast Girl says, coming to a local election near you, the grass touching party. Unironically, that's it. Us. We should probably call ourselves like the grass touchers, or we should call ourselves coalition Republicans, coalition Democrats. But if somebody was like, oh, what are you about? It's like, we're talking about online people. We should be like, we touch grass. We actually care about the world and we want it to work. We don't want it to burn down. Then if people are like, well, who are you really? Then we'll be like, we're grill hottists. We're zealots about people being able to grill. McDevin for $5 says, also in the British Isles, generally valuable items were limited to what one could carry due to instability. Think jewels, books, belts, and swords. Interesting. Grassroots says, hey, Leighton Gay as Ved has been illegitimately banned yet today? No, not yet. But if you want to have sticky fingers, go ahead. Granddad's Lounge says, my parents' house was bought for $500K in 2001. It's now worth $1.5 million. Yeah, exactly. So we need to figure out how to make sure that housing is accessible to the middle class and working class. Chart says most people should just stick to the index funds. Sure. Grand says, my mom was a part-time teacher. My dad worked in an office. Shit's fucked. True. Scrolling. Whoever said that Destiny Take is based. Gotcha. Property value goes up because labor creates value in communities and in the monetary system. What happens when AI takes over more and more labor jobs? Well, then we're going to have to start talking about UBI and all that kind of bullshit. One thing I think Steven is right on is that people overconsume housing. Maybe, but we need to talk about it. It is a perverse thing to say gleefully that, look, housing is getting way more expensive. Absolutely. Gen X says, lol, Destiny dick watching is great. Not everybody likes Destiny dick watching. Granddad's Lounge says, we need you. You are his strongest soldier / only remaining orbiter. Yeah, but we might hang out on Labor Day. I asked him if the drama is too hot to hang out. I haven't gotten a response yet. Christian Blair says, don't become a Destiny waiting room. You mocking Mike would become hypocritical. Yeah, but we gotta balance it, right? Grassroots says there's no other market where you would treat a 450% increase in cost in 6 years as being a good thing. Absolutely. All right. Anyways, back to it.
You brought up some interesting points, and I think I broadly agree, at least with the outlines. I would say that as far as like banking insurance goes, I obviously don't have a problem with that. But what I do have a problem with...
You're talking about FDIC?
Yeah, I'm talking about FDIC. So what I have a problem with is actually how consistently this government rewards.
Paul says, fingers crossed Tom doesn't start sexing underage Twitter. Nice.
Failure.
Yep.
Or as a matter of fact, it's not even a rewarding of a failure system. It's more so that the expectation is that, yeah, these guys, like you said, are going to be playing with your money, right? Your taxes, your money. They know it. They demand it. And if they don't get it, they get mad, right?
All right. Tony Conan's with a white pill super chat today. Thanks for all the work you have put into this channel. It has really helped me flush out some of my own worldviews and even inspired me to get into the gym. We need more people like you leading the way into the future. Tony, thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being willing to back it with your money. I honestly, genuinely appreciate it. I want to shout out and thank people so far today. Working Bob became a member. He's also a member on Valor Media Network, so that's very kind of him to have dual memberships on 2 channels. Gen X gave us $10 saying that she's trying to beat Grassroots. Just Carpet 563 gave a membership. Thank you. McDevin has given $10 so far today. Tony Koenig gave us $20 and also said that he started lifting as a result of us trying to be white pill, which is so based. Corbin has just given us $2, says, when the fuck did you start doing TikTok debates? I'm starting today, brother. No time like the present.
Expected. I think we see it consistently, like with bailouts or things that happen with like during COVID, for example, where companies get bailed out. It's understandable, especially if they're like profoundly important to the logistics, the supply chain, like the commercial airliners, right? But then you have this structure where, and I thought this is what you meant when you said I have an issue with banking, because I do as well. We have a structure where like everything is turned into a bank, where the once incredibly important institutions that developed like the best new technology, like Boeing, for example, right, are now just a bank. And what I mean by that is
bullshit.
They are way more predisposed with crunching numbers and ensuring that there is some corner cutting, but like ensuring that the shareholder value is going up at all costs. And I think that actually yields worse and worse products year over year. You start seeing these issues with Boeing products in general, where doors are flying off or whatever. That's because they have outsourced big parts of their manufacturing to low cost alternatives. And in the process, they're actually taking away some of the most important parts of the airline industry, which is to ensure that there's always redundancies, like numerous points of failure. The big problem here is
I can just say that I disagree with Hasan. He's a little bit smarter than I give him credit for, only because he was talking about like redundant points of failure within the airline industry, which is actually just like a true facet of it. I think that Hasan would truly benefit from actually working in the world, because he's a himbo nepo baby who worked in a media company, who started a streaming career that ended up being successful, where he does word salad about anti-American history, and then he does word salad about the economy, and that's enough to sustain a massive streaming career. So, God bless him in that regard, I suppose. However, I think that if he actually worked at these companies or broadened his historical landscape, he would actually substantively benefit. What I mean by that is that, what is it? NASA, it always occurred to me that we had the best design built by the lowest bidder. This whole John Glenn says, it's very sobering feeling up to be in space and realize that one safety factor was determined by the lowest bidder on a government contract. So John Glenn, astronaut, when was he up in space? John Glenn, 1962. This guy was bitching about how America develops incredible technology, but cheapskates at the last second in 1962. In my opinion, nothing has changed. The profit incentive was as true in 62 as it was in 2025. And not just that, it was as true during World War II. It was as true during Korea. It was as true during Vietnam. So anyways, this whole point of like Boeing cheaps out, which is like they should be more moral. It's like, okay, we've been doing that for the past 100 years and we've been totally kicking the world's economy in the dick the entire time. So yeah. Anyways, Rick Rodham, I wanted to acknowledge this. Investing in the stock market should start and stop with investing in an S&P 500 index fund. I agree, but I'm going to spend my money on guns instead.
That Boeing has went from being a company that develops things, makes planes, or even space shuttles and satellites and whatnot, to a company that is just a bank. It's become a bank that can point to some of the stuff that they make to, I guess, have some kind of assets, have some kind of leverage, but ultimately they're just playing with money.
Kakode says, be honest, 84. Well, I hope we break 100. Let's put it that way.
It's interesting. So you're pointing out a flaw that I would say is actually more of a cultural flaw. And I think that calling them a bank is probably going to diffuse the animosity that should be aimed at actual banks. But to address the point directly, and then I'll get back to what I see as the mechanistic side. So if you see a flaw in my thinking, we can parse through that. But the cultural change that's happened is we have taken this idea of a fiduciary responsibility to like some absurd extreme where we're no longer being sensible about, okay, what are the impacts, for instance, of the safety of a plane? We know that some of these industries, they are so hard to get into. There's such a barrier to entry that starting up your own plane company is basically not going to happen. And so there's going to be a very limited number of people. And so there's the level of innovation has declined. And so when you look at innovation in aerospace, it was like, 66 years between the Wright brothers realizing that we could fly and then landing on the moon. And now, until Elon Musk comes along, there's basically no innovation whatsoever. It's pretty wild. So that's one problem. So if culturally we could get people behind the idea of we want there to be more competition there, what do we have to do to facilitate that? That within the company that you know that there's just certain things that you don't do and you predicate your company on safety.
Red Rose, thank you for the mixed compliment and criticism. Let's cut the shit. You wouldn't double viewership. You would quadruple it if you covered Asmongold and relentlessly hammered how careless he is about the news he covers. Red Rose, one of the interesting things about Asmongold is we tried to do a clip where we watched him watch I should probably become a hate streamer. You know what I'm saying? Like, I should pick Hasan and Asmongold segments, and I should just endlessly rip apart Asmongold and Hasan segments. I think that would actually be like a long-term formula for success. We might actually suffer in the short term because that would get very boring very fast, but I think the VODs would do quite well. But we watch an Asmongold segment, and the people on screen were saying something, and then Asmongold would be like, God, these people are so fucking stupid. And then he would say what the people said on screen. And if you go and you check all the comments are like, based, Asmongold is king. This is amazing. Great commentary, blah, 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 blah. But they actually don't even have the intellectual capacity to recognize what's being said. So dude, like, I'm not saying that we can't. Like, we should probably balance between what's algorithmically effective and what's good for your soul. But at the same time, like, I watched that Asmongold segment and it actually did psychic damage to me. It actually hurt me.
Or innovation or whatever, but you certainly don't predicate it, to your point, of just like optimizing every single penny. But going back to the banks, I think this is such a catastrophic problem. And the beef that I have with people that are turning towards socialism, and the reason that I think that that is going to be absolutely disastrous for assuming that we want to get to the same place, is that mechanistically, it doesn't yield the economic outcomes that people want, where people actually can thrive. They can buy a home. They can, if they can outperform, if they can build something that the world wants, that they can change their station, that we have economic mobility. And
Brew, entrepreneurialism. Granddad's Lounge became a member. Thank you, King.
That comes down to the way that the banking system and money printing is structured such that the banks can't lose. They can make every ridiculous loan they want to. There's no discipline forced upon them. And so it ends up creating a situation where you make...
Kay says, thanks for building this community, Connor and chat. Thank you for being a member for 3 months, Kay. I do appreciate you.
A home impossible to purchase, really through two things. One, the banking that we've talked about so far, and then globalization, by making it impossible for laborers to actually have a voice.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't disagree with you. I just expand further on it and describe the system that we're existing under as like, or banking is a profoundly important aspect of this. Again, Marx did write extensively about the financialization of the economy, or the global financial market structure, and what and how different that was.
And did he call out a certain ethno-religious group?
As opposed to a new way to approach the inequities within the system, a different way to approach the built-in inequalities within the system. Because these are like, at the end of the day, it's like a this is not my term for it, but it's like a faceless, lifeless bourgeois class that never actually ends up going to the factory floor, right? Like they have no they have no say. They have all the say in how the product gets made, or corner cutting and things of that nature, but like they have no understanding of the way that these things are being produced, right?
I would levy an identical criticism to Hasan Piker. I don't think he has any fucking idea what Lockheed Martin engineers do all day. I don't think he has any idea what like Walmart stock boys do. I don't think he has any idea what cashiers do or what anybody does. And like, of course, like he can see these people in public. He can see a barista and be like, okay, you know, like I understand that this person wakes up and they make me my coffee and all that kind of bullshit. But there are competencies for all of these jobs where you have to take inputs and make them into outputs. And I have to say, there's a certain amount, like, dude, relatively speaking, I've been working class my entire life. Like, my parents are middle class. They're like a part of like the technical class, but most of my jobs, I've made less than 60 grand almost my entire adult life, up until maybe the past 5 years. And so with these jobs, you take inputs, you create an output, but there is like almost a sense of honor within competency, because within these businesses, a third of the people are competent, a third of the people are average, and a third of the people are like the biggest pieces of shit you've ever met in your entire life. And so, and I found that to be true in the public sector, in the private sector, everywhere, right? But what I think is interesting is when you are somebody who prides yourself in your work, when you are somebody who values creating, like, you know, taking complex inputs and making good outputs, there is something like valuable and honorable and beautiful there. And so Hasan Piker, like opening this conversation where it's like, all workers just want to do the bare minimum amount of work in order to make the maximum amount of pay. That kind of tells me that, like, if you were a wagey, if you were a stock boy, if you worked at any corporation, you would be a part of the piece of shit class. You would be in the bottom 33% of performers at any corporation because you have that mentality when it comes to work. Granddad's Lounge says, oh, and by the way, this is another thing that annoys the fuck out of me about bed blob socialists. Isn't the whole like catchphrase, workers of the world unite? Aren't you supposed to be a worker? And ideally, if you're a worker, aren't you supposed to be a good worker? Someone who is competent? It drives me fucking crazy that the large swaths of this movement are either bed blobs or people who excuse bed blob behavior. Granddad's Lounge says, very important question. What faction do you play? And if Marines, which chapter, etc.? So like all GW fanboys, I started with Space Marines, which is regrettable. I should have started with the Astra Militarum. But I did Death Watch. I got 3,000 points of Death Watch behind me. Realistically, when it comes to favorite chapters, it's, of course, Blood Angels, followed by Ultramarines, followed by, not even followed by, if Loyalist Luna Wolves existed, I would be a Loyalist Luna Wolf player. I love the lore of the Loyalist Luna Wolves before they fall. And then I play Death Watch so I can play all the factions, all the Space Marine factions, because I think all the Space Marine factions are cool. Iron Warriors are the coolest Chaos faction, in my opinion. Alpha Legion is the second coolest Chaos faction. And then I would say, in general, I think the Astra Militarum is the coolest faction in general. Christian Blair says, fingers crossed Connor does argue with anybody from the Unfuck America tour. Well, dude, we're going to have to figure out just how to turn on TikTok first. You guys have a really high bar for what we're going to be able to achieve on TikTok today. You know, I just need to learn how to log in and see if I can even start a live. We need to start there.
They can just own things, and they make money through owning things. So I think that's like the fundamental problem that he identifies.
You're saying that when you're the owning class and you are disconnected from the hands-on building, that breaks something in the certainly your relationship to the labor. I'm putting words in your mouth now, so please definitely tell me if I'm reading this wrong, but it would break your understanding of them as like humans that deserve dignity, and so making sure that they're paid well and they're treated well. But it also makes you optimize the actual product in a way that's nonsensical.
Thank you, Granddads. I appreciate it.
Yeah, because optimization. I was listening to how Toyota was able to like restructure at a time when they were on the verge of bankruptcies post World War II. They have this like industrial base. They're using it for car manufacturing. And at a certain point, like I think there was these two guys. One's last name is Toyota. I forget the other one's last name. But they like come to America. They look at the Ford assembly line and they're like shocked by how well it works. But then they go to this like grocery store, I guess, and then they find out that in that process, there's like there is
who. Sorry, this might actually be really important.
They're using it for car manufacturing. And at a certain point, like, I think there was these two guys. One's last name is Toyota. I forget the other one's last name. But they, like, come to America. They look at the Ford assembly line, and they're, like, shocked by how well it works. But then they go to this, like, grocery store, I guess. And then they find out that in that process, there's, like, there is so much input that you could rely on from every point of the assembly process. So in the Toyota factories, they decide to put this like yellow line where any person, any human being on the assembly line can actually stop the process at any point, because human beings are much easier, especially doing this route task where they're like constantly doing the same thing over and over again. They're much more tuned into minor changes or minor issues, so that they don't have to rely on like the assembly line continuing no matter what, with like a failed build out that they figure out later down the line, and then they have to suffer financial consequences and do like a recall. You don't have to do recall or whatever. And I think that kind of impact or that kind of feedback is profoundly important, because the person that is their hands on the product is always going to be more knowledgeable than the person that's making decisions by simply crunching numbers or simply.
Okay, this is true. And this is a good point, is that you should push leadership to the lowest levels of the organization. But I'm going to go ahead and tell you, that's not a problem inherent to capitalism. As an example, I worked for good institutions and bad institutions. And the good institutions, like the Marine Corps, as crazy of an institution as that is, and has as many toxic, fucked up, weird things it has, one of the things that it teaches is specifically pushing responsibility and leadership to the lowest level possible. And when I've worked with other really successful organizations like Nordstrom, which is a fashion brand, like the police department that I worked, they had similar philosophies. And there were people who were trying to Monday morning quarterback and trying to do second guessing and trying to put in like input feedback and all that kind of stuff from the upper echelons of management. And whenever I was working with the best people, the best managers and the best employees, they effectively told upper management, like, hey, we can do this idea. This is a good idea. This is a good idea. This is a horrible idea. This is how it's not going to work. And fuck you, we're not doing this part. And so as a result, this isn't like inherent to capitalism. This would be normal within socialist society as well. And if anything, if you look at like Maoist China or the Soviet Union, you couldn't give this kind of feedback, because if you gave this kind of feedback, you were likely to be labeled an opponent to the communist project and then executed or incarcerated. So yeah, fuck that. Weld QC John says, Grill Shell Law Connor in chat, we need the Just Be Normal party, and men have to have guiding principles of leadership values stemming from loyalty, duty, respect, selflessness, honor, integrity, and protectionism. I like it. I like it. Unironically, let's write this down real quick. I like it. I like the Nicomachean ethics, but I can never remember them. So having an acronym would be great. So leadership without the vowels is loyalty, duty, respect, selflessness, honor, integrity. I'm going to put protectiveness, just because I think protectionism and like communicates some kind of economic shit.
Looking at how to maximize the efficiency.
We'll be back to the show in a second, but first let's talk about a big mistake I see aspiring entrepreneurs make all the time.
No. Okay, maybe.
Most people never get their business off the ground because they get overwhelmed by the legal maze.
Okay. Nope. Commercial. Don't need that. Appreciate you, Tom Bilyeu.
In the abstract, but I know, I'm presuming that people that lean socialist hate Elon Musk, and Elon Musk sleeps on the floor of his facilities, understands the engineering of the facilities probably better than anybody on the floor because he's done it at all of his different companies. If I had to make a bet on who would be the best person to build any manufacturing facility, it would, and I mean in the world, I would bank on Elon Musk, just given the number of industries that he's done this across. Now, it's possible that he's just spinning PR, but Samsung has invited him to come and walk the floor because they're going to be making chips for Tesla, and they want him to help improve their output. So but I know that that doesn't solve a lot of the problems that people are rightly angry about in terms of the wealth inequality. I teach entrepreneurship, and I will often tell entrepreneurs, one of the biggest problems you're up against is emotions are going to make dots feel like they connect that don't actually connect. And as soon as you try to turn that into policy, prescriptive, like go do this, it won't work because it's not actually rooted at the level of physics. And so when you look at like what's breaking down with wealth inequality, that to me, again, we're just right back at money printing. So once people understand there's,
which again, I don't know if I agree that this is the mechanistic issue. That's the problem. I think it's the distribution. And we should talk about this. Maybe we could talk about it with Tom Bilyeu. I don't know. Cacode says, counterpoints. Didn't you say you were having a debate yesterday? What happened? It was on Prime Kai. He used StreamYard, and I wasn't able to do this. I'm actually going to use this. So, yeah, we're hitting about 90 minutes right now, and I started the content pretty early. I do want to give them like one or two more good ideas, but I also want to, I think I want to change up soon and try to do the debates soon. But I want to draw this real quick. So let's say, paint. Let's go back into paint. So let's say that we have buckets, okay? But buckets of wealth, and we also have like water, I guess. And so what happens is the managerial class, whoever you want to call them, let's call it the bourgeois. The bourgeois, then you have the administrators, which are operating in a smaller bucket, I guess, as far as like the money that they actually get. And then we got the smallest bucket, which is like the wage worker. And I'm talking about at an individual level. Okay. I'm not talking about at a systematic level, because at a systematic level, at a systematic level, there are way more small buckets than there are big buckets. Right. And so we're talking about this mechanistically. That's the term that this guy keeps using over and over again, is that we're supposed to have holes in these buckets. This is literally trickle down economics. And then let's put this here. Boom. And let's make it a faucet. That could be cool. Let's make this literally a faucet. Because this is unironically how it works. So sorry if I'm focusing on my drawing too much, but actually, I think this is actually an okay idea. This is not the dumbest thing I have drawn. I can already feel it. I can already feel that this is not the dumbest thing I have drawn. Although that's the dumbest thing I've drawn. Why can't I bend it? Yeah, there we go. Okay. So just one more bucket, and then I think we'll be okay. Stop. Okay. Anyways, whatever. I'm just going to draw it right now, okay? So the whole point of my drawing right here is the fact that the way the economy is supposed to work is that we're supposed to have water, and the water is obviously representing money. And so we get this from tax dollars that is taxing everybody. But realistically, it goes into research and development. It goes into corporations. It goes into the military industrial complex. It goes into the secure environment in which we trade. It does all of this stuff, and it hits the bourgeois first, right? Hits the richest people first. And the reason why is because since they're running the largest institutions in America, they get the most access to money, right? Whether through the banks or the government or subsidies or whatever, they get the most amount of money. Then they kind of drip down some of that water on an individual level into the managerial class. And so these are technocrats who are responsible for the system running. And realistically, if you want to be wealthy in America and you're not a business owner, this is the class that you should be a part of. You should be a part of the technocratic class. My parents are both accountants. They do well. My older brother's an engineer. He does well. My little brother is an accountant. He does well. Grassroots hegemon is a mechanical or electrical engineer or something like that. He does well. And so the technocratic class, actually, they're okay, right? They're doing well. But then you have the working class who is getting this tiny amount of money that's trickling down from the bourgeois and the technocratic class in order to make the system operate. And then what happens is the velocity of money or the direction of money is such that it goes back into the system through taxation and productivity that then allows the machine to be fed. Well, what a lot of people are noticing is that a fuckload of water is getting distributed into the upper echelons of society to the point that if you are a bourgeois successful capital owner, you can have a dream life, a life that is so insane that it's almost beyond imagining. Like the wealth of people up here is like mind-blowing what they're able to have. They're able to have full, and then I want the full to be blue. They're able to have private jets. They're able to have orgies, multiple wives, dozens of kids. They can realistically do whatever the fuck they want, right? And then same thing with the technocratic class. They can have jet skis and all that kind of bullshit. They can go on beautiful summer vacations. They can travel to Europe, et cetera, et cetera. If you're a part of the working class, though, effectively all you can do is survive. That's really all you're doing. You're working so you can pay your bills. So on an individualistic level, yeah, like you should aspire to be part of the technocratic class, or you should aspire to be a part of the bourgeois class. But on a systemic level, what I would argue is that we need, let me make it a little bit more robust. What we need is a siphon. Let me change it to no fill, and let me change it to black with no fill. What we need is a siphon that takes a chunk of the water and brings it down to partially to the technocratic class, but also to the working class. That way, the working class isn't subject to the tyranny of constant impoverishment and boop, 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 boop. 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 Sorry if I hope this makes some degree of sense. And this is the government's job, in my opinion, by the way. You don't have to make the economy fair. The economy doesn't need to be fair. The economy just needs to be able to enable the working class, able to enable, that's a crazy word, able to enable the working class to be able to become the technocratic class and the working class to be able to become the entrepreneurial class, but also making sure that the working class doesn't become so destitute through our financial system that they ultimately want to break the entire system. I hope this was observant enough. I hope that you agree with my water faucet economic drawing. Anyways, Cacode says, didn't you say you were having a debate yesterday? What happened? Yes, I went on the Prime Kai Reverie Roundtable. If you want to take a look at it, then type in Prime, P-R-I-M-E-C-A-Y-E-S into YouTube. You'll find it. I wasn't able to do it because of StreamYard. Granddad says, ooh, that's a tasty death watch. And Sweet gives me a little art project idea based. C-Dub says, as a devil's advocate for bed bugs, I'd say quietly quitting is happening due to dissolution for advancement or stability in their jobs, especially as companies pull crap. I agree, which is why I think that, in my opinion, it is the duty of the government to have this like taxation siphon that makes the technocratic class and the working class feel like they're getting a fair shake. Because if you leave it solely up to the bourgeois class, they're not going to do dick because they're incentivized on an almost basic human selfish level to hoard as much wealth as possible. So you don't want to rely on the private charity of the bourgeois, which is the ownership class, by the way, in order to do this, because they just won't. They'll come up with excuses. They'll come up for social Darwinian reasons why they shouldn't have to. They'll try to make this hole that bleeds into the administrative class and technocratic class that bleeds into the working class. They'll try to make this hole as small as possible because they're ultimately selfish individuals. But I mean, we're all selfish individuals, right? So we just need to understand that selfishness is a part of human nature, and we need to try to count against it as maximally as possible. Anyways, back to Tom Bilyeu.
There's a difference between income and wealth inequality. Wealth are assets. It's potential income, but it's not real income. And so...
Oh, sorry, real quick. This is actually super important. Tom is saying that there's too much water. He's saying there's too much water, and so the water is getting trapped in the upper class. That's what he said. And by the way, he's not the only person that says that. There's actually there's a guy that I work with, String Puller. He agrees as well that there's too much water getting trapped in the upper class. But I don't think that's the problem at all. I don't give a fuck how much water the upper class has. I just need to know that the water is also, a substantive amount of the water is also making its way down into the administrative and technocratic class and into the working class.
So right now, the top 10% Americans own 95% of the assets. I mean, it's just absolutely staggering. So you've got people, they understand the game of assets. There's
Hold on, but this is kind of bullshit too. If I work at a factory and that factory is worth $1 billion and I only generate $100,000 worth of revenue, I'm clearly not going to have $1 billion asset compared to the bourgeois owner. That's not a liquid asset. But I do want to listen to him, so I'm not straw manning him.
scooping them all up, and then you've got basically everybody else that the only asset they understand intuitively is a home, and from money printing, we've made that impossible. But the value of a company.
So he's saying that inflation is devaluating the assets that allow people in order to compete in the economy. Okay, I understand that part.
Company, which are the assets, the stocks, they go up with two things: innovation, so people care about it in the marketplace. So Tesla's doing something different and better, and so people are like, I expect that to be worth more in the future. That's the bet they're placing.
No, I know. I think.
And then
like,
hold on really fast.
Yeah.
And then the second thing is money printing, because money printing creates the illusion, as you devalue the dollar, it creates the illusion that the stock is going up in price.
I would agree that innovation is supposed to be like the primary way that your stock is valued and your stock goes up, like the valuation of your stock goes up. But I feel like that's not. I don't think that is necessarily the case any longer. I feel like the market is so reliant on constant being.
Yeah, bro. Sacred Snow says the billionaires discovered Flex Seal and then it was all over. So true.
In a constant state of bullishness that even when you see
drives that, because I agree, but I think we're going to agree
it's
for
just
different reasons.
I think it's partially because money is fake, and we've just decided like, oh, it doesn't matter if Donald Trump decides to slap 150% tariffs on like all incoming goods. You'll have a week of instability, and then ultimately he'll turn around and say, actually, the tariffs are gone, and then the market will rally again, and will inevitably recover back to the point.
Indrigas says wealth redistribution. Yeah, unironically, taxation and wealth redistribution. Because you have to understand too that like the things that are measurable. I'm sorry if I'm going on my own economic rant, but I hope you guys trust me because you know we do have a smaller audience today, but I do think the smaller audience is actually, you know, I don't know, my audience, not just, you know, Destiny Dick watchers, right? So you're saying wealth redistribution, which is used as a slur in right wing, in fiscal conservative right wing things. But there are things that actually help the working class become the technocratic class or become the bourgeois, right? So there's things like, what would I do for wealth redistribution? Like, what are the programs that I would do to make sure that we had a vibrant economy? Well, number one, the main thing is I would make sure that we have high quality education. So, and actually, let's start even simpler than that. Like quality nutrition for infants. Right? Like the WIC programs, quality nutrition for infants, because that is what starts a good, productive American. Okay. Then I would do early childhood education, because that starts the socialization and education process that makes a productive American. Childhood education. Then I would do high quality education. I don't care if it's a mix of public and private. I don't give a shit, but I would make sure that our public-private education is available. Basically, GI Bill for the masses. So you can get a tech cert. You can get a tech cert. You can get a college degree. You can get welding. You can get whatever that gives you higher earning potential. Then I would say business loans, low interest business loans for entrepreneurs with a portion cut out for high risk, high reward reward business plans. And so this is the way that I would redistribute the economy. I wouldn't just be paying for, I don't know, fucking, I'm really trying not to be racist, but only racist shit is popping up in my brain. I'm really not trying to pay for soda for poor people. I'm really not trying to pay for I don't know, fucking knockoff. Like I'm not trying to pay for people at the bottom rung of society to have Gucci shit. I don't give a fuck about that. Like you should have a cell phone on Metro PCS. It should be a flip phone, and you should be able to text using T9 texting, and you should be able to call. I don't give a shit if you have a fucking smart device. It should not be the federal government's job to buy you a fucking smartphone, right? Like that was Obama's thing. He was like, let's get poor people cell phones. That way they can get jobs better. I don't give a fuck about that. However, all of this shit is what makes intelligent, productive human beings. So this is the redistributive mechanism that I would do. So yes, eDreamcast, unironically, redistributive economic shit. Genuinely asking, Chuck E. Cheese says, my understanding is over the middle class has shrunk but moved into the upper class, and the lower class has maintained a similar amount over decades. I agree. But that makes people increasingly desperate because they're stuck. They're more stuck in the working class. Conservative liberalism says, I was told that the working class deserves to be in constant fear of impoverishment due to their skill issue. If everyone just got good, everyone would be rich and happy. Bootstraps, chat, bootstraps. Yeah. But I want the government to give you bootstraps. How much are you selling this piece of art for? So true. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. AK Batasui says, we don't need a redistribution. We just need poorer people to be able to afford cheaper things that meet a certain quality and have the ability to grow wealth by saving and investing. AK Batasui, I think that's very silly. I think that the rich, people were joking about it in chat, but I think it's true. The rich have figured out Flex Seal. Okay. They figured out that within the trickle down, economic model, the rich people have figured out how to turn this into a drip. They've been able to minimize what they've been giving the technocratic class, and they've been able to turn it into a drip where they're not really giving that much, right? And so the technocratic class and the working class absolutely need income redistribution so working class can become the middle class and the technocratic class, and the technocratic class and the working class can become bourgeois. I 100% disagree. And I don't know what's motivating you besides some like moral allegiance to the concept of laissez-faire capitalism. So you tell me, is there a technocratic reason why you think wealth redistribution shouldn't be on the table? Can you tell me what that technocratic reason is, not some like vague appeal to laissez-faire markets? Please tell me. And I'm not trying to be a smartass, by the way. I'm genuinely asking.
He will turn around and say tariffs again. And after the 10th time he's done this, after months and months and months, you start noticing that these companies are like, okay, maybe it's not that significant. Maybe it's not that impactful. Maybe we can actually eat some of these costs. And that's the reason why you haven't seen the hyperinflation that was slated to come if companies were supposed to respond in the way that the market is normally supposed to respond to immediate tariffs like this, like broad universal tariffs like this. So and as far as like innovation goes, as far as Elon goes, I'm not a fan of Elon. He's not a fan of mine. He's cursed me out on his platform in the past. But I will say, you brought up innovation in the first 66 years, going from the Wright brothers all the way to landing on the moon, right?
eDreamcast says, what differentiates this from socialism? I'm not decommodifying basic human needs, and workers aren't owning the means of production. You're just making the working class and the middle class better capitalists. And
you said before Elon, we had no innovation in the space traveling sector, and there's some truth to that. But I think that is an inefficiency of the government, because the first 66 years, big leap.
People feel attacked for me saying Destiny Dick Watchers. Okay, let me clarify something. Okay, Tico Suave and No Nope. The easy game to play, okay, this is the easy game to play, if I talk about Destiny's sexual indiscretions and the people who are currently attacking Destiny, I guarantee you I could have 150 to 200 people right now. Okay. And that's fine. Like I enjoy having high metrics. But the truth is, in my opinion, that the original audience, the original 50 people who started watching me, and the original, I don't know, 100 people that we increased the audience to, they are into these complex ideas. They are into playing with the ideas of economics, redistributivism, you know, geopolitical bullshit, history, violence, militarism, self-improvement, virtue, all that bullshit, right? And so as a result, that's my core audience. So I can keep pursuing endlessly my adjacent audience, which, no offense, are people who are interested in the sex life of Stephen Bennell II and whether or not it's going to destroy his life. Effectively, days of our lives, Twitch politics viewers. Or we can talk about complex shit. And the truth is that over the past 2 weeks, I think I overcompensated by being a Destiny dick watcher, especially because the drama was hot. And now I'm probably overcompensating in the opposite direction of insufficiently Destiny dick watching for good metrics. But I think that I'm trying to figure out the balance. I'm a relatively new streamer. I've only been doing this since April. So I need to find the balance between Destiny dick watching and talking about complex, highfalutin ideas.
Were made by the government, by publicly funded research, by NASA, and it was always in a state of disrespect.
Sorry, real quick. Grassroots hegemon, $20. That tax can be fine. Value added tax. LVT tax is awesome. I forget what LVT is. And you can reduce the cost of enforcing it because it's a tax levied at the same point of purchase for the VAT and scalable by country and locality and the same as LVT. Let's just check LVT real quick. Is that land value tax? What is LVT tax? Land value tax. So VAT value isn't VAT. What is a VAT tax? Value-added tax is a consumption tax collected at each stage of a production supply chain from production to final sale. While businesses collect and remit the tax, the cost is ultimately passed on to the final consumer. Unlike a sales tax, which is only collected at the final point of purchase, a VAT system distributes the tax collection across multiple businesses and transactions. My only problem with that is complexity. Because wouldn't the state need to evaluate each good and how it's manufactured? That's like the complexity of it would allow for like microtransactions to the point that you're not even so hold on. So if I could steel man what Grassroots is saying, let's go back to our pencil example. Let's say that you had the wood, which is worth 10 cents, and you bought the wood from another consumer, another producer. You could add a 1 cent tax to the government for that pencil. Then you get the graphite, which is worth 5 cents. You could add a 1 cent tax to that. And then boom, for every pencil produced, the government is getting 2 cents. And so when you scale that up, the company isn't really noticing the value because it's such a minute tax, even though percentages, it's very high. And then the end consumer is not really noticing it because it's only a percentage or two of like billions of microtransactions, which is very smart. However, my only fear with that is the complexity of the tax code. That's my fear with that. But I don't have a problem with it in principle. And I actually think that it might be one of the least invasive ways to collect taxes.
Repair because it turned into political football. The only reason why we even went to the moon was because we wanted to flex on the USSR, who had actually beaten us to space, right? And
Vastly Blank says, unironically, I feel like what you said should be called socialism because you said the word socialize in your explanation. Yeah, but that's where we get into the issues of the definition of socialism. So if you're talking about socialism as in trying to emancipate the working class from the oppressions of nature and capitalism, you could say that it's like vaguely socialist in spirit. However, what most people mean when they say socialist is they mean Marxist. And Marxist is the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production. And I think that shit's fucking cringe. Ensort for $5 says, "Oh, Connor, if only you knew how essential smartphones were to people already." I guess I'm just a boomer in this regard.
And therefore there was funding in the program. But as the Cold War took a turn and we decided that this was no longer as important, NASA funding was always on the docket to be cut, right? Instead of something that we focused on.
Sorry, real quick. AK Batasui says the answer isn't to take money and assets from the more wealthy. That's about the only issue I have with redistributed proposals. We can allow rich folks to be rich and others to be rich. Okay. I don't view taxation as theft. Okay. Sorry. Another drawing. Okay. Another drawing. Jesus Christ. I love you guys, but the drawings are getting out of control. We're doing so many drawings, but I hope you guys love the drawings. Water economics analogy. All right. So there is the federal budget. Okay. The federal budget. A third of it is healthcare and Medicaid. A third of it, well, actually, I think a third of it is welfare. I think a third of it is healthcare. All right, so hold on, let's do this. So this is the federal budget. I think it's around $6 trillion. This is Medicare and Medicaid, healthcare for old people, and for poor people. That's what this is. Then here is Social Security, old people and disabled people don't starve to death / die undignified. That's actually 2/3 of our budget is healthcare for poor people and old people and disabled people don't starve to death. The remaining of the third of the federal budget is military industrial complex is actually $1 trillion. So it's actually like, I should probably break this up. Let me break this up. So text, military / military industrial complex. Sorry, 1 second. And then this is everything else. Actually, I'm going to be specific. Quails doing cocaine. That's the famous example from Rand Paul, where there was like some fucking college experiment where we paid $200,000 as taxpayers in order to find out the effects of cocaine on quails. Okay. So this is the way the federal budget currently works. It's around $6 trillion, and we're running a $2 trillion deficit every single year. So $6 trillion budget, $2 trillion deficit. Okay. Now, here's the thing. In an ideal society, it actually used to be the financial burden during like the 50s and 60s. It was actually super normal for businesses to pay dignified wages where people were able to retire and they were able to take care of their disabled family members. And then also, it used to be common for the private market to pay for decent health insurance, right? But what's happened is, as we've gotten into this Darwinian economic model where business graduates have said, we need to squeeze every single penny out of every single aspect of our business. We need to have ruthless, if non-existent principles. All of this stuff has fallen under the purview of the federal government. But disproportionately, if you're a billionaire or a multi-millionaire, you benefit disproportionately from this dynamic. You're able to offset the medical expenses of the working poor and of the old people onto the public sector. You're able to offset the retirement funds that are supposed to be going to working people onto the federal government. The military industrial complex secures the international trade logistics that you are disproportionately able to profit from. And you might not be interested in paying for quails doing cocaine, but if that leads to a medical breakthrough that you're capable of capitalizing on because you have so much gosh darn money, then disproportionately the wealthy benefit from the federal budget, whereas the working class just works and then they die, right? So the whole argument about having a progressive tax structure is that a Walmart employee, if we go back to like our buckets, a Walmart employee, is with, and then let's do the bourgeois and the technocrats, the size of the economic buckets. The bourgeois are able to have jets, yachts, multiple families, orgies, endless drugs, high quality education, life extension, eating babies for adrenochrome. This is what's available to the ultra rich, okay, of our society. And I'm going to move this down to what's available at the upper end of the economics of America. Okay. Then I would say that the technocratic class are able to have one family, high quality education, trips to Europe, maybe a mistress. This is what the upper middle class and middle class can afford. Okay. The working class gets to survive. And so when you're saying to me, like, oh, there's no problem, just endlessly, like as a matter of fact, since we all technically benefit from this thing, progressive taxes shouldn't exist. The people who are down here, they see the middle class and the bourgeois and the super rich, and they're like, fuck you. If you make it impossible for me to survive, I'm going to fucking kill you. That's actually relatively what they want to say. So what I'm trying to argue to you, regardless of whatever economic strata you're in, is that if you piss these people off enough, give me 1 second. I almost got it. Can I invert it? Oh, why can't I invert it? That's okay. I'll use lines. If you piss these people off enough, they will fucking guillotine your ass. Okay? There's the rope. There's the rope. So what I'm saying is, it's in your best interest to make sure that these people can survive, and it's actually in your best interest to make sure they have a dignified standard of living. Okay? That's what I'm saying. And if that requires a progressive tax structure, I don't give a fuck. We good? We Gucci? All right, let's listen to one more complex idea, and then I think we're going to wrap the segment.
For the sake of advancing mankind. And my point always has been, we shouldn't rely on we shouldn't wait for private industry to make up for these issues. We should have, especially fields that require innovation and requires failure, requires big technological leaps, like, figuring out the internet, like inventing the internet or inventing space travel, things of that nature. Like, that should be still heavily funded by the government, heavily subsidized by the government, and even controlled by the government. I have no issue with this. A lot of people, especially in America,
I don't like inheritance taxes either, aka Badasui.
Worried when they hear me say this kind of stuff. Same with housing. You can do major public housing initiatives and just completely explode the housing market in its entirety. And by that I mean, explode the housing market as in, like, build free, or incredibly affordable, price-adjusted housing that the government owns. Many countries and many cities that have actually damn near eradicated the issue of homelessness have done so through public ownership over the land. This is a scary concept for a lot of Americans.
Where are you talking about?
Singapore is a great example as a country. China is another great example.
Singapore
obviously.
specifically privatized.
No, but Singapore still has like a government land lease program.
Yeah, but if you really research Lee Kuan Yew, I use this word playfully, not literally, but he was a gangster. Like he said, literally, I made sure the communists know I will fight you to the death. He went
God, I love, what is it, Lee Kuan Yew?
in and told unions, fucking knock it off, get to work.
I mean, but in terms of housing, in terms of like the way that
his whole thing was, I wanted private ownership. People had to know that they were in on the economy, because the only way to build an economy on capitalistic principles is to make sure that everybody's in on it.
Yeah.
Like Singapore.
Yup. That's why, sorry for pulling up my fucking thing. But this is why you want to make sure that the working class has a dignified lifestyle. Because if you make it difficult for them to survive, they will fucking kill you. And that's like where we keep seeing like these dissidents popping up, and we're like, why is the dissident right so relevant? Why is the far left so relevant? And the reason why is because people don't feel like they have a fair shake. When they're born, poor people cannot get decent, high quality nutrition for their infants. They do not have access to early childhood education. And so as a result, it's incumbent upon working class parents to educate their own kids. But if dad is working 60 hours a week and mom is working 40 hours a week, they don't have time to educate their kids. High quality public-private education. They feel like the private education is high quality. They feel like if you live in the right zip code, you have high quality public education. But if you live in the wrong zip code, then you have fucked up dog shit public education. GI Bill for the masses. In order to get a tech cert or a college degree or like a welding certificate or a bartending certificate or whatever, oftentimes you have to go into tens of thousands of dollars in debt, which often slows down your economic earning potential as a young person who wants to build a family. And then low interest business loans for entrepreneurs with a portion cut out for high risk, high reward business plans. When you go to start creating a business, oftentimes the reason why it took me 5 years, guys, it's taken 5 years for me to start my own digital media business. The reason why it took 5 years was because for 3 years, it was a side hustle where I was just figuring out the ropes. And then for 2 years, I had to grow that side hustle into something that actually brought in a substantive amount of cash. Now, that's the hustle, bro. Like trying to create something from scratch is difficult. So I don't resent my journey. I love my journey. But my journey was like very difficult. Whereas Nepo baby pieces of shit like Hasan Piker, who has a rich daddy who's able to pay for his apartment for 2 years while he gets his streaming career off the ground, he's able to be miles down the racetrack despite being a uninformed, ignorant, dumbass, 98 IQ piece of shit. He is miles down the racetrack because he's a fucking Nepo baby. Now, maybe he's also more handsome. Maybe his word salad is more attractive to more people than my word salad. So let's admit that there's a talent thing going on there. However, I still think that if I had a rich dad who was able to pay for my rent for 2 years, I could probably compete with Hasan Piker. You know what I'm saying? So, and by the way, I'm not saying that everybody's entitled to being a rich Nepo baby on Uncle Sam's dime. That's not what I'm saying. But what I am saying is, I'm a pretty smart guy who was able to figure out the industry over the course of 2 years and able to side hustle it into something over the past 3 years. Not everybody's capable of that, and more people would be capable of that if they had access to student loans, to welding certificates, to mechanic certificates, to higher education, to high quality education, and to high quality nutrition and early childhood education. It's just obvious to me. And it benefits everybody. It benefits everybody because the more welders, the more mechanics, the more college degree entrepreneurs that you have within the economy, the more water is available for everybody else. It seems obvious to me. I hope it's obvious to you.
is an incredible model for people that want a way out, but they often look at that and don't realize that this guy was like Captain Capitalism.
Yeah, I'm not saying this guy was oh no, I never said that any of these countries, well, I guess China, with the exception of China, are like even abiding by the principles of socialism or communism. That's not my advocacy at all. The other example I was going to use is Austria, which again was led by obviously Red Vienna was led by people who are from that background, Marxist, socialist, communist.
Christian Lara says, you've argued against the label of SOCDEM. What distinguishes that from what you're asking for? A progressive tax rate would require more than the things that you wanted to fund, correct? No, I think we could achieve everything that I want to achieve with the current tax structure. And then what separates me from a SOCDEM? I think a high degree of technocratic shit. And also, I think SOCDEMs instinctively, they see a problem, they want to throw money at it, right? Whereas I think that if you don't have a productive culture, if you don't have so for instance, let's say that we take this exact model. Okay. Let's say that we take this exact model, and I'm going to be a little racist, but let's say that I take this to Zambia or Zimbabwe. Right? What ends up happening is, without all of this educated or Haiti is the perfect example. In Haiti, there is a culture of non-productivity, and it's actually true in the Dominican Republic as well. So in Haiti, Google, let's do the Dominican Republic. Poor towns, poor areas. Because Dominican Republic arguably has the same problems of Haiti, maybe to a lesser degree, and also they're Hispanic, so it's slightly less racist. So I've been to towns like this, okay, where people live in metal shacks. And you know what these people do all day? Is they unironically sit in the metal shack, they talk to each other, they go to the local tree that grows mangoes, and they have 2 or 3 chickens and or goats in the backyard that they occasionally kill to eat. That is what these people do all day. They don't do anything productive. They don't work in a local call center. They don't work in the local agricultural fields. They don't work, really raising the chickens. They exclusively have domestic responsibilities. So they actually just clean up their house, eat locally grown fruit, eat locally grown meat, and survive. And so if you idealize that lifestyle, I actually strongly encourage you to move to one of these areas, because you can sit on your dick and eat local food, and that's about it. And that's your entire life, is sitting around on your dick, eating local food. Okay? But there's a correlated poverty. You don't have healthcare. You don't have a good cell phone service. You don't have electricity. Your housing has no code. So your housing, whenever there's a hurricane, it blows over and it fucking kills a member of your family, right? So it's a double-edged sword living like this, right? And so my encouragement that makes it different from a SOCDEM, in my opinion, especially with like Western American SOCDEMs, is they would say it would be racist to compel these people to work in order to participate in the economic model as I've described it. I don't think it's evil at all. I would say that if you want to sit on your dick and fucking chase chickens and fucking eat local fruit and shit, and you don't want to be productive for 40 to 60 hours a week, then you're not a part of the economic system. Right? That I would actually say, what is it? He who doesn't work doesn't eat. And I would make exceptions for disabled people. I would make exceptions for people with intellectual disabilities. I would make exceptions for like old people who cannot be physically or economically productive. But I would not make exceptions for able-bodied young people. If you want to live like this, live like this. That's fine. But that's not going to be the society that I'm a part of. And I don't care if that's like, if you're like, that's systemically racist. I don't give a shit.
Communist and whatever, but like Austria as a country is not a communist country, and it's not a socialist country, and yet Vienna has, I think, 65% public housing, and these are fantastic houses. Like, it's just owned by the government, and then they have these lease programs. Every country has a different way of doing it, but I think ultimately government intervention of that sort is not something that I disagree with. I don't really care. They don't have to be like communists or socialists or whatever. I want to fix the problem.
Bullshit. Like, no offense. If Hasan wanted to become a technocratic capitalist who wanted to alleviate the oppressions of nature and capitalism, which is the way that he broadly, vaguely define, not he doesn't, but I do, the way that you broadly or vaguely, then we can have a technocratic conversation. But then stop LARPing about the terrorism, stop minimizing terrorist attacks, stop doing apologia for rape and murder of civilians, stop talking about America as if it's an evil empire, and become a part of the American project instead of LARPing as a fucking revolutionary. If you want me to believe what you just said, Hasan Piker. SVH says the question too is the purchasing power of the currency. Going back to printing, inflation or fiat is a tax because it's the purchasing power of the currency. But SVH, the reason why I don't necessarily care about that is because I do understand that it disproportionately affects poor people, because when you minimize a poor person's dollars, you're hurting them more than you're hurting a rich person. But you're still affecting everybody. The reduced purchasing power is correlative with the rich person as it is with the poor person. So unless you have the redistributive mechanism, I don't think that the devaluation of the currency necessarily changes the dynamic. Dreamcast says, I think you're more handsome than Hasan, no homo. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. I do. I'm not the prettiest man on the planet, but I do like my mom thinks I'm handsome. My wife thinks I'm handsome. Polarized says, not exactly like where are all these communists in America? Your average citizen who would obviously agree with you over Hasan is busy working. True.
And I think one of the best ways to do that, or at least one of the most efficient ways that people have done that, is through this kind of intervention or direct control to a certain degree.
This kind of intervention is government owned?
Government-owned intervention, like the land ownership concept goes back to the hands of the government, and you can get like in China.
Bed Sunil says, one of my buddies is going into med school. Trump just capped the loan amount for med school, and Tanky still insists that Dems are the same as MAGA. Yeah, I fucking hate the far left, bro.
You can get a 100-year lease, right? And the government will always restore your lease. There's no, there's no problem there.
Oh, Bex became a member. Thank you.
But for this very reason, there is a lot more control over focusing on building inventory for future demand rather than holding inventory in the hands of people that want to keep that inventory limited so that their prices are constantly going up. So like you said,
Fashion 40 says, though it may be obvious, why do more people not work together to make that pool of water larger, Connor? I think we do. A Fashion 40, number one, I think that's unions. Okay. And so the weird thing about what you just said, I love that you just said that, by the way. This is why I have the best chat in YouTube politics. I'm not kidding. This is unironically why I have the best chat. I have super smart fucking people in chat. I'm crying. I'm crying a little bit. Stop it, Fashion 40. You made me feel things. I don't want to feel things. I don't want to be proud of you through my stream. What are you doing? I'm a man. I'm supposed to be either angry. I'm supposed to be angry or apathetic. I'm not supposed to feel a feeling of vicarious pride. What did you do? All right. Anyways, where's my water drawing? I need my water drawing. Water drawing. And I need it in paint because I need to make a modification. There it is. Found it. Okay. So what you said here, which is brilliant. Fashion 40, I am unironically complimenting your fucking brilliance, okay? What you said is, why don't people in the bottom class who are getting the least amount of money, why don't they pool together in order to make sure that they get access to more water? You know what you just said? Because I'm not opposed to unions. You just said, why don't unions come back and say, hey, this level of water is not working for me. Why don't we open up the water bucket a little bit more? That's what you unironically just said. And I agree with you. I agree with you that not only is that good, that is what should happen. Let's do the fill, solid fill. Let's make this one blue. Let's give everybody some water. I agree with you. I think that's smart. And then not just that, because there is such an anti-union, because unions were fucking communist sweeping pieces of shit, you know, during the 60s and 70s, right? They were like, oh, maybe the Soviet Union isn't that bad, lol. You know, maybe communism isn't that bad. Maybe the Chinese Maoists weren't that bad. And if you don't join the union, we're gonna fucking firebomb your factory. So I do agree that unions need to come back and that labor needs to negotiate better wages, living conditions, et cetera, et cetera. But what I also think needs to happen is, no offense, guys, but we're all kind of like normie poor people here, is that we need to band together with our limited amounts of resources, and we need to basically work together so we can go back up to the technocratic class, like Grassroots Hegemon, because he's a dear patron of the channel who has given me more than I deserve a billion times. And we need to say, hey, we can take care of ourselves if you break us off a little something, something. If you give us some cash and there's like a major disaster, or there's, you know, people who are dying from preventable disease, or there's I'm trying to think of like another thing, like I think disaster relief is probably the main thing, where we can go to the bourgeois and to the technocratic class who have extraneous income, and we can say, hey bro, if you give us some additional water on a voluntary basis, we will turn it into something good. I'm all about that shit, bro. That's what this channel is about to some degree. Because this is a change to the system of government. And no offense to any governmental technocrats or whatever, but this takes a long fucking time. You got to like build consensus. You have to get a representative to believe that it's in their interest to follow this model. You have to organize Democrats and fucking, you know, Republicans who aren't interested in capsizing society. This whole redistributive mechanism in order to make society a better thing, this takes a long time. Whereas going to rich people like Tom Bilyeu, or going to kind of rich people like Grassroots Hegemon and saying, hey, bro, I got an idea. If you break me off a little something, something, I'm going to do something cool with it. You can do that instantaneously, as long as you can convince a technocratic person with extraneous income or a bourgeois person with extraneous income to give you some cash to do cool shit. That's unironically the foundation of this channel. So excellent point, Fashion 40. I am proud to have you as a grill hottest. You made me tear up a little bit.
The only way that their net worth goes up is if this finite supply housing, if you're lucky enough to be able to purchase it, or lucky enough to get a mortgage to purchase it, the finite supply of housing stays limited so that it's constantly going up, and therefore your leverage is more valuable, your nest egg is more valuable, and you understandably have this like perverse interest in maintaining the housing supply as low as possible. And the inverse of that, if you were to blow up the already limited housing supply and you were to actually explode and build so much housing, specifically government.
Ved Sunil, thoughts on Georgism? My understanding is that Georgism is that like property ownership is mandated by the state. I don't think it's going to work, just because we have so much of our economy rooted in the rent economy, and there's so much like versatility in having a hybrid economy where you can own or you could rent. But principally, I do think that renting residences and not allowing working class families to build equity is a form of economic parasitism. And that's one of the things, right? Let's say that Grassroots Hegemon, I'm not trying to put any pressure on you, but let's say that Grassroots Hegemon, because I think he does invest in the stock market. Let's say that Grassroots Hegemon strikes it big. He shoots into the upper class through some investment. He's just sitting on it. He's got Tom Bilyeu money. He's got $400 million. One of the things that I would actually do and I'm sorry for yapping so much, but it is my stream, and I parasocially love you, and I'll shill for myself in a moment. But what I unironically would do is like a housing cooperative. So there's these things where you could buy a condo building in your downtown area for a few $1,000,000, right? Or you could buy a few townhomes for a few $1,000,000. And what you would do in a housing cooperative is, instead of having weird gay multiracial orgies like all the lefties currently do, is you would just have a series of families that you would rent to, but you would make sure that it's not only is it a fair rental agreement where you could charge something that gives you a profit, but it doesn't exploit the working class and allows them to save some of their money. So not only could you do that, as long as you're able to maintain the residents and the property, but you could also allow them to build equity, right? So let's say that within a housing cooperative, let's say that we buy these blocks, and in the current market rate for renting one of these units is $3,000. But let's say that because of the way we invest intelligently, our actual cost in order to pay our mortgage and pay our insurance is only $1,500, right? In per unit, in order to make a profit. So what we do is we charge the tenants $2,000, where let's say 500 goes into building maintenance and making sure that the units stay livable and keep up with the economy and all that kind of bullshit. But then out of the 1,500 that we're charging them for rent, that's kind of at a break even, we split that in half, and we say that like 750 is the equity you're building in the unit, right? And so they become part owners over time. And if they sell their partial stake in the unit, we cash them out. And so we actually take that back out against the loan. There's no reason, there's no reason to do that. There's no capitalist reason that you can turn a tenant into a partial owner of the building. As a matter of fact, capitalist instincts would almost dictate that you intentionally should fuck your tenant to the maximal degree possible. However, there's no written rule that you have to do that. There's no written rule that you can't allow people to rent to own. There's no written rule that you can't give them a long-term equity stake within the property. So why wouldn't we do that? If Grassroots becomes a billionaire and he breaks us off a few million, and we know that we can run a housing cooperative simultaneously making a profit, but also enabling working class families to get a leg up in the world. Okay. And so this is what pisses me off about Hasan Piker. This is why I think him and Vosh are such massive pieces of shit, is because they're sitting on a few $100,000, if not a few $1 million. They could do a project like this. They could alleviate some of the suffering of the working class or the middle class. And what do? Instead of creating projects that actually help out working class and middle class people, they hoard the wealth for themselves. Because instead of looking at this and saying, oh, okay, well, this is going to take years, if not decades, to reform, so I should go ahead and try to have a positive impact now, they say, oh, this is too difficult, therefore I'm just going to push for systemic reform. That's unironically why I think these guys are such massive pieces of fucking shit. Anyways, end of rant for that one. One more idea, then we'll wrap the segment.
Through government intervention.
Why specifically through government intervention?
Because I don't think that there is ever going to be...
C-Dub says, there are 3 times a man is allowed to cry in his life: the birth of his child, a death in the family, and the brilliant chat one has acquired. True.
An unleashing of the markets that will be able to overcome the interests of like real estate developers, or even like anyone who owns this kind of inventory.
And Austin have both shown that you can do it privately.
So that's actually a great example of this as well. Austin and Houston, Texas went in and built a lot of housing, but now there's tremendous complications. Obviously, Houston in and of itself is literally on a floodplain. So it's they're cooked regardless.
They might be dumb, but so the fundamental debate is going to be, okay, you and I, shockingly, we agree on a lot of the problem, but where, like, we haven't even gotten into the DSA yet, which I have like wild reactions to, which we'll get to.
Okay.
But I'm like you, I sincerely want a solution. And so then I'm like, okay, well, as an entrepreneur, when you're faced with, I'm either going to be able to make payroll or I'm not, you get pretty realistic really fast. It's not ideological. It's just like, Jesus, how am I going to make?
Ooh, interesting. Omri Gunny says, in my degree, we learned 3 types of political philosophy for welfare: Marxist versus Rawlsian versus utilitarian. That's actually really interesting.
Make sure that everybody's family can go eat. So I take a similar approach to this. So when you look at all the different countries that have tried socialist programs, including the rent controls that we did in the Bronx in the 60s.
Oh, sorry. Real quick. Omri Gunny says, Marxists want to reduce the standard deviation of the util. Rawlsians, social democrats, want to increase the minimum util. So basically, like, if I'm understanding you correctly, they want to make sure that the poorest have the maximum utility that they're entitled to, I guess, in an existing system. Whereas utilitarians want to min-max the overall number. I think I'm more, this is actually why, if you were talking about social democratic, I would say that I'm a utilitarian. So if there was like economically anti-productive behavior, I would want to punish that 100%. I'm not about, as an example, let's say that this is something that the social democracies of Scandinavia are dealing with right now. So they have immigrants from the Middle East and North Africa that they're trying to integrate into their society, and they're having mixed results, right? Some Middle Eastern and North Africans are perfectly integrating in society. They're becoming productive workers. They're working within the Scandinavian system. They're nice to their neighbors. They're building families. They're integrating into society. They're learning the local language, et cetera, et cetera. And those people are great. Okay. However, there are also people who are taking advantage of the social welfare system, who are sitting on dick and not doing shit. And they are maximizing their access to the social welfare programs so they can pump out as many kids as possible who are actually hostile to the indigenous economic and cultural system. In my system, I would 100% be authoritarian enough to say, if you do not integrate into the system, you are a min-max problem for our social calculation. You are going to get booted out of the system. So you can either reform and become a productive member of our culture and our economic model, or we can kick you out of the model entirely. And you have the next 5 years before you get kicked out. And if you don't figure it out in the next 5 years, you're never going to figure it out. And we're actually going to just fucking deport you. Gen X says has to be a lump sum payment or whatever. I don't know what you're talking about, but I parasocially love you. Thank you for being here. Quick shill before we continue. Number one, I love you guys, okay? We've bounced up above 100, but realistically, the donations today have been as good as any other day. So Working Bob, thank you for being a member. Gen X, thank you for your donation. Just Carpet gifted a membership. Thank you. McDevin did 2 super chats. Tony Conings did a large super chat. Corbin Sales did a super chat. Granddad's Lounge became a member. Kay has extended her membership for 3 months. Grassroots Hegemon has done a super chat. Ensort did a super chat. And Bex became a member. Seriously, thank you guys. I'm not kidding. Destiny Dick Watching, I think, feels good. That's a crazy sentence. Destiny Dick Watching is productive metrically. However, I think that it's high calorie, low substance content. And so it can be fun. But the fact that I've balanced it out with what I think is like high calorie, high quality content, and you guys have been so generous, actually means the fucking world to me. It really does. It like I'm tearing up again because I'm a pussy. So, anyways.
In the 70s, which absolutely decimated the Bronx. And the way that you build back, of course, is to release the regulatory requirements, not keep adding them. So it becomes a question of mechanistically what works, government control or regulation, because when capitalism is left unchecked, you get the Gilded Age. Not good.
Yeah.
A total atrocity, dangerous levels of inequality.
That's where we're at right now, by the way.
When you
We're there
overregulate, Yeah, but for a different reason. And this is the thing, like I'm always trying to get people to understand. When you try to map what's happening now onto the Gilded Age, you're going to miss that they're happening for very different reasons.
Nice. Kay says, I live in a home like this. It's owned by a group that has properties to balance out the rental marketplace. I pay $950 a month for a townhouse with 5 bedrooms in a large city. Yeah, that's incredible. That's incredible. So real quick, when people ask us, they're like, okay, well, why doesn't the working class free themselves through market-based solutions? I think we should 100% do that. Absolutely. We should talk to Tom Bilyeu when Grassroots Hegemon has $1 billion investment that pays off and he becomes as rich as Tom Bilyeu. We need to buy a dog rescue because I know he's passionate about dog rescue, but we need to buy a apartment complex. So when Grassroots Hegemon is a billionaire, okay, and he's got a few million that he's willing to break off for this apartment complex. Images. Apartment complex with a courtyard. We need to buy, I actually saw a picture that I liked better a moment ago. We need to buy this apartment complex, and we need to do the economic model that I was talking about, where the apartment complex sustains itself and makes a profit. The people who own the building will make a profit, right? But the tenants have less than market rate rent. They build a percentage of equity that allows them to make investments. And then also we have communal spaces that people can socialize in. And then also we have a dog rescue. Okay. We have a miniature dog park somewhere in the apartment courtyard where not only do we allow residents and tenants to keep their pets and play with their pets and all that kind of stuff, but also we rescue local animals and part of our profits go to that kind of thing, right? There's no reason why in a free market you can't execute this idea. It just seems that the most people who have the most amount of money are heartless sociopaths. And it seems like the people who are the most empathetic are broke all the fucking time.
And so if you try to rerun the playbook of how we dealt with the Gilded Age, it won't work here, because here you have one very simple problem. And that problem is you are money printing. And when you money print, you're stealing from everybody and you're only giving to the wealthy. And so it's like, bro, you can't keep doing that. And so if you're in a situation where you're just going to embrace modern monetary theory, because if I could snap my fingers and get rid of the Fed, that's probably a better place. But as Drew, my producer, keeps assuring me that's never going to happen.
Whatever says, what bonds do you have to unite people so they care? We're all fucking human. How about we start with that?
So I'm like, fine. But if you're within that system and you know that you have a high inflationary environment, then you have to act as if you're in a high inflationary environment. And the only way to deal with that is to make sure that people can get into assets. If you do not make it possible for them to get into assets, you're toast. So then we go, okay, well, if we agree that the house is the one asset that everybody understands intuitively and the stock market should become this big, terrifying gambling machine, then it's like, how
True, Tom Bilyeu. You are so based.
do we get people into housing? Is it going to be governmental control? I would say we've tried that. Other countries have tried that. Always a disaster. And they end up, even in the
Deus Halcyon, thank you for the gifted memberships.
Nordic countries, they end up reverting to privatization just because of the price signals alone. And so zooming in on Houston and Austin, because they ran these, what we'll call natural experiments.
Fashion 40 says, so would it be a good idea that we have CGG fund or COG fund that's tied to an ETF? That way we are all examples of what we want to implement. Yes. And I have no problems with that. And if you guys ever want me to break down the finances of the stream, I know it can be quite gauche. And so as a result, I don't want to become like gross and vulgar and show you all the insides. We're doing really good, guys. We're doing really good as a stream despite our size. We punch way above our weight class. Thanks to Grassroots Hegemon, but also thanks to all you guys as well. We punch way above our weight class from a financial standpoint. The truth is, though, that right now we're kind of subsisting where we're still in the growth phase, where if you want channel revenue to break off a portion in order to not only pay our taxes, not only pay our bills, but also become a part of a program, I just wouldn't want to start effectively what's going to be a charitable entrepreneurial venture. And maybe that would be good to kind of like back. But I wouldn't want to do that when we only have enough to survive as a channel. I want to be in a position where we're not just surviving, we're thriving. And then at that point, I think we can get into charity, because it's kind of like when you're in an airplane. When you're in an airplane and you put your oxygen mask on before you put it on somebody else. I'm still in the process of putting my oxygen mask on. So, we're doing great. We have it down on our face. It hasn't been cinched tight, but we have the oxygen mask. It's deployed. It's down here. I'm holding on to it. I can breathe the air, but it's not cinched tight around my face. So once it is, then I will 100% be down with creating not only should we break off like 10% of stream profit or revenue, so after profit, but still 10% of stream revenue, break that off. So as a channel, we're investing into some of these cool entrepreneurial ideas. However, I also wouldn't mind creating a separate fund, right? Where people could say, hey, this isn't for the channel. This is specifically for this entrepreneurial idea. Grassroots Match Deus Halcyon, another 5 memberships. You're base, bro. Thank you. Seriously, thank you.
It has shown us exactly like how you can win at this problem. Now, there's always going to be moments where, okay, this is rough. Like the prices over COVID in Austin doubled or tripled in like 6.
Whatever 4690 says fantasy BS, within a month the place would be wrecked. Wrong. K lives in that kind of place. Take your cynicism and jam it up your ass, whatever 4690.
Months. Wild.
Yeah.
And so now people were like, oh my God, like how am I ever going to afford a home? But then over the next couple of years, the prices normalized because builders were allowed to build. They were fast tracking. They were changing.
Yeah, of course we need insurance for liability, of course.
Regulations so they could fast track building. So everything normalized. Houston already had that. So in Houston, you can basically build if you want to build. And so housing prices don't go up much. And you keep an available supply for people, floodplain or not. You can argue that this is dumb, they shouldn't build there. But at least the mechanism by which they allow people to build ensures that people have access to reasonably priced homes.
Florida is another example of that as well, where like they let builders build and the city has exploded, right? And the time.
Okay, but we have problems too. Like we're taxing the fuck out of our aquifer and we're running out of land. This is why I don't like the YIMBY shit. Okay. The reason why I don't like YIMBY shit is because we should have well-designed cities. We shouldn't just say yes to every stupid fucking project for yes to an like infinite housing within an infinitely dense area is poorer urban design. I like the spirit of YIMBYism. I think that it can be aggressively misapplied.
That I lived there. I lived in Florida for the first year of my life in America. In 2009, it was like Brickell was non-existent virtually. It was just being built at that point, and now it's like so expansive. And I see the advantage of that. Certainly, I don't mind the explosion of the housing supply. I want that to happen regardless, whether it's private or public. My assessment always is, well, the reason why the Texas housing market is like not rebounding necessarily, but like kind of. I mean, it's going down in terms of prices is because like people are leaving Texas, or at least people are leaving Austin.
I don't even think that's true. And I don't care. I'm good with this segment. So when it comes to housing supply, yes, housing supply needs to be addressed. However, the quality of that housing and the nature of that housing is important. If we all end up inside the box where we have a 200 square foot pod that dispenses bugs so we can eat the bugs before we go to our 16-hour labor camp, I'm not interested in that. So thank you. Sacred Snow says, by wrecked, he means a Brown family moved into one of the apartments. Yes, I know. Whatever 4690 is desperately afraid of the moose lambs, which is fine. Moose lambs can be scary. But yes, all the Browns, all the Pakistanis, all the Afghans, they're all pedophile rapist monsters, according to whatever 4690. Grotman says the demand for people to move to different areas is also massively different. One is the biggest ignored issues in the housing is densely packed job markets are. They need to spread out. Absolutely. So, yeah. Anyways. Conservative liberalism says, is YIMBYism advocating against urban planning? I honestly don't know. I just assumed it was more about building public support for good planning since public opposition is historically stubborn. There's different kinds of YIMBY, right? Counterpoint says, Politics. I was actually thinking about homeless druggies. Okay, well, we're gonna pull a Lee Kuan Yew. If you're a homeless druggie inside the Counterpoints compound, then we're gonna execute you. So we're gonna euthanize you with locally procured heroin. We'll go up the block. We'll buy a hot shot, and we'll euthanize you, and then we'll use you for dog food. So don't come into the Counterpoints unless you're economically and socially productive, or at least minimally socially productive. Like you're not so drugged out that you can actually watch the kids and take care of the dogs. If you're a useless person, we'll euthanize you and turn you into dog food. Anyways, so in reference to that, I was surprised that Tom Bilyeu is effectively not a billionaire. He's a multi-millionaire. I think a Google search said that he was worth $400 million. I'm surprised that Tom Bilyeu is effectively a guy who could retire and do whatever he wants to do with the rest of his life, but he's so concerned with the issues of capitalism that he's willing to come into the streamer and YouTubing debate space in order to talk to large streamers about income inequality and the systemic issues that plague us and what he views as necessary in order to save our current society. I actually thought that was extremely based. If I could be Tom Bilyeu's friend, even if he has some cringe ideas, I would be Tom Bilyeu's friend. When it comes to Hasan, he was surprisingly less cringe than usual, but I do think he's kind of hiding his power level and he's not showing off his Marxist-Leninist fucking sympathies. But who gives a shit? Overall, it was a good conversation and it spawned a lot of really good drawings. So I parasocially love that. Cacode says, damn, Connor, you're supposed to help the druggies recover. Not in my compound. Bex for $10 says, new center left viewer here and really enjoying the content. Also trying to work towards some center coalition as well. Happy to get involved and help in any way. Semper Fi from a fellow Marine. Thanks, Bex. Bex, I'm gonna throw in a Discord invite for you. We have a gal. I forget her name, but she's a veteran as well. And she is currently suffering from cancer, which sucks. But she's a fantastic human being. She's a military veteran. I think she's center left as well. And she's great. And I'm not saying that you exclusively have to hang out with her. You should hang out with everybody. But I'm going to send you an invite momentarily. Copy link. Here's a Discord invite for anybody who wants to join the Discord. And let me go ahead and shut down the streamer mode so we don't have to listen to Discord. Popping off right now, apparently. And then we can try to set up this Discord debates. McDevin for $2 says, Grill Hottie Animal Farm. True. Cicero says, I'm getting more and more black-pilled on druggies recovering. The rehab rates are so low. Well, you know, we'll help out the ones we can, okay? And the euthanizing them for dog food is mostly a joke. So I do have a conversation at 1. So let's go ahead and hang out with chat, and let's see if we can get onto TikTok now and see what we need to do to create a live and or get into a debate. So TikTok.com. Another person managed this TikTok. So if there's like softcore, whatever stuff, do not blame me, okay? There was somebody else who was in charge of this. Oh my God, it's a baby otter that they took home with them. I think these are probably fake videos where they take like 20 different videos and they stitch them together in order to make it look like it's a single creature, right? But dude, I'm telling you, if this happens to me, where an orphaned baby otter swims up to me, I'm never letting that thing go. I don't care what the state of Florida does. I am taking it home. It is becoming my pet. I am feeding it. And I am keeping it in a run in my backyard and in my house. And if it poops in my house, so be it. It's allowed to poop in my house because it's so fucking cute. Holy shit, this otter is cute. Oh my God, it's a tiny dog with hands. It's a ferret. Oh my God, it's so fucking cute. Quick otter break. All right. Anyways, for you, Get Coins Get App PC app. Should I download the app? What do I do? What do I do? Help me out, chat. Otter's cute. Is it productive? I mean, it can be anti-birds. Can chase away birds. Who's coming in at 1? I forget. but wanted to chat about me with something. We confirmed that we were going to chat today. So at 1 p.m., I'll be doing a 1v1. It's not much worse than Alaska. Let them freeze and let the Bears get them. True. AF Racing says the center left should be welcoming as many shitters as we can get, just in case. True. Jonah Zilla says, yes, these videos are different clips stitched together. Otter points. True. Beck says, lol, true. Otter is cute, but is it productive? Like I said, it can chase away animals. This is happening, says the CCP already derailed the entire Counterpoints project with otter videos. Absolutely. Name it fish guts. That's based. Did you just refer to two teen boys as otters, or did I miss the correct clip? No, you missed the clip. We were actually talking about an animal. And otters are probably good swimmers, so you can stay safe from sharks. Exactly. So what the fuck do I do, chat? Here's the upload button. We obviously don't want to upload anything. Home, posts, analytics, inspiration, creator academy. I haven't touched this TikTok in forever. So do I just not have the... Oh, here's a live.
Dom, we are 2 galaxies. Dom, that is the 50th galaxy of the day. I need water. My blood pressure and cholesterol. Can I handle these galaxies right now?
I don't care. Fuck off. Download for Windows to get access. Sorry if this is going to be boring and it's just going to be me like boomering in order to figure out how to TikTok, but we do need to figure this out because apparently this is where all the young guns are. All the young gun debate bros are on TikTok. So TikTok lives are cancer. Well, guess what? We all have cancer. We're all going to get cancer. Sorry, this download is totally chugging my machine. Oh, shooters. Yeah. Open. Is the TikTok just counterpoints? I don't remember. It might be under counter fire because that's like the last time I used it. Listen, we're booming. I'm sorry for booming right now, but I hope you guys appreciate. I've given you tons of beautiful drawings today. Like while we're waiting for this to pop up, look at this shit. I've explained the problems with trickle-down economics and the kind of redistributive economic progressive taxation bullshit I want to do. I've also explained why we shouldn't wait on the reforming the progressive tax structure in order to actually do social projects. I've redrawn my horseshoe map and the center-left, center-right project that I want to work on, aka the Just Be Normal / Grill Hottest Party, coalition Democrats and coalition Republicans. Then this one was pretty funny. I think this was from yesterday. This was where we were talking about like social sexual compatibility and also like how to incel max. This is the, oh man, this was the trolley problem with the Trump administration in reference to the USAID cuts and the PEPFAR cuts. This was the trolley problem between Trump and Kamala. And then these were the other ones that got me into trouble with, you know what's funny is JStock invited me on for a stream and I was like, hey, yeah, that's fine. But like, what's your disagreement with anything I said? And I don't think he sent me a follow-up for that. And then Queeman kind of gave me shit for drawing this like maturity scale, but he didn't actually criticize it or tell me anything wrong with it. So I think people are laughing a little bit because they think it's funny that I've drawn the social dynamics and the moral dynamics and the sexual maturity dynamics and the clout dynamics and the sin, guilt, mercy, Christian forgiveness cycle and the IRL stuff. They make fun of me drawing all these ideas out, but they actually don't, so far, they haven't had very much criticism or said that anything was incorrect, which I think is pretty funny. They've just made fun of the very nature of drawing out your ideas on Microsoft Paint. Log in to begin. Let me go ahead and move this over here so you guys can't see it. I'll see if I have enough clout to be able to stream. Because I think you can only create a live. Did you say K3L3? Log in. It says maximum number of attempts tried, but that's not accurate because that was my first attempt. And oh, did I change the password for this one though? I don't remember. Oh, I changed my password, so let me try that. Okay, two-step verification. Okay, we're making it. We're making it. Making progress. I'm logging into my Gmail in order to do the not age verification, in order to do the identity verification. This will allow TikTok to associate with you with your info on Google. Yes. Verify it's really you. Enter the six-digit code. Check activity. Chrome? No, that's not it. Where's the TikTok? There we go. There we go. I got it. We're making progress, guys. I promise. I did. I verified the correct code. What's your problem? All right, I'll do a second code then. TikTok is bullshit. Sorry, I'm reloading for a TikTok verification. It's saying that I've done my maximum number of attempts, but I've only done one attempt. So I wonder if because the account is so new or the app is so new, if they're blocking me from actually logging in. So we might have to do this. We might have to just do this later, but that's okay. I'll try the code one more time because I'm not receiving a new one. Sorry, guys. Okay, I'll click send again one more time. All right. Anyways, I'll just interact with chat. It's fine. Conserve liberalism says, oh, now they send me a new code. Okay. Thanks. Okay. I think we're fucked. I think it's not going to work. Somebody says if you need 1,000 followers, and now my shit is super lagging. Crazy lag. You have to ask Destiny or IRI. Is the TikTok just counterpoints? I think it's counterfire. If you need 1,000 followers or whatever they're called, ask the Unfuck America Zoomers to send people your way. For sure, but I think I already have them. AKA Batasui says TikTok lives are cancer. For sure. TikToks is good for edits. Sure. Everyone forgets otters get mean as shit. Don't let the cuteness fool you. Then things will eat your eyes out and your face. Well, good thing I will die from getting killed by something cute. Ever seen that video of a family of otters killing a gator or crocodile? Not sure. Cute but vicious. Very family-oriented. Based. Connor, how mad will you be if G-Man allies with the Eldar? I won't. It makes sense. The craft worlders and the humans should have technically been allied a long time. It's just that 40K is so grimdark, nobody wants it to happen. Christian Blair says, counterpoints poll. You've pointed, drawn them, but have you put them in the Discord? No. I'm going to answer you guys' questions, and then truth be told, I might just do call-ins on Discord. Your first TikTok post needs to be the meme of the sped guy rolling over the charts and doing soy faces, but make the background a compilation of your flow charts. True. Are we back to considering in-proms and vol-proms? No. You guys are funny. You guys are funny. You guys are vicious. Isn't TikTok supposed to be banned? Yeah, but Trump is compromised by Chi-Coms right now. You can't start straight from desktops, but you have to do mobile first. Interesting. Okay. AF Racing became a member on the Counterpoints channel. Thank you. I think you're a member on the other channel as well, Valor Media Network. So that's great. Thank you for becoming a member over here. Even Dusty was having problems with TikTok. Ask IRI. Okay, I got you. No problem. All right, so let's do this then. If you guys want, I'll just do call-ins until this guy shows up. So if you guys want to, if anybody wants to call in, I'll just send in an invite. You can jump in. You can call me a pedo defender. You can say Steven's an evil piece of shit who deserves to die. You can say whatever you want. But here, we'll do like 5-minute, 10-minute call-ins where we'll just, excuse me. If it hits 10 minutes, I'm probably going to kick you out. But we can just do 2 or 3 call-ins before we have our one-on-one. Yeah, bro. On stream or off, question mark. This DM. That is a DM. Interesting. And then I'm going to join my Connor is streaming. And then there's a call-in waiting room. So join the call-in waiting room if you want me to drag you in. Like the guy to beat the unconscious vet. Was that in reference to a previous sentence that you wrote? I don't know the previous sentence that you wrote. As a fan of the Grey Knights since Cortez's OG model revealed in 2003, I laugh in psychodominance at everyone crying over the Terminus decree. True. A.K. Batasui says they don't have to ban TikTok, but the condition is that China can't be an over 20% owner of the company, so China needs to divest ownership to sell some to a non-hostile country. Cool. Beef Supreme says call-ins. Too bad I'm working. No problem. I will fight anyone that says it makes no sense. I gotcha. All right. Well, we're kind of just chilling. I don't see anybody in the call-in waiting room, so I guess it's time for Destiny dick watching. Listen, bro, if nobody's gonna come and fight me in my little hug box, then it's time to Destiny dick watch, bro. We'll Grassroots, I don't want you to be mad, okay? I did the right thing, all right? I did the right thing. I covered a normie political topic. We got plenty of donations from chat. And it's not just you carrying the channel. Everybody was super nice and super lucrative today. But if nobody's jumping in the waiting room, we're going to start dick watching. You want people to fight you? Yeah, relatively speaking. So no problem. I'll make this more available. Like we'll do call-ins on the weekend. So the reason why I haven't done Saturday nights, the reason why I haven't done, yeah, my chat's employed. Yeah, you know what? That's funny. That's probably why it's disproportionately lucrative to cater to my smarter but drier audience, is because my audience is employed. Oh, that's awesome. All right, back to the Destiny dick watching. Nothing but stand around. Nah, rant over. Okay. All right, listen. I'm hanging up. That's fine. Destiny dick watching it is. Who is it? Ethan Klein? Destiny. Oh, that's funny. Ethan Klein, Destiny, big Destiny crash out, 1842. Ethan H3 sues online. Destiny responds to H3. Sure. Let's do a response to Destiny's response to H3, I guess. Or should we watch Hasan watch Destiny? All right, 3, 2, 1. I'm gonna do Destiny because I've had it.
In fact, he likes
it, and I genuinely hate the guy's guts. So fuck Hasan Piker. We're gonna watch Destiny respond to Ethan Klein shit talking Destiny. Turi Guiano says I'm also at work. Yeah, dude, we got an employed audience. That's super funny. It's actually really funny to me that the reason why I can't get a call in is because I have an employed audience. That's actually awesome. So Eric Dom says, I think whatever 4690 means the guy Rampage Jackson Raja beat 23 times after he was unconscious during a wrestling match. Yeah, what does it have to do with anything? Whenever it's whatever 4690, I assume that it's just a statement like Pakistanis are bad or black people are bad. So I'm wondering what his point is about talking about a random son of a MMA fighter beating the shit out of a wrestler while he was unconscious. Working Bob says, can't talk now because I'm at work, but at some point I would love to talk to you about your carbon offset tax and other petrochemical things. Let's do a Saturday community night hangout. Not right now. I know I've been promising it for a long time, but let's make it a thing. Because I understand my audience is disproportionately employed, which is fucking awesome, by the way. I actually like that I have half a dozen to a dozen people who say, I want to talk to you, but I'm at work right now. That's actually legitimately cool. So Chris Smith says, this fucking chud told me it was important to be productive, so I guess I got to work. QC John says, did we ever find out what happened to LB? Realistically, dude, I think I just ignored her too many times. And I'm not trying to be mean, but I've seen her pop up in the comments of other Valor Media stuff. And I think that I just stopped taking the bait as much because LB used to one guy the fuck out of me. So now when she said crazy shit, I stopped engaging with it. But I think as a result of the lack of engagement, she was like, okay, fuck this guy. You know, we not only do we disagree, but he's not even going to fight me anymore. West Coast Girl says, for fuck's sake, nowhere is safe from Destiny's dick. At this point, he's more famous than Hunter Biden. Unironically, he has cemented himself in the Internet Hall of Fame for being a person who goes places that I wouldn't go with a fucking gun, but he goes there with his dick. Oh, you were suggesting to cover it. Okay. Beating the shit out of unconscious people is bad. That's my coverage. Sacred Snow says, is he trying to say Raja Jackson would move into a co-op apartment? If so, Raja is a multimillionaire. I don't think he needs a co-op. True. Andre Solescu says, Counterpoints Politics, I am unemployed and just joining the waiting room. No, that's okay. Next time, brother. Don't worry about it. I'll get you in. But if I was to make a race point, I would point out the millions of Indians petitioning to get the guy off who killed people. Sure. Anyways. So let's go ahead and do an intro. We're only going to have time for like 20 minutes, but let's do an intro as if we were doing a segment. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and never Trump Republican, and I like covering online politics and alt media. I did a responsible segment earlier where I covered relatively drier economic concepts, and so as a treat, we're going to Destiny Dick Watch, which means that we're going to cover all the problems that Destiny has been getting in reference to his horrific, sometimes, sex life. And for those of you who don't know, Stephen Bennell has been a promiscuous person for a long time. A lot of people have warned him against his promiscuous behavior, including me. He allegedly, one of the people that he sent naughty messages with is a person who claimed to be 18 or 19, but allegedly was 17 at the time of the beginning of the relationship. This has landed him in hot water with the H3H3 podcast, who has used this as a vector with which to attack him. And so as a result, we're just going to watch the drama for fun while we're waiting for a one-on-one conversation.
I don't know why. I do know why.
What's my opinion on Jane Fonda? She's a traitor and she should be hung by her toes from a tall bridge.
Willie Mack decides to run and make a video like 2 hours after DMing me. Now I understand. I get it. Okay. We have to do the Destiny bad because it's too much heat from other people, which, listen, I get it's a lot of heat online. Okay. That's fine. I get it. I understand it, man.
Okay. I don't think, but Willie Mack is a drama farmer. Okay. So sharing this information with a drama farmer, you should expect to get drama farmed. It's the same way that when I DM Queeman and he says something spicy to me and I say something spicy back, I expect that there's like a 30 to 50% chance that within the next year, we will piss each other off so bad that he will screenshot our DMs and say, isn't this Connor guy such a fucking piece of shit? Look at his spicy response to my spicy comment. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm just saying that it's absolutely possible. I don't expect to hand my rivals and enemies weapons and then for them not to use those weapons against me. And so in reference to Steven talking to Willie Mack about the drama situation, I don't think he should be surprised that Willie Mack used that in order to capitalize for content. But I also think specifically, Doobie and I have discussed this on panel before, is that once I could understand Steven receiving the allegation from Solo that she was underage, but then thinking to himself, Solo just said this girl's underage, but he's also trying to ruin my life and fuck with me. So I have no idea whether or not this allegation is true. And not only do I not know this allegation is true, but effectively Solo is admitting to committing an egregious series of crimes that wouldn't just burn me, but would also burn him. Therefore, I think this is bullshit, right? I could understand Steven thinking that in November. However, if within the past 48 hours, the alleged identity of this girl has been verified and the age range actually lines up to the point that illicit material was created, spread, and sold, and Steven is in possession of that content, it should be put on a hard drive, turned over to his lawyer, a sworn written statement should be made to the effects of it, and he should turn that into law enforcement. That is my super strong recommendation.
Ethan, obviously, with this whole, I noticed all the comments on the video where people were like, wow, I noticed that the crew was like very giddy and excited and happy this episode when it seems like they're usually very sullen and they don't say anything. Because anytime Ethan is criticizing his son, all of them are in the sunken.
Well, Deus Halcyon, if you're unemployed and can still help out, and you have the financial ability to gift memberships while being unemployed, I thank you. I thank you for your contributions to the channel.
In place behind their desks. But when it was me, oh, they're so excited to.
Sorry, real quick, important thing. Bud123 just came back from the gym and he did chest and tries. I did chest and tries last night on stream on Prime Kai. I am applauding Bud123. Keep going. Get stronger.
Repost or retweet or retread whatever stuff pops up online. So the thing is, so you know what? Actually, this guy said it best. Hold on.
Answer here. I'm trying to meet your request of giving nonstop defense because your baby ass can't defend yourself. Keemstar will make insane accusations, groundless accusations, and then he expects you to defend yourself. In fact,
Beef Supreme plays War Thunder. Somebody go play War Thunder with Beef Supreme.
he likes it if you'll come on his show and defend himself. That's how his operation works. And so he goes, oh, well, he didn't say anything in his defense, so he must be guilty. Have you ever lied to anyone on YouTube? What do you think? An FBI? I don't have to.
I'm not going to play this game of every single time some insane person releases some random screenshot or piece of paper or whatever, that I'm going to come and run through all these communities and try to give some crazy explanation for whatever else. Because one, the only thing that's happening is I see that every single thing I possibly say gets either misconstrued or drawn out to the most absurd reality possible, to where Nicholas Oreo Cakes or whatever is saying that I'm threatening Willie's wife because I said she was a Mossad agent, which, because I have to clarify, was a joke, okay?
And I laughed at that joke.
I was indeed joking. I'm sorry for that joke. To the best of my knowledge, okay, I can't say 100%, but to the best of my knowledge, Willie's wife is not a Mossad agent, okay? Number one. And number two, it feeds the content network for all of these people who just make content out of them all by responses based on no matter what I say, okay? I was hoping that, I guess Ethan wouldn't have his destiny. I know that he's like been hungry to like kind of show some disavowal of me, because every time him and Hasan fight, Hasan like uses me as some attack vector to go after Ethan, which is weird because I mean, at least it should be proven today. I have traded a total of 2 messages with Ethan in my entire life. I've said this before. I think it was like, I don't even know when. It was after October 7th.
I do think this is the angle from H3, by the way. And I'm not trying to needlessly vilify H3. You know, he's obviously one of the least morally bad actors in the drama, so to speak. Is like, oh, you're being hyperbolic and chatting shit about another person. Well, we all kind of do that, right? I call Hasan Piker a fucking pedophile, which realistically he's an ephebophile, allegedly, because Leah Jane Lavloon stated that Hasan Piker had sex with Paris Jackson when she was underage. Now, this is totally unverified. Who fucking knows? Lav is friends with Paris Jackson. She says that it definitely did happen, but she was under NDA with Paris Jackson, and therefore, and also Paris Jackson and Hasan, it was consensual. So since they don't care about the situation, neither Hasan nor Paris Jackson care about the situation. Ultimately, she doesn't care, but she still has sworn by this multiple times where she said that Paris Jackson and Hasan Piker hooked up before she was 18, right? And so as a result, if I'm willing to do that, where, you know, I don't even know if it's true, but I'm just using that as an attack vector to say Hasan Piker's a piece of shit, I expect H3 to do the same thing to Destiny, specifically because he does not need Destiny for clout, money, or influence. He's independent enough that he can stand alone and fight everybody. If he needed an ally in order to prosecute his war against Hasan Piker, then I would expect him to be charitable, but he doesn't need one. Like H3H3 Productions, like what's their channel size? Like I don't even know how many lives they get, but their subscriptions are probably through the roof, right?
What I say at face value, which is fine. I don't care. That's because I'm a secret manipulator slash mentalist / whatever else. When Hasan's channel was like spamming online insane and I went over it on stream, and I think Ethan asked me, he was like, wait.
So I double played, but H3H3 Productions is at 5 million subscribers. Their videos 4 months ago, 2 months ago, their pre-recorded videos get more than 1 million views, which is 25% audience participation. That is a really good metric. Content Nuke Hasan Piker got 4 million. That's an 80% on subs. That is good. I think a channel is typically healthy if they have a 10% audience participation rate. So H3H3 is actually still healthy despite all of their controversies. And then the H3 podcast, which I guess is where they normally go, 2.6 million subs. This is where they post their VODs, I guess. And so I actually would view this as maybe healthy, because if you look here, we got 258,000. That's 10%. 376, 15%, 20%. Okay, yeah. Actually, this is a healthy channel as well. So no, they're cooking, bro. They're cooking. Anyways, but they don't need Steven to prosecute the war. They have a big enough fan base on their own.
Where did you get the chat message from? I told him. I think this might be 2 years ago.
Oh, sorry. And real quick, I wanted to address this. Bud123 says, should I worry about the weight I use on the bench press? I can do it 95 pounds for 10 to 15 reps per set. I can do less reps the more sets I do. I tried 105 pounds and could only do 7. So Bud123, the general rule that my bodybuilding friend told me that I still follow to this day is that if you can do 10 reps with minimal effort, it's time to go up in weight. So, excuse me. Sorry for burping. So if you're repping 95 pounds, 10 to 15, that means you're ready to go up. So go up to 105. And if 105 is hard and you're trying to squeeze out 7 reps, then keep doing that until you can continually do 10 reps of 105 for 3 sets. And then it's time to go up again.
Yeah, these are so, but I think Ethan is like so desperate to get away from the Destiny controls me narrative that he decides to do his little unhingeable stream. Yeah, I'm going back to where I was before, which is I'll wait until my court case is over. I'll go over filings as they come out. But this, I realized, well, I didn't know that Willie would make a video with him crying into the camera of like, oh, this is 911, record. I can talk about more of this when my shit-ass case is over, which is hopefully soon, but who knows?
Well, QC John brings up an important point. This weekend is Labor Day, Working Men Day. If you have a day off, you should be eating a hamburger, a cheeseburger, a hot dog, a veggie hot dog, or you should be celebrating, drinking beer, hanging out with the boys in some capacity.
Whenever stuff gets read, now we've moved to the whatever, like 17, 18. Here's the thing, okay? When it comes to ages for hooking up with people in general, I feel like you can play this game, like regardless of how far you want to go. 18 and older is an adult in the United States. If people are like, oh, you should wait until they're 21, then I feel like it would just move to 21 and older. Like, oh, why are you hooking up with a 21-year-old? Or why are you hooking up with a 23-year-old? Like, listen, you're an adult. You're an adult. I don't know what the point is of moving the bar on this. If you think that like 18 years old is like a horrible age of people to hook up, then maybe we can make like tax brackets for hookup consent. But I don't know. Like, it's just funny to see the bar moving on this. I don't care. Whatever. Listen, I'll say what I said before.
AF Racer says, for someone starting to bench at home, how would you go about establishing a baseline without needing a spotter? Go super light. I'm serious. So if you actually have a bench press with a bar, just lift the bar. I think the bench press bar, is it 45 pounds or is it 75 pounds? I forget. Blah, 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 blah. Not Goop. Google. Jesus. How much weight is the bench press bar? How much weight is the bench press bar? It's 45 pounds. So start there. I'm not kidding. And if somebody gives you shit for it, tell them to fuck off. Part of the reason why my shoulders are so fucked up is because I had somebody drop 225 on my chest when I'd never bench pressed in my entire life. And I ripped all of the muscles in my pectorals. My left pectoral in particular was super fucked up. My right pectoral was kind of fucked up. And so don't let somebody tell you like, oh, 135 is for pussies or 225 is for men. Like, don't do that. Start with the bar. And then once you can do 3 sets of 10, add a 10 pounder to either side. Then add a 10 pounder to either side. Then once you're repping, so once you have a 10 pound or 2 10 pounders on each side, which would be 45 plus 20 plus 20, that's 85 pounds. Once you're repping 85, then you can go up to, I think somebody was saying that they were doing 95, then 105, then 135. And 135, by the way, it took me 2 months, starting from never having lifted before in my life. It took me 2 months to get up to 135, which is 1 plate on each side. And you can get a good workout with a 135 pound bench press. Like you can actually, like I remember this bitch burning when I first started. And it was only by consistently doing bench press every single week that I eventually was able to rep 225 for 4 reps. And I'm not kidding. I felt like I was going to explode my chest. So, yeah. So basically like go light, don't hurt yourself.
Or, okay, whatever you've read about me online or whatever you want to post about me, it's true and worse, okay? All of it is true and worse, okay? The feds are coming. The cases are mounting. The Mossad and the KGB are tracking, okay? They will be here one day. I've been streaming for 16 years, but this is the last one, okay? The walls are closing in this time. For real, for real, for real, okay? They're closing in. I swear to God they are, all right? I've never been more on edge and afraid of the walls closing in as I am right now, okay? Seems like you have an actual case of defamation from Ethan, no? Maybe, maybe not. The thing is, lawsuits suck. They're expensive. It's annoying. I don't even know if it's worth it.
So I want to make this point too, just while we're at it, because we got 5 minutes until we start doing our one-on-one. So one of my frustrations with this too is like, imagine that Steven wasn't such a fucking gooner, right? And I say this with respect and love, okay? Maybe even if Steven doesn't deserve the respect and love I offer him, that I say this with respect and love, okay? He was dating Melina or married to Melina. And let's face it, Melina's a good-looking gal, right? You just take my word for it, Melina's a good-looking gal. At the same time, he was in love with Lauren Southern, who, let's face it, is also a good-looking gal, okay? But that wasn't enough. He also wanted to have side chicks and Tinder dates and sex workers that he was constantly flirting with on top of Lauren Southern and on top of Melina. That's where, for me, on the hedonic treadmill, or if Lauren Southern and Melina are, and you're balancing these two women who are both attractive, if you're balancing those two women and you haven't satisfied your libido, you're never going to satisfy your libido. You're never going to satisfy your hedonic treadmill. And so as a result, you need to break the cycle and you need to focus on something else besides pleasure. And so right now, imagine that Steven had a different perspective on nihilism and hedonism than he did at the time in 2022. We wouldn't be dealing with any of this shit, right? And instead of spending $200,000 or $300,000 on a lawsuit with Pixie because he was gooning so aggressively hard, instead of dropping 200 grand, he would have 200 grand that he could drop on the canvassing operations, or he could fundraise for the canvassing operations because he had other people to work with. This is where, like, that whole stream, I'm just going to be real. I know there's DGG people here, but that whole stream where he's like, I'm living the best life ever. That was fucking cope, right? We could admit in hindsight that that was cope. and that he was doing crazy shit that he's reaping the fucking consequences for. And I'm not even trying to be mean. I'm just trying to be descriptive.
And I just don't care that much because you know what? We just keep on rolling. Okay. Bro, I can't believe how quick these two are to believe anything they read on Kiwi Farms, and they've been harassing them for the last few months. You know what? That's how it goes, okay? I don't know why you talked to Willie Mack at all. I don't remember. I think he messaged me on something. But I mean, I'd been in communication with him. I just didn't expect him to run and fucking make a YouTube video in 2 seconds based off some DMs with us. Obviously, I would have approached that conversation with a lot more care in terms of how I'm phrasing things, obviously.
Dude, Send Patty says, I squat 315 for reps. I'm super stoked to get back on my 405 days. That's crazy, bro. That is crazy.
But you know what? Whatever. Listen, whatever you want to believe what you want. Okay. The feds, they're on their way. All right. I'm just trying to stream before they get here. Inshallah, ABH3. Oh, I'm so glad he finally found his voice. I wonder how awkward it feels when his boss is sitting there railing on his Turkish idol, and he has to sit there and hold his tongue the entire time, knowing that he's getting by Hasan's entire fan base the entire time regardless, and that being a spineless cook actually isn't helping him at any part of this whatsoever. But that's okay. And Ethan has to feel bad too, because he's sitting there while his whole crew is awkwardly staring at him because nobody wants to participate. It's all good.
The code says, when you say nihilism and shit, are you saying if he finds God, then he's saved, or lol? No. Let's, it's 1 p.m. Let me see if we got my DM. I got Vince. I need to call Vince. All right. So real quick. Oh, I might be a little bit later, 110 to 115. Sorry for the delay. No problem. Keep me posted. Let me draw. Let me draw. Let me draw a drawing about God. Paint. I know you guys disagree with this, but I don't give a shit because I believe this. And I think it's true. So here are several options. Okay. The fill, solid fill, black and black. Oh, thank you, baby. What's this? Oh, beautiful. Thank you. Can I have a water refill, pretty please, with sugar on top? Thank you. Okay. So we have a couple of options here for the way that the universe started and the way the universe is going to end. Let us change the fill to white, and let's do this. Okay. So here's a couple of options. Actually, there's multiple options, really. Let's change it to black. And I kind of don't give a shit which one you believe in, because I don't think it ultimately matters. All right. So anyways, here's we exist here. Okay? This is where you and I exist. We exist. Thank you. In the middle of the Big Bang. All right? Cosmologically, what has happened is that the universe was created or began, or we understand time as a 3.5 dimensional existence. Okay, we got time, we got space, and I think there's a third dimension that I don't know. Time, space, depth. I fucking forget. That could be a subcomponent of space. I have no idea. And then we have, but time is only a, it's like half a dimension because it only travels one way as far as we understand it. Okay. And so the argument from atheists is that we started from nothing. We exist in this weird liminal space. I don't even know if I'm using the word liminal, but we exist right here and we return to nothing. Okay, that's definitely an option. An option is we were floating in void, completely unconscious, had no idea. We're a mistake of nature. And as a result, there's no deeper meaning to life. We're just like a total accident and we should just do whatever we want to do while we exist. And then ultimately, we're going to return to oblivion. And so who gives a fuck? Just do whatever you want to do. If you want to be a gooner, if you want to have sex with 18-year-olds the day they turn 18, As long as they're consenting and you're happy and they're happy, who gives a shit? Okay? That's what I think nihilists typically argue when it comes to existence, is ultimately just pursue your own meaning, right? Then what's interesting is that there is actually, it was introduced by South Park, and I think it's kind of like a stupid idea, but I think it's still kind of funny, is that we emanated from nothing, but through the mistake of existence and our belief in God, we will ultimately create God through some kind of like, it's almost like the warp in Warhammer 40K. If you believe in God or an afterlife, you will like accidentally, through the power of will, create it. And South Park made a reference to this concept. I thought it was kind of fucking stupid, but let's just say that it's possible. Then here's the religious people. And I would consider myself, relatively speaking, like not a religious literalist, but I do consider myself a following this train of logic. Okay. And here is the logic, is that we exist in this middle plane. And it kind of doesn't make sense for us to emanate from nothing, because we have some level of order within our universe. We have the order of gravity. We have the order of time. We have the order of thermodynamics. We have the order of biology. We have the order of DNA. We have the order of biological construction. We have fractals. We have like all of the building blocks of the universe that allow us to exist at this point. So to me, emanating from nothing doesn't really make sense to me. So as a result, we emanated from something, in my opinion, and then we might return to that something when we die. This is like my hopeful version of existence, is that when we die, we're existing in some kind of like energetic plane that people understand to be heaven. Then we live, we learn all our lessons, we have all these really complex relationships and shit. And then we die, and then we go to heaven. That's my hope. That's not my belief, though. Okay? My belief is that regardless of whether or not I want there to be a heaven, or I want there to be some greater sense to the universe, that I expect to go to oblivion. Okay? I just do. And the reason why is because the thing that gives me consciousness, the thing that gives me moral agency, the thing that makes existence meaningful, as far as I understand, is rooted in some level of biology. I am only capable of understanding reality because I'm a biological being that houses energy. And so my understanding of the world is reliant upon my biological structure. And so if you asked me what is most possible, I think that this model is most likely, because even when you're in like the creative, like the pre-existential thing, you're not you. You don't understand existence the way that we understand existence. This is the second most likely scenario. Where we're born out of like nothing and then we return to nothing. I think this is the second most likely scenario. I think this is the third most likely scenario, that we actually have like meaning, and when we die, we transition back to this plane of meaning where we kind of understand everything. And then I think this is the least likely scenario. And so when you're talking about like religion or nihilism or whatever, within these structures, within this narrative that I think is most likely, I can look at the people who exist religiously, spiritually, within this framework, and I can see that because they believe that existence inherently has a purpose, whereas I don't know if it has a purpose, and these people don't think it has a purpose, I can see that these people make moral observations about reality that oftentimes within the existential framework, their moral observations started here. But even here, because they started making moral observations and they actually believe that life has a purpose, they are living better. That's actually incorrect. I think the people who believe what I believe or the people who believe in religion, I think they live better lives than these people. End of yap. Excellent drawing, though. I want to see what you guys respond to, but I'm going to play Steven for now.
Good. H3 has been a girly pop gossipy channel for a while now. His audience is likely a majority women who watch things like RuPaul and talk pop culture, celebrity relationships. It was inevitable. I actually disagree. I feel like the H3 fan base, for the most part, is actually one of the more chiller fan bases on the internet. I think it's because, not to pull my woke card out, but I think it's because it's like probably a little bit more women versus men. Like it wouldn't surprise me if that fan base was like 40% women. But then also because they do kind of.
Okay. Grasser says, I've always had bitch ass legs, but a weirdly good cardio for recovering booze bag and current chain smoker. My strong recommendation to everybody in chat: go for a nightly walk. I'm not kidding. I've been doing a nightly walk with the dogs for only like 10 to 20 minutes. It has made my cardio so much better. I swear to God. Just a 20-minute walk 5 days a week. Do it. It's good for you. I promise.
Like more pop culture stuff, it does get a bit more grounded. Like I see a lot of comments popping up, even in that H3 subreddit, about how like all politics streamers are cancer and all of those communities are cancer. And that's about like 95% correct. It is a special type of cancer. Although again, I would point my fingers to Hasan and that, and AB and all the little people that are hiding behind the desks that are too afraid to say anything in those segments. I would say that those people are like, you can point fingers directly at those kinds of people to blame. I think it would be way more interesting and more fascinating to have policy-oriented debates. If somebody disagrees on Israel-Palestine, we can fight over the massacres, in Iran or other places pre-48, justify or pre-40, justify all the back and forth fighting and who is right or wrong. Like, I think those would be super interesting and fascinating discussions to have, but nobody wants to have those conversations. They just want to call everybody a sex pest or whatever else. Hold on, wait. I just had another random fan snap me nude. Check this out. I'm showing it to all my friends right now. How old is she? Oh, I have no idea, but check this one out too. And this one out too. And this one out too. But yeah, I think, listen, if that's what people want online politics to be, then I guess that's what online politics.
Not only is that what online politics is, that's what politics has always been. It's always been a dick measuring contest. It's always been about who is the most popular, who is the most interesting, who is the most charismatic, who has the best rhetoric, who has the best ideas. And by the way, combining charisma and rhetoric in order to shore up dog shit ideas and sell dog shit ideas has also always been a part of politics. This is actually something that like Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle discussed, is the fact that in Greece, they called them the sophists. That's where the word sophistry comes from. There were people who were so obsessed with the power of rhetoric that they told you that they could tell you how to use words like magic in order to manipulate and lie your way into whatever amount of power and clout and influence and sex that you want. And Plato and Socrates, who documented Plato, if I remember correct, and then Aristotle were massive critics of the sophists because they basically said, if you're all rhetoric with no virtue, then you're ultimately making the planet and the human species worse off.
Politics can be. It is what it is. Tell everyone you make more than them. I'm pretty sure Ethan makes more than me. Those guys are loaded. AB, Olivia, and Dan are cooked Hasan agents that never defend Ethan when they beef. It's insane. Yeah, but I mean, like, it's also by design too. Oh God, I don't want to give them charity. It's by design too, because anytime these people step out and criticize Hasan, that entire network of people is also going to come out and harass all of those people as well, right? So AB, Olivia, and all those people, if they don't toe the lefty line, they're going to come under huge.
Yes, I'm an absurdist. So you guys are kind of engaging with the drawing or whatever. Let me pull it back up. Excuse me. So since I live in this realm, this is what I believe to be true, is that I emanated from something, but my expectation that when I die, I will be greeted by unconscious void and I will not, understand my own lack of existence, I'm an absurdist. And so because I think that existence is so fucking cool, guys, seriously, like if you're a miserable, cynical, skeptical douchebag, that's totally fine. Like we've all done it, especially when we're young, but you're missing out on how cool life is. Like life is legitimately fucking amazing. And so what I try to do is I try to find meaning, even though I expect the void at the end of the day. And I expect oblivion, and I kind of expect like no real meaning or understanding of my life when I die. I hope that this is the case, but I don't think that this is the case. I just observe the moral intuitions from these people, and I take what I think is good and I reject what I think is bad. And then for this, I try to encourage more people to think the way that I do. Because even this belief that you emanate from nothing, this is a mistake, and that you will return to nothing, it allows you to engage in so much bad behavior that it's quite clear human beings were not designed to engage in, that you have a miserable fucking existence in here. And I'm sure like Steven will say like, oh, actually, I love my life. But I think that he mistook having a huge ego and having endless amounts of pleasure and endless amounts of wealth at his disposal. He mistook that for like contentment or purpose or happiness. Like he did what I did when I was 25. I mistook pleasure for happiness. Those are not the same thing. Anyways, let me check in with Vince. I think Vince might be here. Let's take a look. When I'm ready, I join the call-ins and channel or Discord. I'm ready now. Okay, cool. Then, yeah, boy. Okay, I guess Steven and I are hanging out this weekend, so that's cool. We will grill and shoot guns. Let me start a video call with Vince. All right, and real quick.
Hello.
Hello, Vince. How are you?
Yeah, fine. How are you, Mr.
I'm good. I'm good. Can you give me a moment just so I can kind of like introduce my chat and just kind of tell them what we're doing here, and then we can do intros and get into the content?
Sure.
Okay. So, guys, I understand that we were just looking at Destiny's. I'm going to be vulgar, Vince. So excuse me.
Sure.
We were just looking at Destiny's sex life, and everybody wants to look at Destiny's sex life because that's the most interesting thing within Twitch and YouTube politics. However, Destiny and other creators were very kind to me when I was coming up in the Twitch and YouTube political sphere, and they did one-on-one conversations that were deep and interesting and philosophical and all that kind of stuff. Now, not everybody appreciates that style of content, but when somebody asks me for a conversation, like Mr. Vince here, I want to be open and available to having these conversations because I think that watching Destiny's sex life is not the end-all be-all of online politics. And so I want to have this conversation with Vince, and I would appreciate it if you come along for the ride. Please like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. And then without further ado, I'm going to do an intro and then allow Vince to introduce himself. So if we're doing a segment, hi, my name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and never Trump Republican, and I like talking about alternative media and online politics. This is my buddy Vince, and Vince is going to tell us what he's about and what we're going to be talking about today. So Vince, take it away.
So, hello, my name is Vincent. That's how I go by online, not my real name, actually. But I mostly do pro-Ukraine content, but and I wasn't really trying to get into politics as much, even though I don't remember if you remember me, but I actually canvassed in Ohio, and we met there.
Oh, cool. Very cool.
Yeah. And but after the election, I think especially the immigration stuff made me get a little bit into politics. So I occasionally do politics, but I mostly try to do conversations. I don't really stream regularly as of now. Maybe later I will do that. But I sometimes, if something is interesting, I usually like Hasan drama. So if there's some Hasan stuff or like some Ethan Klein, I cover the Ethan Klein Hasan debate and other stuff. Because I know it's something that can be found on YouTube search. That's the only thing that I ever get viewers on. Because other stuff, like I also did like Piers Morgan Ukraine panels. sometimes like watching them. But yeah, that's just about it. And we're talking about today, I think, all sorts of topics. I have a huge list of questions I want to ask about, mostly immigration, Ukraine, foreign policy, and some other stuff. Maybe some Warhammer as well.
And then could we just get a little bit of a biography from you? And I'm not trying to be rude, but it does sound like you speak English excellently. However, it does sound like you have a little bit of an accent, and you said that one of your primary topics is Ukraine. So, where are you from, or where are you from? Where are your parents from? And then why are you passionate about the topic of Ukraine?
Well, I'm passionate because of the topic of Ukraine, because I'm Ukrainian myself. I was born in Crimea. I'm the only person in my family that was ever born and lived in Crimea. My family lived with me, but I was the only one who was born there. My other parents and my ancestors were mostly from Zhytomyr and Chernihiv Oblast. So yeah, that's why I'm passionate about it.
Okay, cool. No, that's excellent. And then that's actually really interesting because I would love your insight into Crimea as a place, even if you were very young while you were there. But please hit us with the first topic.
Yeah, just a remark. I was young, but I lived there until I was 13. So I lived there
so
for,
you actually should have like a decent vibe for the place.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I also recently did an interview with Dylan Burns, and also, yeah, I forgot to say, my handle on the everywhere is Real Visigoth, so it's RealVisigoth. Oh, I think it's J, not G. So yeah, if you want to check that out. But my first question is: do you, as a conservative, wish that US had a more senile MAGA alternative conservative party in the US?
Yeah, I'm actually unironically trying to create a space for non-MAGA right-wingers to exist. It's very difficult.
That's your veterans channel, right? Valor Media, or how it's called?
Yeah, so Valor Media Network specifically is an offshoot of Midas Touch. So Midas Touch is a liberal program, but effectively the idea, it was started by a guy named Ken Harbaugh. And his commentary was like, the red pill has all these nefarious creators. You got Nick Fuentes, you got Andrew Tate, you got, Joe Rogan kind of pushing people towards Trump. And so as a result, we want to create a space where men can be men without being MAGA fillators. And so as a result, they basically said, let's get a bunch of veterans together. Let's get a bunch of first responders together. We'll create content and we'll try to make a more white pill, pro-masculine space. We have mixed results so far, but we've only been doing it since April.
Interesting. Well, that's a relatively new channel.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, Midas should help support us, but truth be told, I think Midas is a disproportionately female brand. I think it's 60 to 70% female, and then 40%, 50% men. And so as a result, them trying to break into an exclusively masculine demographic, I think it's kind of new to them from a brand perspective.
Interesting. I only know from Midas Touch, I only know Adam Mockler because I met him in Ohio, and I remember him when he was still not as big as he is right now.
Which creator?
Adam Mockler.
Yeah. Adam Mockler worked for Midas, and it was actually excellent meeting him. I think I met him when he was 55,000 subs, somewhere in there. But they kept saying his interviews with Trump supporters are getting hundreds of thousands of views. So I actually met him right when his career started, but he was always a super humble, super nice guy. And so, yeah, I mean, he's absolutely blown the channel up, and he's blown his own brand up. Absolutely. And he seems like a decent guy.
Yeah. And he's very hardworking, I see.
Mm-hmm.
And also, it's interesting. It's kind of ironic going back to Destiny sex stuff. I think he was the last person who talked to Destiny before the allegations. When there was this event that they had with Pisco in New York, I think he was the last person Destiny ever talked before allegations.
I would not be surprised. I think that a lot of people. So there was the November 29th drop of the allegations, and then I think there was if I forget, it was the New Year's stream, and in the New Year's stream of 2024 was the last time that you had a big orbiter meeting where it was actually it was the election stream. That's what it was. It was the election stream. So it was November before the allegations. That's where you had like, I think IRI, maybe Irrelevant, Not So Erudite, Amaranth. You had like a whole bunch of people for the election stream. And I think people remember that as like, that was like the Last Supper before Christ's crucifixion.
Yeah. Actually, it's funny because I got banned on the election stream in YouTube chat because somebody mentioned something about amphetamines, and I said like Adderall, because I'm really not a fan of like amphetamines and Adderall, and I said something like Adderall can cause like heart palpitations, and I got immediately banned for medical misinformation.
Well, that's like, I think they're probably a little bit more sensitive to that because obviously Steven credits his mental health improvement with the use of prescription amphetamines. But I'm with you too, where like I love caffeine, I love uppers or whatever. But what scares me, and I think I did Adderall, or I think I got a prescription for Adderall in high school, was what scares me is I think that long-term upper use has to just have some kind of cardiovascular effect. It just has to, because you're making your heart beat faster. You're doing it routinely. You're using other uppers like caffeine. I don't think you can do that forever without some kind of consequence. Now, maybe the advantages are better than the consequences, but that doesn't mean that there aren't consequences.
Yeah, sure. Okay. And it's actually interesting. Oh no, wait. Yeah, you said November because I think I misread it. I thought you meant that in November they dropped the first allegations. No.
So if I remember the timeline correctly, the allegations like Solo leaked, if I remember correctly, November 29th of 2024. But most people ignored it for the first 2 months because the allegations weren't confirmed. The videos were revenge porn. And so a lot of people, including myself, we didn't research it because we didn't want, if somebody had revenge porn on there, we didn't want to expose it to a broader audience. And then what happened January 20th, which was Inauguration Day, President Sunday. What's that?
Pixie Substack?
Yes, but Pixie Substack was prompted by President Sunday releasing an expose video where he like screenshot, like he got the screenshots from Straighteraid, who was friends with Pixie, and Pixie was confiding the messages that she was sending with Steven and with Kyla to Straighteraid. Straighteraid gave it to President Sunday. President Sunday leaked it on January 20th, and I think Pixie either posted her Substack the same day or the day after.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that part of the lore.
Yeah. So actually, there's some people, and Sunday is, his reputation was, is, and will be that he's an autistic cruise missile, where if he hates you, he's going to come after you super hard. So I almost don't blame President Sunday for being an animal of his own nature. But that's where some people blame President Sunday for sparking the drama, because up until that point, it was believed that Pixie and Steven could have come to some kind of settlement.
It's actually interesting that the main villain here, or like one of the characters here, is President Sunday, because I always thought he was like irrelevant, weird dude. But then it's like, how can he be such a central figure in this whole thing?
Listen, you can't sleep. I was joking about this with Queeman. I was like, Queeman's a drama streamer for those people who don't know. But I was like, you can't sleep on Queeman. You can't sleep on the Queep, because every now and then he'll just get like a drama, haymaker or a drama uppercut, and he'll just throw it into your jaw, and you got to be ready for it. And that's the same thing with like President Sunday. A lot of people dismiss him because he's such a interesting, weird character. But every now and then he'll get an elbow or an uppercut, and he will beat the shit out of you with it. So you can't sleep on Sunday.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, talking about uppercuts, do you watch UFC?
Yeah. Not religiously, but I'm aware of it and I admire it as a sport.
Yeah, I'm kind of annoyed that there's always like, right now it's like Chechen and Dagestani fighters are dominating, and they can't do anything against the wrestling.
Yeah. Well, what I respect about that though is I'm a little Islamophobic. Okay, I'm a little mildly Islamophobic, and so I think that Islam gets like a really negative reputation, obviously for like jihadism and sweeping for jihadism and terrorist attacks and all that kind of stuff. But what I liked about Conor McGregor talking shit to the Chechen wrestler Khabib
Nurmagomedov.
Yeah, there you go. The reason why I thought it was so funny was because Connor is like my name's Connor. You know, he's Irish. He's talking shit. He's getting drunk.
I think you also said you're Irish today on Twitter, right?
Yeah, I'm ethnically Irish. And so Conor McGregor is like this like drunk, overconfident, shit-talking person. And then Khabib Nurmagomedov fucking just beats the shit out of him. And then he just goes home to his wife. And I think there's something admirable about being like a simple man who's incredibly competent, and you're not good at shit talking, but you'll show up, beat the fuck out of the other guy, and then go home. I think that's admirable.
Yeah, that's interesting. I actually woke up really early because I lived in Ukraine when that fight happened. I was in America since 2019 because I went to college here, and I'm actually still finishing it impressively because I failed some classes. And like that was the biggest waste of my time because I was expecting a really cool fight and it was like such a sham.
Well, but that's what happened to Conor McGregor and is it Jose Aldo? I forget the exact guy, but there was one character who had already beaten Conor McGregor, I think, and then they had a rematch, and that guy was the champion. And effectively, like, Conor McGregor was talking shit the entire time. And so the champion, like, charges him in the first 10 seconds of the match. And he throws, like, kind of like a wild overhand. And it almost hits Conor. It, like, clips him, like, in the chin. But he's just far back enough that he throws a counterpunch and knocks him out. And then does 2 hammer fists to the face. And the entire match was 12 seconds. And I think it was, like, a championship match. But because of that counterpunch that knocked out the other character, followed by 2 hammer fists, Conor walks away with the belt. So yeah, that's like another thing where if I spent $100 or $50 for the pay-per-view, I would have been furious.
Yeah, I usually watch on Discord or on some websites. I think Veep League is the one I use for watching.
Oh, my wife just ran in order to tell me that Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift are engaged now.
Wow, interesting.
Sorry, but sorry, you were saying my wife she's a Swiftie. She loves Swift.
Oh. Yeah, I said I usually don't watch pay-per-view. I usually just pirate. I usually use a Veep League website or sometimes Destiny's. Actually, Destiny's Discord, there's a lot of guys sometimes who restream some boxing fights.
Yeah, I normally just wait for the next day, and then there's clips posted to YouTube, and then I watch the clips or whatever. So I don't get into the like the back end politics. I don't get into the personalities. I don't really get into the training, just because I know how grueling it is. Where effectively it's just like like if you don't do endless cardio, endless striking, endless wrestling, endless BJJ, you cannot be competitive at the upper echelons of professional fighting. And so you're either in it all the way or you're going to get your shit kicked in. And so that's kind of why I don't really study it, is because if you wanted to be the best, or if you wanted to understand the best, you have to put your whole ass into it.
Yeah, I actually also wondering why after knocking out somebody do hammer fists. That's gotta be like really dangerous, no?
It's super dangerous, but at the same time, that killer instinct is what helps you win. So for instance, let's say that he did like a really good counterpunch and kind of realized that the dude was like knocked out or whatever, but he allowed him to get back up. If you let him get back up, the match continues. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So if he would have shown a moment of mercy, then he would have had to fight. I think his name was Jose Aldo. He would have had to fight Jose Aldo for another 20 minutes. Whereas because he just threw those 2 hammer fists and the guy actually didn't respond. His arms were down by his side. So he just like jumped like twice as he's getting punched in the face. The referee calls it. And and somebody says Cobra Kai mentality. Yeah, absolutely. And it might be more of a military thing too. Like I was taught, don't let your enemy have an opportunity to get back up. But it's not bad advice, you know?
Yeah, sure. Actually, content creation question. How do you become a successful content creator?
You throw it, so I'm gonna give you my formula, and I'm not gonna say it's a great formula. The formula that everybody else seems to find is find a villain that you hate and just talk about them every single day. That's like the easiest formula, where you could just become like a multimillionaire overnight by talking shit about one person every single day. That seems to be an easy thing. However, that I think if I did that style of content, I would probably kill myself. So the other option is find what you're good at through practice. Okay. So there, within Twitch and YouTube politics, there's a variety of content. There's video essays, there's live streams, there's React Andy segments, there's debates, there's interviews. There's 6 or 7 different styles of content just within Twitch and YouTube politics. And then when you're talking about the broader YouTube algorithm, there's breakdown content, there's React content, there's video essays, there's media analyses, there's 10,000 different ways. And you're not going to know which style of content you like until you do it. And so you just need to keep playing with the different styles of content that you think you would be good at. And when something hits the algorithm and takes off, you double down on that thing.
Yeah, that's a good advice.
Yeah.
Actually, also, how do you make money as a content creator?
So for me, the thing that I did, so I kept doing Twitch and YouTube. I did rants, breakdowns, React Andy, all that kind of, I did all that stuff, but I also did Warhammer simultaneously along with my politics channel. And what happened was the Warhammer was outperforming the politics. And so eventually I had a friend who I'm still friends with to this day. And I was telling him, I was like, I'm so discouraged. I keep posting political content and some of it does well, but a lot of it is very mediocre. And then my Warhammer content keeps doing really, really, really good. And I'm actually sad. Like, I don't know what to do. And he said, which I think is brilliant, is that you are running a Chick-fil-A restaurant and you keep trying to sell people cheeseburgers. Stop trying to sell them cheeseburgers. Just sell them Chick-fil-A. And so that advice, it allowed me to specialize the channel just into a Warhammer channel and focus on that for a while. That took off, broke 100,000 subs. I got a few million views, and I'm able to maintain it where if I post weekly, I get a few $1,000s every single month just by posting one 20-minute video a week that I work on for 5 hours a week. I get a few $1,000s from that. So impressive. It's not a lot of work, and it is a lot of return. Whereas with politics, streaming is harder, but it's more lucrative for the amount of hours you put in. So if you research 20 hours in order to do an essay, and then an essay is only 20 minutes, and it takes you a month in order to be able to create that, it's going to take a long time to build up money from that revenue. Whereas if you stream 20 to 30 hours a week and you get an audience of 100 to 200 people, I'm not rich, but I make a few $100s per day. I make between 50 and 400 depending on the day. It's mostly depending on how generous Grassroots Hegemon feels. But yeah, I'll stop talking. But yeah, that's basically it. You got to figure out what's good and what's lucrative.
Yeah. Are you doing Tik Tok Callins?
Do I or should I?
No, do you?
Not yet, but literally today, right before you showed up, I was trying to log into TikTok so I can start doing that, because I think there's a debate scene on TikTok that I want to get into.
Yeah. And what's your TikTok? I haven't found it anywhere.
It might be under Counterfire, because truth be told, I had an editor that I'm not working with anymore who created the TikTok, and then he did a bunch of shorts, but we kind of figured out that shorts don't pay a lot, and they don't take a lot of time, but they take some time to create. And as an example, I have a short on my Warhammer channel that has 4 million views. I've made like $80 off of it. So Yeah, so I don't want to be getting hundreds of thousands or millions of views and be making like $10 off of it. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't focus on TikTok because it didn't seem very lucrative.
Yeah. But don't you need to have a lot of subscribers or a lot of followers on YouTube to do the debates?
No, you need 1,000.
1,000? Okay, that's not too bad.
Yeah, and so
Achievable.
well, it's achievable, especially if you start posting your content. So let's say that let's say that you have those videos, like you said, you put in something that's searchable. You did Hasan versus Ethan, and you did a breakdown of that content, and that got a few hundred views, and that got you like a dozen subscribers, right? And then you have a 20-minute passionate rant about the war in Ukraine. Well, what you do is you do a 50-50 split or an 80-20 split, where 80% of it is talking about the current event of the day. That way you build up your algorithmic relevance. And then you drag people to your passion project, which is talking about Ukraine or other topics.
Yeah, that sounds fair. Thank you for the advice.
Of course.
By the way, I'm interested. What's your average? Have you checked what's your average TikTok watch time? Because I know I've heard on Reddit that you have to have like 50% of it to have your algorithm boosted, which is like no way. I'm not nowhere near that.
You're talking to a TikTok ignoramus. If I gave you advice, it would be wrong.
Okay. Yeah, sounds fair. Yeah. Also, if you ever do a foreign policy debate on TikTok, feel free to reach out. Always down to stick my neck out.
And you've talked to Dylan Burns, right?
Yeah, recently. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's another thing that I think the Twitch and YouTube political space is kind of lacking. Is the debate scene was the way that I networked when I first started. And so in the debate scene, Prime Kai still runs a weekly panel. Every Monday night, he has the Reverie Roundtable. And they have this, I hate to say it, but they have the same 10 creators every single week, and they need fresh blood. So basically what I would do if I was a young upstart creator, I would go on the Reverie Roundtable and I would try to throw some fucking elbows into people's faces and be funny. And then I would just show up.
At Prime Kai?
Prime Kai, yeah. Primecayes.
Yeah, I watched yesterday your panel on Destiny.
Yeah, well, and that's Prime Kai. So basically, I would get on Prime Kai and try to beat the shit out of Fabian Liberty and Lactoid and you know all those other characters. I would just try to beat the shit out of them on a debate. And then if you have fun, like I think Lactoid and we disagree a lot and we fight a lot, but we have fun together. So then I can say, hey, we had fun on that panel. Do you want to do a 1 versus 1 on this topic sometime? And then you can just keep doing that over and over and over again as you meet people. And then you build up kind of like a roster of social media friends who are in the same business.
Yeah, that's a solid advice.
Mm-hmm.
And my next question is, I know you're Republican, but why exactly do you vote Democrat?
Can I show you a drawing?
Yeah.
So I drew this drawing for my chat. Let me pull it.
Was it about absurdism?
No, not this one, but close. So, although I do greatly believe in absurdism, let me pull up the Republican one though. Picture, ideology, new political map, socialism, MAGA versus Republicanism. Okay, I need to make an update of this map as well, but I'll share it with you first. Let me share. Let me do entire screen, devices, applications. I guess I could do a screen and I could do this screen, and then I can bring a picture up and I'll drag my picture over here. Okay, so real quick, this is the way that I was raised. Both of my parents voted for Reagan. They supported the Republican Party their entire lives. And the Republican Party was a blend of 2 or 3 factions, maybe 4 factions. But fiscal conservatives, which can be libertarians, they want to reduce federal spending. They want to balance the budget so that we don't collapse the United States from a monetary perspective. That's what they care about. Social conservatives are pro-life, pro-nuclear family. They're pro achievements in academics and industry. They're sometimes anti-gay. They're always anti-abortion. And so that's social conservatives. Then the neoconservatives, which I would probably be most aligned with, they think that Democrats and the left wing have gone too far. They like the Republic and they like the United States of America. They like American militarism. And so they think that democracy and republicanism should be advocated for on the world stage through soft power, but also through military force. And that would be like George Bush or Bill Kristol.
Yeah.
And so this is what Republicans used to be. But what Donald Trump is stop taxing me, fuck Mexicans, fuck Ukraine, fuck trans people. Like it's not really like an ideologically consistent philosophy. It's just this like general vague, let's reduce taxes, let's make the economy good, and minorities suck. And so I forget what the original question is, but effectively, like, I believe in this shit, and I believe in.
Original question was why do you vote Democrat if you're a Republican?
Because I don't think that MAGA believes in any of this shit. Like if
Fair.
you look at this stuff, I could tell you. So I don't talk forever. I won't. But I could tell you how either Donald Trump personally or how the Republican Party has betrayed these values in the past 10 years.
Yeah. Okay. And what would be the values and the distinct features of the if you would be able to make a perfect conservative party in the U.S., what would be the main values and the distinct features of that?
Well, so number one, I do fear the socialist, social democrat rebranding of the far left right now. And I'm not really a progressive. Like I'm more of a liberal when it comes to minorities. I think like every human being is entitled to a certain level of dignity and respect, but I also don't think that by virtue of being a minority, by virtue of being gay, like we should worship the ground that you walk upon, right? Like that's fucking stupid and cringe, and it's something that progressives have gotten wrong. So I'm more liberal when it comes to like social issues. However, I would make it moderately fiscally conservative. I would try to technocratically redraw our social services so we actually create like a good social service compared to what we have right now.
You mean like SSN or like Medicaid?
Yeah. Matter of fact, can I show you another drawing?
Yeah, sure.
I've made a lot of drawings recently. It's actually really funny that we have
Leonardo da Vinci.
Yeah. Well, they're calling me painter points. So let me come back to Discord. Let me share this drawing with you. Not this one. Let me go here. Our conversation. Let me share another drawing. Share your screen. Entire screen. This screen. Okay, bringing this back up. So this is the way that I drew the current American economy, right? Where effectively water is the symbol of money. And so what's going on right now, in my opinion, is that through taxation, the water is going up to the top and it's getting stuck in what socialists would call the bourgeois class, the ownership class. And then some of it is getting stuck in the middle class or the technocratic class. And then a very little amount of water or money is getting into the working class. And I think that's the reason why Americans are radicalizing, is because the working class feels like they're barely surviving in the current American economy. And so what I would say is that it's the government's job to siphon some of the water at the top and make sure it gets to the bottom. But I wouldn't just want to, like, I don't know, create a socialist Marxist country. What I would want to do is I would want high quality nutrition for infants. I would want early childhood education, high quality public and private education, GI Bill for the masses, where effectively people can get their technical certifications or college degrees very cheaply, and then low interest business loans for entrepreneurs with a portion cut out for high school. Now, I might add in some degree of like multi-payer healthcare or something like that, but this is all we should be doing, in my opinion. Like,
Mhm.
and the reason why is because the design should be to create citizens who themselves are so productive and so well educated that they can take care of themselves, so the government doesn't need to do everything for them. And I feel like right now, especially with Democrats, especially with liberals, especially with progressives, they're so worried about like the poor man that they effectively just want to give him shit without ever improving who that poor man is as a person. And so that's how I would like redesign social welfare.
Yeah, and what if you said what we should do, but what we shouldn't do?
What shouldn't we do? Number
Yeah.
one is we shouldn't become socialist. So we shouldn't, I define that in the Marxist sense of decommodifying basic human needs and workers owning the means of production. I don't think that the government should guaranteed food, water, and shelter to people at zero cost. I think the kind of state that is powerful enough to do that is going to be an authoritarian nightmare. Then I also think that owners, meaning workers owning the means of production, I think that that effectively takes a gun and it points it at the private society and it says, every employee has to have stock options within your company. And if you don't comply, we will put you in jail. I think that kind of strict economic restriction would drag down the economy and destroy the economy. So I'm not interested in that either. And then we also shouldn't be fascist. And I view MAGA and the dissident right as actually philosophically fascist. So we shouldn't become authoritarian freaks.
Yeah, that's yeah. And okay, let me see. Yeah, I want to go a little bit into Ukraine. Let me find it. Yeah, there's one thing about Ukraine that was always being brought up, and it drives me so mad, is that they always say 2014 was a CIA coup, and this idea is like so hilarious for me that we were made to riot, and they bring up the most obnoxious like arguments, like Victoria Nuland giving donuts or something like that, and that's the proof that people who fought with like fucking bats and riot shields, or like some homemade shields, are actually sponsored by the CIA. Like, if that's the reason why on the one day armed, like there were some people with guns, but that wasn't like something like really cool. I just don't get it.
I bring this up too. Sorry if we're just going to agree with each other back and forth, but I bring this up too. Afghanistan fell within 11 days. America left Afghanistan after pouring billions of dollars in and thousands of lives, and it fell to the Taliban within 11 days. Western Iraq fell within like 2 months, right? And that's after billions of dollars and thousands of lives for the United States. Ukraine is still fighting a hot war 3 years later with hundreds of thousands of dead in destroyed cities. If Ukrainians were not interested in Ukrainian independence, they would have surrendered already. And they haven't. And if anything, they're asking for more equipment to continue to fight. So, you know, I mean, right there is like anybody who says that it's just the United States supporting Ukraine, they're full of shit.
Yeah, and I say fuck all of them, especially those who claim that for 2014 was a CIA coup.
Sure. No, I'd say fuck them as well. So for instance, like whatever 4690 is a British person, but he's like probably one of the furthest right people in my thing. He says the videos of people being kidnapped off the street are fake. No, the draft and people not wanting to go to the front line and get killed are absolutely real. But what I would say to you is if there's a draft in the if there's a draft in Ukraine where they're drafting people into the armed services and you got beef with that, why don't you have beef with Russians, number one, doing the same thing? Number two, emptying the fucking jails for volunteers that they use as cannon fodder against the Ukrainians so they can keep their special forces in the rear. So it's like whenever somebody brings up like, oh, Ukraine's doing this bad thing in order to help win the war, Russia is often guilty of the exact same thing, if not worse.
Yeah, I actually heard prisoners are really good soldiers because they are high risk takers. That's what I heard.
Well, I wouldn't be So I wouldn't be surprised, but I also think when the nature of the Ukrainian conflict, as far as I understand it, is that it's effectively a war of attrition where they're moving through trench lines in order to fly drones into each other, and then eventually they do infantry pushes. I don't care how impulsive you are as a soldier, charging across 200 yards of open ground filled with drones and, you know, tank fire and machine gun fire. I don't care how brave you are. You're probably going to
Yeah.
get smoked.
Yeah. Wait, what did I want to ask you? Oh, you said about Crimea. Do you have any questions about Crimea to me?
Absolutely. So the contention, this is where I actually get like a little frustrated with the conversation, but let me address somebody in chat real quick and then I'll ask the question. So whatever says, because Russia are the enemy, we always see them as bad. Okay, so why would you criticize a friend? Like, you can criticize a friend and you can say, hey, I think the Ukrainian army should all be volunteers. But at the same time, like, are you going to enforce that? And also, the United States had a draft in Vietnam. The United States had a draft in World War II. Does having a draft make us the bad guys of World War II? It just kind of feels like propaganda. But anyways, back to Crimea. So with Crimea, the geopolitical argument is that Russia is not going to let go of Sevastopol. They're just not going to let go of the port. And then not only that, that there's a disproportionate amount of ethnic Russians, and also in the Donbass in Donetsk and Luhansk, there's a disproportionate amount of ethnic Russians who might actually be interested in joining Russia on a voluntary democratic basis. And so the argument from Ukrainians, though, is that actually, even though they're ethnically Russian, they still suffer a lot under Russian control. And so as a result, we need to reclaim these territories in order to free the Ukrainians who are behind enemy lines. So you grew up in Crimea for 13 years. What is it? Is it like a large swath of the population wants to be loyal to Russia, and 30 to 40% of them are actually loyal to Ukraine? Or is it the opposite, where it's like 80 or 90% are loyal to Ukraine and Russia has just seized this territory?
So I'm not sure about how many percent of ethnic Russians is in Crimea, but talking about what people support, I think the majority of people don't care. And there's actually a lot of people who were initially pro-Russia, but later regretted it because they thought, oh, like Russia is such a rich country, we're going to be golden. But they were very disappointed. One of the things is Russia has a lot of like oligarchs, and many people like lost their businesses because of that, because oligarchs are very hawkish. And it's lawless land in Russia, not like in Ukraine. Also, prices went up, which I remember back in my day, Moscow people, I knew some, they were coming to Crimea because it was 3 times cheaper than in Moscow. Now I think it's more expensive than in Moscow. So all these things made people who were initially pro-Russia rethink their choices. And I think, as I said, the most people I think don't care, but I don't believe there is the majority of pro-Russians. That's definitely not true. I think there is more pro-Ukrainian, but probably the biggest one would probably be people who don't care where they are, as long as they have a good tourist season, which is where they get their money from.
Sure. Well, then the follow-up from an American perspective would be, if we look at the maps, you know, you got Kherson Oblast, you got Crimea, you got Donetsk, you got Luhansk, and then you also have like Russian forces pushing into Dnipro. So it looks like around, I don't know, 20% of Ukraine has been swallowed by the Russians. And there was hope for a mechanized Ukrainian military breakthrough like 2 years ago, but it didn't materialize. And as a result, now we have, I don't know what, like 1 million total wounded. I forget what the deaths are, but I'm sure it's more than 100,000 on both sides. And then we also kind of have like an exhaustion where people have been fighting for, you know, 3 years, 5 years, whatever. And so the question is, if the Russians have more meat to feed into the meat grinder, is there really hope of taking back Crimea, Donetsk, Luhansk, you know, Dnipro, Kherson, why not just negotiate for new borders?
I just really think it doesn't really give anything positive to give those territories back to them, because like if you officially recognize them as such, you provoke them for more of that behavior. So they say, aha, we took this, we can take it. So then in the future we'll take more and take more recognized. So that's a very negative dog whistle, I think.
I agree with you. However, as an example, if I could be the dictator of the world for a moment, if I could be president of the United States,
Yeah.
then what I would say, and this would be, well, I'm already dictator, so let me not caveat it further.
Yeah.
I would say Donetsk and Luhansk go to Russia. Okay. Reason being, I don't think that Ukraine can militarily take it back. The United States isn't going to militarily take it back. And so as a result, Donetsk and Luhansk go to Russia. Same thing with Crimea, where that just goes to Russia, because that's like the most geopolitically important thing for Russia, in my opinion, is holding on to Sevastopol. I actually would not be surprised if that was like 20% or 30% of the reason why they launched this military operation in the first place. However, all the way up to, I want to say it's Mariupol, which was the city in the eastern side, south. It might even be a part
actually,
of...
I think I was like conceived in that city because my parents used to live there.
Well, and that's what I would say is Mariupol was fought for so aggressively by the Ukrainians that I would say, like, this is an important symbol of resistance to the Ukrainians. And so as a result, we want that back. And not just that, but Kherson Oblast, Dnipro Oblast, and then basically freeze the borders. What's that? Zaporozhye. Yep.
Yeah.
And then, and so basically all of that goes to Ukraine. And then what we do there, where Russia gets Donetsk, Luhansk, parts of Donetsk, Luhansk that they currently control, and then Crimea, we come up with some kind of agreement where the Russians logistically can either drive through Ukraine or they drive around Ukraine, like where they go south, they go to the east, and then they drive into Crimea through the land bridge. But either way, we figure out how Russians are going to travel. And then boom, that like Ukraine joins NATO, right? Or they have a unilateral military binding treaty with the United States that says, if Russians encroach past this border, it's a hot war between the United States and Ukraine. And that's what I would do, because I think it would. Well, between United States and Ukraine on one side and Russia on the other.
Yeah.
So I mean that's what I would do, because I think that the amount of wealth and the amount of blood that is going to be spilled over the next 5 to 10 years, if we froze the borders with my suggestion and we started economically and socially developing Western Ukraine, you guys would blow past Russia within like 10 years, 20 years. You guys would have iPhones and blue jeans and internet and clubs and alcohol and parties and
we already have that.
Well, right, but you know what I'm saying, like in the
yeah.
And I'm not saying like you don't have parties, clubs, alcohol, and all that bullshit, but I'm just saying like you would be wealthy and happy, and your kids would be doing well, versus a bunch of Ukrainian men die in the trenches and then they don't have another generation of Ukrainian kids. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but the thing is, that's not really the conversation. If that would be the conversation, like exchange NATO membership for giving up territories, I think Ukrainians might have been agreeing for that. But the thing is, right now it looks like you get officially recognizing Russian borders for nothing. Like Russia will attack again.
Yeah,
so that's why
recognize the borders so we can reset, build up our strength, and attack you again. Yeah, that's not
exactly.
That's obviously not something that I want Zelensky to sign for. And if Trump is pressuring Zelensky to sign that kind of deal, I kind of want Zelensky to tell Trump to go fuck himself.
Yeah, it's actually interesting about pressuring. I don't know if that's true, but my brother told me from Ukraine, he's in Ukraine now, that sometimes when the negotiations don't go well or something like that, Ukrainians are leaking something into the net about the negotiations or something like that.
I bet. I bet, because because Trump wants to look good. Russia wants to strong arm Ukraine into the situation that you're talking about, where you have a symbolic peace that is not actually a lasting peace, so they can reset, regroup, rearm, get more men, train more, and then come back for more territory. But I do have a question from Grassroots Hegemon, who is a friend of the channel. Can you ask, if the worst were to happen, is there a sympathy on the borders of Luhansk on the edges that are still in what is Ukrainian control, or is that whole concept just a myth? And I guess what he's saying, worst were to happen, is there a sympathy on the borders of Luhansk? So I guess the question is, are the people who are currently like Donetsk and Luhansk are kind of like cut a little bit. There's like 10 or 20% of those territories that are still in Ukrainian control. So the 10 or 20% that's still in Ukrainian control, would you say that those guys are like, yeah, go kick those Russians' asses? Or are they saying like, we can't wait for you to fuckers to lose? Like what's the vibe?
They are people who wait for Russia, but I think the majority of them are pro-Ukraine, especially, and they might not have been always like that, but after Russia started bombing them, they turned like that, because you can't deny reality when you're getting bombed, unless you're one of those who hate Russia, which is like, I don't understand that mentality. I think those brains should be studied in a lab, because I don't understand how that works.
Okay. I gotcha. Then whatever 4690 says I've been most uncharitable on recently. Sorry, whatever 4690. I'm not trying to be rude to you. I think we've just gotten dogpiled by a whole bunch of hostile people recently, so I might be a little bit grumpier than I normally am. But yeah, that's like the main thing for me anyways. Whenever I talk to a Ukrainian, I basically just feel bad. Like I talked to Ukrainian Anna a while back, and she's staying in Kharkiv, and I just feel horrible because like she's living this normal life. She's, hanging out on the computer. She's talking to us and having a good time. And then, basically in the middle of stream, we're talking about geopolitics. And then a fucking Shahed drone fucking, blows up like a block away and kills a couple of people. And it's so like monstrous that she basically just lives in this time and place where she could be normal. She could be hanging out. She could be partying. She could be working a job, and basically enjoying a life. But it just so happens that Russians will blow up a part of her city once every few hours. And I'm not sure if you're familiar with Ukrainian Anna, but at least according to her,
I'm familiar.
Okay, cool. At least according to her, her father wasn't an active part of the militia, wasn't an active part of the anti-Russian resistance. But he was just chilling on a balcony, and a drone or a Shahed lands in their front yard, and he caught shrapnel and he passed. And so like that to me, that's the kind of like rage. That's the kind of anger where you lose a direct family member as the result of the violence of another party, where like you will die to continue to fight the war. Right. Yeah. And so that's why, I want to ask her for her opinion, but I also want to understand that like her opinion is colored by the fact that she has an immediate family member who was killed.
Yeah. Yeah, I also don't know how she stays in Kharkiv. I couldn't do that, never.
I'd be in Lviv, bro. I'd be in Lviv or Kyiv, I'd be chilling on the west side of the country, and they're like, hey, Connor, we need you to build drones. And I'd be like, yes, sir, right away. I'll build you 1 billion drones. But I'm not interested in volunteering for the front line. The front line sounds brutal.
Yeah, but it's actually interesting you said about drones. Actually, only one member of my family, and recently he has been drafted, and he's doing like fixing drones.
Yeah. Well, in truth be told, I think that's one of the things that the Ukrainians are doing right now, where the stereotype a few years ago, because they were trying to do the offensive, was that they would have mechanized units charge across territory in order to try to fight the Russians. But I think the losses were so bad that eventually they stopped. And right now, I think what Ukraine is trying to do, correct me if I'm wrong, is they are just trying to make it so punishing for Russians to take territory that ultimately they're going to give up. And what I mean by that is, as far as I know, Ukrainian infantry are not doing charges across dead man zones. They're effectively holding the territory as aggressively as they can. And if Russian infantry or if Russian tanks come, they try to blow it up or shoot it. But then what they do is they take all the FPV drones and the drivable drones, like the RC car drones, and they're effectively deploying them to the front line, and then they're shooting them across to the Russian side of the lines, and then just blowing up whatever they can find. And so it's effectively like, I'm a Marine veteran, so we had IEDs, improvised explosive devices, and that was like the big problem during the Iraq war. Now the Ukrainian war is IEDs, but the IEDs move.
Yeah.
Which is fucking terrifying, by the way.
Yeah. And also about that counteroffensive, I saw many soldiers said that we wish those resources were spent better for defending and not attacking, because they spent so much of it. And it's also, I think, one of the reasons why it failed, because United States and like allies keep telling Ukraine that we're going to give you more, and they were waiting and waiting and waiting, but they never gave actually more. So,
well, and that's what I would do right now, especially with the United States under Trump. I just wouldn't count on anybody. You know what I'm saying? The best that you can count for, in my opinion, is Europeans will give you loans in order to buy equipment, and that's about it. You know what I'm saying? And they're not going to give you the best equipment that's currently available. They'll give you the knock-on 40-year-old shit that they don't even want anyways in their inventory. And that, I hate to say it, but that's what it feels like.
Yeah, I think it's true.
Yeah. So, but that's the thing, is necessity is the mother of all invention, right? And so that's where I've noticed that the fiber optic drone factories, the truck drone operation to take out Russia's strategic bombing fleet, fucking military genius, you know?
Yeah, that's true. Do you think Ukraine should get more aid?
Yeah, 100%. One of the reasons why I voted against Trump, even though Kamala Harris and the Democrats in general have very dog shit gun control policies, which is something that I'm very passionate about, is because I don't think that I could talk to Dylan Burns, Ukrainian Anna, or I have another friend who lives in Lviv. I don't think I could look them in the eyeballs, and like, if I had voted for Trump or not voted at all and they lost, I don't think that I could have slept well at night, knowing that Trump was going to backstab Ukraine.
Yeah. Well, that's really warms my heart.
Well, good, but it wasn't enough. Like, I tried, man. I tried, but it wasn't enough.
Thank you for a try. Do you think Kamala would have banned guns?
What's that?
Do you think Kamala would have imposed on guns?
No, but she would have tried to do the California thing, where they effectively would have banned assault rifles, and they would have really strict control on pistols. And not just that, but California and New York have what's called May issue licensing for concealed carry, where effectively they say that you don't have a right to a pistol. You have to go to a local police officer in order to justify your ability to have a gun, right?
Yeah.
And to me, that's like a direct violation of the Second Amendment of the United States. It's an unconstitutional way of conducting business.
Yeah. And also, I think they have a very small amount of ammo, right, in California?
Yeah, you can only purchase so many rounds at one time. You can only purchase like one gun once every few weeks. And it's not that those limits, it's not so much that those limits like violate the Constitution as it's written down. It violates the principle with which the Constitution was written. The Constitution and the Second Amendment was written to represent the fact that we are supposed to be free men and women, which means that if somebody fucks with us, we can shoot them. That is like the whole thing behind the United States. And they are trying to basically say, no, actually, you guys are peasants, and we know what's better for you than you do. Therefore, let's take away sharp scissors so you don't accidentally cut yourself. It's a very paternalistic political perspective.
Yeah. And but I mean, a small amount of gallons. I think like in the clips, in the
Yeah. Cicero
in the
says that
clip-
there's 10 round magazines. So if you
Yeah.
want a removable magazine, you can only have 10 bullets. And if you have a fixed magazine, you can carry more bullets, but you can't reload it quickly.
Wow, that's wild.
Well, I mean, I think it's wild that we have civilian-owned firearms. I think that's wild and it's amazing. But I think that it is a right, but it's also a responsibility. And so what I
Yeah.
don't like is Democrats and Republicans, instead of talking about like, how do we create more laws in order to remove the ability of American citizens to protect themselves? How about instead of doing that, how about we create an actually good gun culture where we
Yeah.
talk about responsibility, where we talk about responsible concealed weapons carry, where we teach people about the law, where we teach people about, how to conduct yourself when you're interacting with law enforcement. And the truth is, we just don't do that. Well, for the Republicans, you turn 18 or 21, you do a background check, and then we just hand you a gun and ammo. And for the Democrats, they basically say you can only buy 10 round magazines, you can only have 100 rounds of ammo, and you can only buy this style of gun. It's bad policy on both sides.
Yeah. What are your favorite guns?
I mean, favorite is an interesting question just because there's what I think is useful and there's what I think is cool. Okay. What I think is cool is the Origin 12 shotgun. It's a 12 gauge semi-automatic shotgun that's based off of the AK-47 profile, and it looks like a Warhammer bolter. It's $3,000. If I could own that thing, I would own that thing tomorrow. I am building and have built a $400 bolter off of a Turkish shotgun.
Yeah,
and
I've seen that on your YouTube channel.
Yeah, I love my bolter, obviously. What's useful, though, I could tell you what's cool. I have an endless list of what's cool. What's useful is an AR-15 and a Glock pistol. That's what's useful.
Mm-hmm. So Glocks are the best, you think?
They're ugly. They're cheap. They're reliable. And what I mean by that is if 10 out of 10 times, if you asked me to bet my life on whether or not my gun works, I will pick a Glock every single time.
What about AK?
I think the reputation is a little bit exaggerated, but obviously it's still like reliable. The problem with an AK comes with like distance and performance. An AK-47 is a perfectly good weapon. However, compared to the AR-15, it's heavier. Compared to the AR-15, it's like looser, it wobbles, the parts aren't as well, assembled. And then compared to the AR-15, I think the max effective distance on a point target for an AK-47 is 200 yards, whereas the max effective distance on a AR-15 or an M4 is 550. So basically, you can double the distance that you can hit somebody with an AR-15 compared to an AK-47.
Yeah. Do you like MP5s?
Of course, they're beautiful guns. And also, I just recently watched the Predator movie where the main characters are walking around with 2 MP5s. Like the dudes are like bodybuilders, so they're holding one MP5 in each hand. It's awesome.
Which Predator movie was that?
So funny, I watched both recently. So in Predator 1987, the guy who played Apollo from Rocky, I forget his name. It might be it's not Danny Glover. I forget. But whoever played Apollo from Rocky, he gets handed 2 MP5s and he tries to hunt down the Predator. And then also in Predators, which was released in 2008, Cuchillo, who is a Mexican gangster, is running around with 2 MP5Ks as pistols.
Yeah. It's actually, I think Predator was always one of my favorite aliens as a kid.
Yeah.
I was always dreaming that somebody would give me fucking invisibility and the ability to shoot with my fucking shoulder.
Yeah. Well, wait, what? Do you have a sensitive shoulder or a messed up shoulder or what?
No. It's cool.
Okay. Yeah. So no, it's a fantastic platform, and somebody is saying that eventually they will concealed carry an MP7. AF Racing, Palmetto State Armory is releasing an MP7 clone that is $1,000 instead of $4,000. So just something to consider. But anyways, the point is that like guns are amazing. However, I do think that we don't emphasize our responsibilities along with our rights. But I think it boils down at the end of the day is, are we free people or are we not? And the answer is like, we have a duty to each other. We have a duty to our community. We have a duty to our family, and we should fulfill those obligations. But if you ultimately do believe in freedom, then you do believe that free people should be able to defend themselves. And I feel like Democrats
100%.
don't believe that on principle. They just think that the peasants are ignorant, stupid pieces of shit who are going to kill themselves more than they're going to stop tyranny. But that's just you saying that you don't believe in freedom.
Yeah. And I think, wasn't it the ex-chair of DNC or somebody high up the DNC chain that was like a former school shooting survivor who was like really big on anti-gun?
David Hogg.
Oh.
And he's trying to rehabilitate his image by shooting guns, but he shoots like double-barreled trap shotguns. And to the average gun enjoyer, that's like that's not the culture.
Yeah. Also, by the way, about Alien versus Predator, did you like the Alien versus Predators movie?
Okay. The Alien versus Predator one where they went into the pyramids under the ice, I thought that movie was corny as hell. But realistically, looking back at it, I do think it was done with love. Like, I think the people who did the props genuinely loved Predators and Aliens. And so they did a really good job with the physical effects. That being said, it was corny as fuck.
Yeah, I think when I was a kid, along with Spider-Man, that was my favorite movie. And when I grew up, I realized that people considered it dog shit at the time, and I was actually really impressed. And then I rewatched some of the clips, and I was like, yeah, it looks pretty bad.
But that's the thing. The original Spider-Man one, the one with what, like Tobey Maguire? Yeah, dude, I love those things as a kid, and they were fantastic. I think that you just have to realize that, like, when something is corny, you just have to accept that it's corny, and then you enjoy it anyways, right? So if people are like, oh, this speech is corny, or the action is corny, or whatever, then you just go, okay, yeah, but it's still fun, and I still love it. And then Alien versus Predator Requiem, which is immediately after Alien versus Predator, where a Predalien lands back on the planet and then starts murdering everything. I thought that one had awesome gore, but I did feel like the story was all over the place. And so that's one of the things that I noticed with Alien versus Predator 1, Alien versus Predator Requiem, and then also Predators that got released in like 2018 or 2020. The stories are just all over the place. And so they need to have a better narrative with good special effects, and they're going to nail it. I actually think Predator Badlands is probably going to do super bad at the box office just because people aren't ready for it.
Was it the cartoon?
No. Predator Killer of Killers got me, and I actually loved that. I thought that was great. But Predator Badlands is the new live action where it's following a predator on his first hunt. And I think at the box office, it's going to do bad, but I think the movie itself is probably going to be fantastic.
Yeah.
Like I think the movie is going to be amazing, and I think it's just not going to be appreciated.
Yeah. Have you watched? There was a Predator on Hulu, I remember, where they were like Native Americans. You remember that?
Yeah, of course. Prey was fantastic.
Yeah,
Prey was amazing.
Cool. But I
love
actually, I remember there was I think they didn't show enough invisibility. It seemed like they didn't have enough money for the CGI.
Maybe, but at the same time, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't notice it until you just said it. And realistically, the Yautja, right? The Yautja is the name of the predator species. The Yautja are so cool looking that I want to see it as much as possible, because it's effectively like an 8-foot tall dude who's strong as shit and yoked out of his mind, who has too many abs and has like the weird pincer mouth.
Yeah.
And then if they're not wearing the weird pincer mouth, then they have like a sick death mask. You know what I'm saying? And so I want to see that as much as possible. I understand that with the Predator, part of the allure of it is that you don't see it and that it's hunting you. So it gives you that weird feeling of like being hunted. But I don't care. Like as long as you balance it out, as long as you give us some of those moments where you feel like you're being hunted, along with like the cool aesthetics of Predators, I don't care. It's awesome. And then, sorry, somebody pointed out that, have you seen Alien Earth yet? Yes, I've watched the first 3 episodes and I fucking love it so far. I feel like, and if you haven't watched Alien Earth on Hulu, I strongly recommend it.
I have to watch it. Yeah.
You should watch it. So there's a little bit of, for me, there's too much world building where they're introducing you to the robots and the corporations and the characters and all that kind of stuff. But truth be told, like the violence and the gore and the action, I've loved every frame of it so far. I thought it was great.
Yeah. Oh, real quick, do you mind if I use the restroom real quick?
Well, actually, I was going to say, so we're about to hit 2:30 and I do have a hard out because of my family. I actually need to use the restroom as well. So, do you have any other topics before we wrap out? And then just give us, I guess, your outro and then where people can find you. That way, if they want to find your social media, they can.
Right now?
Unless you have another topic that you want to address. Actually, do you have another topic you want to address?
I have a lot of stuff, but I'm thinking what
we can do this again as well.
Okay, I think if we can do this again as well, I think it's better to do it again because I have a lot of stuff.
Then let's push to next Tuesday.
Sure, that will be fun.
Okay, perfect. Then Vince, where can people find you?
So it's Real Visigoth everywhere. TikTok, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch. It's RealVisigoth. Real Visigoth. So that's everywhere. So yeah, you can find me there. I would really appreciate your follow and your likes and your watching. And I'm really glad that you allowed me to speak to you. It was a really big honor for me.
No, I appreciate you coming on, and I'm happy that we were able to have a cool conversation. And if you want to get together next week and talk about aliens for 2 hours, then we'll do that.
Yeah, sure.
All right, brother. I'm going to run.
Yeah. See ya.
Bye. So, okay, guys, I parasocially love you, but I am about to pee my pants. I've been almost on the verge of peeing my pants forever. So I do need to run momentarily, but I do want to say that I parasocially love you. Christian Valera, Cicero, Randy, whatever, Jonah Zilla, Grassroots Hegemon, everybody else who's hung out, Cacode, AF Racing. Seriously, thank you for hanging out. Death Lily, I see you. And seriously, thank you so much for the donations. So technically, we had like 30% reduced viewership. Okay. I'm just going to be real. Compared to a Destiny dick watching stream, we were 30% reduced viewership, but you guys were so generous today. It's fucking bananas. Just memberships out the ass. Working Bob, Gen X, Just Carpet, McDevin, Tony Conan's, Corbin Sales, Granddad's Lounge, K, Grassroots, Ensort, Bex, Deus Halcyon, Grassroots Hegemon, Bex again, McDevin, AF Racing, and God Emperor Dominion all gave something today. Fucking amazing. Seriously, thank you guys. So this was a more lucrative stream than Destiny dick watching. So the fact that we can do real content and have reduced Dr. Zayas, love you too, boo. Yeah, seriously, parasocial love. Soul, see you, Betty. Take care. Thank you. The fact that we can do real content about real complex topics and we can still make money and have a good chat is fucking amazing to me. So genuinely, it warms my heart. I parasocially love you. I'm about to pee my pants. I will see you tomorrow. Parasocial love. Bye.